Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report, and we are live. Today, NFL trade deadline coverage leading all the way up to 4 p.m. Eastern time. If a trade goes down in the NFL, we've already had multiple trades that happened earlier today. Shedeur Smith, he ended up going to the Detroit Lions. The Cowboys gave up a fourth for Jonathan Mingo, which, Jerry Jones, what the hell are you doing, man? And then a lot of other teams are going to be looking to make some deals. There's been some reports out there that Jacoby Myers is a player that continuously gets called about what is his availability or not. The Las Vegas Raiders just went out and they hired Norv Turner, so we're going to talk about that a little bit today. We are going to do a mailbag, so you can already get those hashtag Raiders or Super Chat questions. I will tell you this, though. We're not going to do the mailbag until after the trade deadline, just because I know a lot of the questions that we get would be around the trade deadline. So we'll still answer questions. They just won't be in the mailbag. So what we're going to do here is we're going to be live for the next 4 hours. So if you're not prepared, then I need you to get prepared. Let's get some questions going. Let's talk about the Raiders. And if anything happens around the NFL, if anything happens around the Raiders, then we're going to break it all down for you today. We already got 306 people watching. Isaac Hernandez says that he's ready to get a little bit wild today. We'll tell people what some of the deals are because today is a very important day. Outside of the NFL trade deadline, for many of you know, I'm not a big politics guy. I think politics in our country separate people more than bringing them together. But today, we're going to have some fun. I'll tell you what that is in just a moment. So will the Raiders make a trade today? Give me a yes. Give me a no. Let me know down below what y'all are thinking. I see Albert Martinez, Keith, Isaac Hernandez. What's up, brother? VT Holmes says hit that like button, y'all. If you bleed silver and black, hit that like button. Noel Melendez says no. Raider B-Dog says no. Poppy D, no. Urza Alvarado's going to go yes. No from Raider Nation. Big Dave from Silverado 714. There's a part of me that goes, the 2-7 Raiders should not make a trade. Like, the 2-7 Raiders shouldn't make a trade in terms of adding a player. Do I think the 2-7 Raiders should trade players away to get more draft capital? Yes, I do. The only reason why I don't know if that's going to happen is because the Raiders are making a lot of moves right now. Yes, they just fired 3 coaches, but you fire 3 coaches because that you want to be a team that's trying to win now. Then you go out and you hire Norv Turner to help on the offensive side of the football. Like, the Raiders, from a coaching standpoint, are doing things that say, we want to win now. But 2-7 football teams don't usually buy. So I am really curious, very curious about how today's NFL trade deadline goes.
Yeah, it could be an interesting one. And it's like we mentioned on the show yesterday, like with the move of firing Getsy.
Yep.
AP, I know, feels the pressure.
No doubt.
You expect a team like the Raiders to be sellers at the deadline.
True.
But with everything going on, does Tom Telesco feel like they can sell, or do they feel like they have to salvage this season in some way?
I think Antonio Pierce knows that the heat has been cranked up. I'm somebody that believes actions speak louder than words, and the actions that the Raiders made, and AP can say what he wants. AP can say it was my decision to fire Luke Getsy, and it might have been a little bit of AP's decision. I'm not saying that it wasn't, but I know for a fact it was Mark Davis's decision as well. And I think that he has done a good job at really being able to crank up the heat and let AP know, hey, man, if you want to be back next season, we got to win some football games. We're at the bye week. We got 8 games to be able to figure out what we're doing. Not only are we going to be answering questions on today's show, somebody asked Mitch, how are we partying today? Here's how we're partying today. We know that today's election day, and I know that we're going to get questions around it, and I know that people are probably going to ask me to talk about it. I'll tell you this. I'm not really going to talk politics because, quite frankly, nobody should subscribe to the show to hear me talk politics. But we have some red shots.
Some blue shots.
We have some blue shots. And if you want Jeremy and I to take some shots, all you got to do is send in a $20 super chat and say red or blue.
Just let us know. We have red Jell-O shots, blue Jell-O shots. Nothing. It's just NFL trade deadline today. That's all we're talking about.
We just want to know what color you guys like the most, and we're going to keep track of if we do more red or blue Jell-O shots today, because I know this. They're just colors, right?
Yeah.
Just colors.
They're just Jell-O shots with vodka in them, so that's it.
Oh, wait, so it is vodka. Okay, I didn't know. Jeremy wouldn't tell me what it was, which personally I think vodka's worse than tequila.
Yeah.
Though tequila I think kind of catches up on you a little bit.
Makes your clothes fall off.
Which luckily I got multiple layers on today. If you want to get in for a chance to win a little bit of money, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. We got 4 hours to get this pot going. We got 4 hours to get this one nice.
Get it nicey.
Also, we got some NFL news here. Veteran safety Mike Edwards asked for his release from the Bills and that they are going to do it. So the Bills, I guess, are moving on from Mike Edwards. That one just came in.
Well, I mean, whatever city Mike Edwards lands in, I know one app that he can find, the best concerts, comedy shows, maybe another sporting event wherever he lands, and that place is Gametime. My go-to ticketing app. It's Mitch's go-to ticketing app, and it should be your go-to ticketing app.
I'll tell you what, I've never been on a Segway, but that's one of the best Segways I've ever seen. Shout out to Gametime for sponsoring the Raiders Report. Download the Gametime app, create an account. Use code ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply again. Create an account, redeem code ChatSports, that's ChatSports for $20 off. Download Gametime today. What time is it? It's Gametime. But guess what? They're not the only sponsor here on today's live show. Got to give some love to PrizePicks. If you're a Raiders fan and you need something to root for on Raiders game day, let me direct your attention to PrizePicks. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. Make sure that you use code CLNS. Download the PrizePicks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, run your game. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, PrizePicks discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineup. So shout out to PrizePicks. Shout out to Gametime for sponsoring the Raiders Report. All right, we got a few super chats here that are coming in. Mitch, are you off at 1 p.m. Pacific time today? I don't think I'll still be here live on the show because as soon as the trade deadline ends, we always joke when we do 2 o'clock and play a lot of things that we always say the fax machine's got to roll in. So because of that, we've seen times where it's 20 minutes after the deadline and then they're just oh yeah, by the way, this trade happened apparently an hour ago. So I will stay live for the majority of today. I would say if Jeremy and I, if absolutely positively nothing happens, usually Chuggs and I have the ability to get out of work about an hour to 90 minutes after we get done.
I'm not going to say who it was, but somebody just Venmo'd me and said blue.
Really?
Yeah, so I'm going to take the first one. Someone just Venmo'd me. They said, I don't even want to be in the race. They just said blue.
They just
You have to do the finger trick with these. So
yeah, the finger trick?
Blue 1, red 0.
If somebody bangs with the number, you're not allowed to use your finger. You got to use tongue. Tongue only. You down?
Oh, yeah.
Down? I mean, I'll tell you what. Now, I will say they're not the biggest shots, but I'm worried how many that we might have to do because I know if we just did regular shots of vodka for 20, you guys would try to absolutely kill us. But, John, I'm hanging out here with the nation today. Let's go to Ed, Mitch, and Chuggs. Thanks for all you do. Ed, from the bottom of my heart, thanks for all you do on this show. Thanks for all you do on our Celtics show. Thanks for all you do on a lot of the shows here around Chat
Real
Sports.
one.
One of you, Ed Robbins, Buddy Bear. There's a lot of names that I always hear about because we always have, meetings. We always talk to the other people doing a lot of stuff. I would say Ed's probably one of the most well-known people here at the entire company at Chat Sports. I think the Raiders should be sellers of some expiring contracts for draft capital and definitely get rid of Minshew and White. I don't disagree that we should try to trade away Gardner Minshew and we should try to trade away Zamir White. I mean, if it was up to me, I'm going, let's just roll with Desmond Ridder until Aiden O'Connell can get back. And then once Aiden O'Connell's back, he's probably going to be your starting quarterback. At least that's what I would do. The other reason why that I would probably move on from Gardner Minshew is because it's going to be more difficult and you're going to lose more money during the offseason. But when I'm a 2-7 team, you got to look at all those potential free agents from Malcolm Kuntz, Marcus Epps, Trevon Merrick, Nate Hobbs, Adam Butler, John Jenkins. I mean, we have Robert Spillane, Divine Diablo. If the Raiders don't plan on bringing some of those guys back, yeah, I know that it hurts our team this season, and I understand that AP wants to win. But if you're not planning on bringing some of those players that I just mentioned back, then you should try to trade them. The other problem is we've had a lot of injuries this past week. John Rodriguez, trade the entire O-line except for JPJ. I mean, that's not going to happen. JPJ, I think, has proven that he should be the starting center for the remainder of this season, and JPJ looks like a real one. They're not going to move on from DJ Glaze. Has Glaze looked like a rookie at times? Yes, absolutely. But he's also done really good. I mean, go back to that game against the Pittsburgh Steelers where TJ Watt failed to get a pressure. Like, you can't be that good as a rookie right away and then expect you to just get rid of a guy like that. Like, he's looked like a rookie, no doubt about it. But think about how DJ Glaze has looked compared to a guy like Darren Munford, where Munford's been in the league a few years. Glaze is in his first year. Does everybody have more confidence in DJ Glaze than Darren Munford? I'm going to guess that answer is yes. I also want to be able to keep Dylan Parham. Dylan Parham's flexibility and his ability to play multiple positions on that offensive line makes me want to keep around Parham. I know that the offensive line class is going to be pretty strong in the draft for this season, and I know that the Raiders are going to be interested in getting some offensive linemen, but if you strip your entire O-line, it puts you in a rough spot. Jordan Meredith, I think, has earned the right to get more starts this season because he's played really well. If I'm the Raiders and I have 3 out of 5 offensive linemen and maybe you don't want to start Jordan Meredith next season and all you got to do is go out add another guy, I think that that's what the Raiders should do. To get rid of everybody is a little bit of a far stretch. Though, I will say Andre James, Colton Miller, Andres Pete are 3 offensive linemen to look for today that could potentially be traded. Isaac, what's up, my brother? Thank you for not getting politics involved with your platform. The only thing that matters here is Raider Nation LFG. I won't say that that's the only thing. I like to think that family matters here as well. And once in a while, and we're doing the shots today because I know that people are going to want to talk about the election. And I don't really have that much of a problem. But in my family, I'll tell you this right now, my family is very split on how that they're going to vote, and it doesn't change my opinion about them. Quite frankly, I think even if you're in your own household, just because your husband votes one way doesn't mean the wife has to vote that way. I want people to vote the way that, that they want to vote. And if you want to get your voice heard today, believe me, today's going to be the only day where I'm even kind of open to the idea of you want to talk some politics. But if I start seeing some bullshit down in the comments, if I start seeing some hate, if I start seeing some of that, I'm going to block you. And I don't care how long you've been subbed here. Isaac, if we win more, do we keep AP or not? I like this question a lot. We got 8 games left. Here's my question to the nation, and I'm going to give shout-outs here because I want to know what y'all's opinion is. And then coming up here in about, let's say, 5 minutes, I want to get into the news today around the Raiders hiring Norv Turner, some of the juicy rumors that have been going on around the silver and black, because yesterday was a very, very juicy day, and you'll kind of hear what I have to say. But how many wins does Antonio Pierce and the Raiders need to get in their next 8 games to save his job? What's the answer to that? Because you got the Miami Dolphins, the Denver Broncos, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Atlanta Falcons, Jacksonville Jaguars, New Orleans Saints, and then you finish it up with the Chargers. That's 8 games right there. How many do they have to win for Antonio Pierce to save his job? Isaac says 6. Edgar Sosa says 1. Raider B-Dog says 4 to 6. Isaac Hernandez 6. Jeff Garcia 5. I have my answer to this. Personally, for me, if the Raiders want to show that Antonio Pierce deserves to be back, number one thing is that we at least got to see that we're playing well. If we play the Chiefs really tough for 4 quarters and end up losing, I understand that that's a loss, but at least we showed a little bit of improvement. To me, the magic number to keep AP is 4. I don't know how you're going to keep somebody if it's been this bad to start, and then you make a few changes, and then they still go 3 and 5. Because you're going up against some really bad teams. I still don't think that the Raiders are going to win 3 games. But to me, the magic number to keep AP is we got to go at least 500. Got to go at least 500 or show that we are making drastic improvements going forward. Because AP hired Luke Getsy. That was on AP. So now we're going to see what Norv Turner looks like. We're going to see what Scott Turner looks like. Let's go to my man PG. Making changes now equals 3 to 4 more wins, causing draft position like last year and no Ward or Sanders. I'm going to be real with you, PG. I actually don't think that making the coaching change at Luke Getsy is going to result in 3 to 4 more wins because I just don't think that the Raiders are that good of a football team. Plus, we have a lot of injuries on both sides of the football right now. I'll also say that Cam Ward, the only way that you're going to get Cam Ward is if you have the number 1 overall pick. Right now, there are 9 teams in the NFL that have 2 wins. The Raiders, if the season started today, you'd be picking 6. Let me just be very clear. Like, I think that when you look at a lot of other teams and their quarterback situations, on top of the fact of also Shedeur Sanders and Dion are going to be a duo that they will have some say of where Shedeur goes. And Shedeur has already made it very clear that he wants to be a Raider. And we'll talk about that a little bit more today. Will we be out on Cam Ward with 3 to 4 more wins? Sure. With Shedeur, I actually don't think that that's the case. I think even if the Raiders were picking, let's say at 10, and if Shedeur made it clear that he only wants to play for a few teams, I will say that getting Shedeur is way more likely than getting Cam Ward, because Shedeur and Dion will say where his kid will and will not go. And the Raiders are a team that wants to go there. If you're keeping track at home of the shot counter, right now the Blue Shots have a 1-0 lead over the Red Shots. So Chuggs and I made a shit ton of shots, like shit ton of Jello shots. And if you want us to take a shot, tell us. $20 super chat for Red, $20 super chat for Blue. We're going to keep track throughout today's show. If you want to get in and win a little bit of money, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 to get in the 50-50. If you bang today, all of the bangs are doubled. And right now, our bang MVP for the month of November, shout out to Jamari Murray. He's got 6. Steve L's got 4. Common's got 3. Abjin, Noah, Matt Fluhey all have 1. So if you're somebody that likes to compete in our bang competitions, today could be a real good day for you in order to do that. Just saying. Let's go to Nick. What's up, Nick? Hey, Mitch, just joined. What do you think about the Norv Turner hire? I've heard he's just an assistant, and Scott is taking a bigger role in the team. How about this? Because I knew I was going to get asked about this a lot today. I say that we get into the first show that we have planned for y'all, which is around the Raiders hiring Norv Turner. What does it mean for the OC? What does it mean for play calling? And then there were also some pretty damn juicy rumors late last night. And because there were some juicy rumors late last night, I had a whole show planned and what we're going to talk about exactly today. But Nick, cheers to you, man. All right, we're going to break down Raiders news. You know how Chuggs is. He wants 300 likes. We got 157 likes right now. We got 900 people here in the building. And if any big-time NFL news, if any Raiders news ends up happening today, we got you covered. We're just hanging out. We're shooting the shit today. And that's all I really want to do. I want to talk Raiders. I want to talk NFL. I want y'all to ask us as many questions as humanly possible. And if y'all want to let our hair down a little bit, well, let's get it going. Unknown Raider guy, how's everyone doing today? Honestly, I'm doing pretty good. I've been sick for like a week, and I know that some of you guys probably still hear it. I sound a lot worse than what I feel. I probably fell asleep last night. I'm not kidding you, at like 8 o'clock. And I woke up this morning at probably 5:30, and I was like, holy crap, I can't believe I slept that long. Shout out to Alex for holding down the fort while I was asleep for all that long. But the late night news of Luke Getsy really screwed up my sleep schedule. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I couldn't really go to sleep after the Raiders fired Getsy. I know that I went live late, probably at like midnight, 12:30. After that, though, dude, I was not doing well. We are 100 away. What's up, man? Devin Smith, who is our most valuable trade asset that realistically, besides Max Crosby? I like that question a lot, Devin. I would say realistically, it is Jakobi Meyers as the player that you'd get the most for that has the most interest right now. If Colton Miller was healthy, I'd say Colton Miller would be another guy to keep in mind. Andre James is going to be another player to keep in mind. But the real answer there is Jakobi Meyers. The Raiders don't want to move on from Jakobi. However, if you got a high enough draft pick, like I think if a team offered the Raiders a 4th-round pick for Meyers, I think that they would take it. I don't know if you're going to get a 4th for Jakobi, though. If the Cowboys are willing to give up a 4th for Jonathan Mingo, sure, they got a 7th-round pick in return. But with Devontae going with what he did for basically a 3rd, I would say Jakobi, the good value. If you can get 3rd, I think it's done in a heartbeat. But I don't see any team in the NFL giving up a 3rd. Michael Mayer for Anthony Richardson. I don't know why that trade is all that interesting. I know a lot of people want Anthony Richardson, but even if you traded for Richardson today, I don't think that he would even play this season. Like, I think that you got to probably hang on to him a little bit. Locho, hey, Pookie Wookie, would you want Justin Fields. Is this a nickname that we have all of a sudden? If the Raiders traded for Justin Fields, I would definitely be more intrigued now that Luke Getsy is no longer the offensive play caller. But again, I want the Raiders to find their quarterback in next year's draft. I think Justin Fields would be an intriguing option if the Raiders were trying to win this season. But at 2-7, I don't think it makes any sense for the Raiders to make any moves in terms of trying to win this year. It's not going to matter. If you win out from here on out, you're 10-7. And I don't know if that's good enough to make the playoffs. So if I told you even if you did everything right, you win 8 straight games. Sure, if you win 8 straight games with Justin Fields, you probably have your quarterback of the future. But I think even in a perfect world, the perfect outcome isn't there. And the perfect outcome is you want to try to win a Super Bowl. And there's no player that we can trade for today that's going to help this Raiders team win a Super Bowl. So for that being said, I'd rather just look to next year's draft and try to get a QB. Raider Muerte sending in the good vibes. I appreciate it. Twinkie, at this point, bring in Belichick and let's get Sanders. With Brady helping make decisions, I see that happening. Currently on break, Raider Nation for life. I will say if you say Brady's going to help make decisions, which he is, and then if you're going to say Shedeur Sanders, which I think right now the most likely quarterback to be on the Raiders team next season is Shedeur. It's nobody that we currently have on our roster. I don't think it's Bill Belichick, though. I think you're missing another very key name that if Brady had his say and if Shedeur is the quarterback, it's not going to be Belichick. I think it's going to end up being a different head coach, and maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later on today, but the name that I think it would be Mike Vrabel. And I think if Antonio Pierce is not the Raiders head coach, and if you miss out on Ben Johnson, the coach that I believe the Raiders end up targeting, based on what I hear and based on what I know, it's going to be Mike Vrabel, not Bill Belichick. We are 50 likes away.
Let's go!
From breaking down the Raiders news that a lot of y'all probably came here to hear. Norv Turner is now a coach for the Las Vegas Raiders, which honestly is kind of wild.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about it a little bit, yesterday.
The circle
but still,
of life.
72 years old, comes out of retirement. The last time he coached in the NFL was 2019, 9-23 in his past when he was the Raiders head coach in 2004, 2005. But there's a big reason why the Raiders did what they did today.
Oh, yeah. Huge.
Big reason. We got 11,000 people here tuned in.
Close.
We're getting close. What did I say?
11,000.
11,000. Wow. If we had 11,000 people watching right now, I think the only way that would be possible is if Trump and Kamala were just up here with me, just blue or red shot.
Which, reminder, you can tell us on Venmo as well. I don't know if you've gotten any Venmos.
I'll be honest.
Telling you red or blue.
I've known that some people don't want it to be known, and that's totally fine. No, I have not gotten anybody in for the duck race, and I have not gotten anything yet. If anybody wants to get in for the duck race, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365, and we're going to end up doing a big pot at the end of today's show. We did just hit 300 likes, which means let's get into the very, very first show coming up here. And you know what? Every person that gets in this duck race, while we're talking about this segment, so for the next, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to get you a free duck. Every person that enters the duck race right now in the next, let's say, 15 minutes or so, until I get done doing my segment, you're going to get a free duck.
And if you enter in, let us know red or blue so we can keep our shot tracker going.
Mm-hmm.
Because I get it if you don't want to tell us on YouTube, but if you want to get it on Venmo,
get after it.
We can get our shot tracker going. Because right now it's blue 1, red 0.
VT Holmes says, I'm still trying to win a damn jersey. Someday. I mean, people always say, oh, I'll never win. But you got to play to win. You ready?
I'm ready.
First segment coming up here on today's show is we're going to be breaking down the news that happened around the Raiders this morning. And then we're also going to talk about a little bit of the news that happened late last night and some of the things that Antonio Pierce said yesterday as well when he took the podium. So coming up here on the show is our first segment. Then we're going to just chop it up. We're going to hang out for the next 3 and something hours. Once the NFL trade deadline is over, then we will do a mailbag, and then we're going to get the F out of here. Sounds good? Coming up, let's talk about Norv Turner joining the Raiders. Coming up here on the Raiders Report, did the Las Vegas Raiders hire a new OC, or are they going to stick with somebody on the staff? We'll talk about Norv Turner joining the Silver and Black. Does Shedeur Sanders want to be a Raider? If you don't follow Shedeur on social media and maybe you live under a rock, you got to see what Shedeur had to say, at least on social media. And then, who's going to be the Raiders' starting quarterback in Week 11? The Raiders got a Week 10 bye. Antonio Pierce did not name a starting QB in terms of Desmond Ridder or Gardner Minshew. I'm going to tell you on today's show who Antonio Pierce should go with. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you do so when Raiders news happens. I don't care when, what time, what day of the week it is. I'm going to keep you up to date. When the Raiders fired Luke Getsy at midnight, we were here breaking it all down. When the Raiders fired Josh McDaniels at 1 a.m., we went live for 26 straight hours. NFL trade deadline day, we're here live even longer. If you want Raiders content, absolutely free, make sure you subscribe. Nobody can compete with the Raiders Report. So the Raiders, if you didn't see, did end up hiring Norv Turner, and he is going to serve as an offensive assistant consultant for the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, the reason why this is a big-time name is because Turner was retired. He's 72 years old, hasn't coached in the NFL since 2019, and when he was the head coach of the Silver and Black back in 2004, 2005, he was 9-23. When you go back and you look at that, though, he was really trying to, I think, put a lot of holes together because the Raiders were a good football team. They kind of got stripped down. They moved on from a lot of their players, and Turner got put in an awkward spot. With 15 years of NFL experience, though, I know that it was being circulated yesterday that Turner could be the Raiders' new OC. I'm simply up here telling you that Norv Turner is not the Raiders' new OC. He was simply hired to help out his son, Scott Turner, who is probably going to be the Raiders' new OC. Ian Rappaport was the one that broke the news this morning. The Raiders are hiring one of the NFL's most respected offensive minds, bringing in Norv Turner as an assistant to help guide their offense. And when you think about this move, and I know it was reported late last night, but when you think about this is a move that is showing yet again that this Raiders team is not just going to lay over and play dead. They are trying to win football games at 2-7 because Antonio Pierce and this entire staff knows if they want a job next season, they have to win this season. So is Norv Turner going to be the next Raiders OC? No, it's not going to happen. That is tuck rule, tuck that. It's not going to be Norv Turner. Yes, he is on this staff. Yes, he is going to help out. But really, this move I don't think should surprise a lot of people for multiple reasons. One, Antonio Pierce has brought in Joe Philbin, Marvin Lewis, Tom Coughlin, and now he's going to bring in another head coach in Norv Turner to help, kind of get this ship going on the right track. But the reason why Turner is brought in is because Scott Turner, who right now is the Raiders' pass game consultant, is the front runner to get the job. When the Raiders fired Luke Getsy a few days ago, I set up here live on the show and I said, it's going to be Scott Turner. He's going to be the one that takes over the play calling duties. So the fact that Scott's just bringing in his dad to just help out a little bit doesn't surprise me all that much. I do kind of roll my eye a little bit because I want the Raiders to hire a young, offensive-minded guy. And yes, Scott Turner is a young, offensive-minded guy, but I don't want them bringing in a old-school offense. And Norv was never afraid to chuck the rock. And I know Antonio Pierce said on Monday that if they have to throw the ball 50 to 60 times a game, that they're going to do it. I anticipate the Raiders, don't get me wrong, they're still going to try to run the rock behind JPJ, but I really do think that the Raiders are going to turn into a more pass-friendly team than what people actually realize. Coming up here on the show, let's get into something that's very interesting around Shedeur Sanders, because you should subscribe to the Raiders Report for getting news around Norv Turner, for getting news that the Raiders fired Luke Getsy, But the other reason why I want people to watch this show is because rumors are important. Rumors help. I think a lot of times you can find out little stories, kind of put a jigsaw puzzle together like Sherlock Holmes, and you can get to news quickly. One of the stories that was being talked about yesterday was around Shedeur Sanders. So before I get into the story, I'm going to make this the pinned comment here on today's show. Do you want Shedeur Sanders to be the Raiders quarterback next season? Give me a yes. Give me a no. My answer is going to be after this YouTube ad break. Do I want Shedeur to be the Raiders' next quarterback? I'll tell you this. I would rather have Shedeur than anybody we have on our team, and the only person that I would want more than Sanders is Cam Ward. But the reason why we're talking about Shedeur is because he's made it known that he's going to be taking his talents to the NFL in 2025. He recently had a class, and they were like talking to him about, hey, like, what are you going to do next semester? And he was already like, I'm not going to be here next semester. I'm going to be going to the league. Shedeur also has tweeted, thank you, God, after every Raiders loss this season, and currently the Silver and Black hold the number 6 overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. I will admit this. I do think that this story, and you're about to see it because Shedeur, he has tweeted, after every single Raiders loss, thank you, God. When you look at some of these dates, though, like, this one right here, for those that don't know, this is a Monday, technically not a Sunday. I'll also say that people I do think that are religious probably pray to God on Sunday. I'm not going to take this and too much into consideration that Shedeur is going to be a Raider and Shedeur wants to be a Raider. I do know that Shedeur wants to be a Raider. What I'm saying is, though, I'm not saying that these tweets have anything to do with the fact that the Raiders are losing football games. Though, here's my question and kind of my thing that I want to talk about today. Is the Raiders' top quarterback in 2025 Shedeur Sanders, where is the most likely option under center? Is it Shedeur? I think it is. And I'm going to give this one 4 just win babies. Believe it, baby. Last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, I did a show trying to predict who is the most likely option to be the Raiders quarterback. And I do. I think it is Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur and Dion have both listed the Silver and Black as the top destination for him in 2025. And out of any quarterback that I think has entered the draft since probably Eli Manning, has maybe the most say of where he wants to go and where he actually is going to go. Shedeur already has a phenomenal relationship with Mark Davis. Deion Sanders also has a phenomenal relationship with Mark Davis. Tom Brady and Shedeur, they've worked together this offseason. We've also known that Mark has said that Tom Brady's going to have a big say of who that next quarterback is going to be next season. It's one of the reasons why the Raiders wanted to bring in Tom Brady as a part-time owner. So when you add up all of these things right here, on top of the fact of we know what Mark loves. Mark loves money. And there's not going to be a quarterback that's going to be able to generate more money for an NFL franchise, I think, ever in the history of the NFL draft in his first year than this guy right here. If they can turn Colorado into the most watched college football team in the country, then guess what? I think that the Raiders, if you have Shedeur, are going to turn into the most watched NFL team in the entire country. Why? Does that matter to Mark? Because it results in dollars and cents. So I do. I think the quarterback that's most likely to be under center, even if the Raiders are picking 10, I think Shedeur and Dion have enough pull, have enough power to go, Shedeur's not going there, Shedeur's not going there, Shedeur's not going there. I want Shedeur to go here, here, and here. And when you look at the list of teams that Dion has kind of said, yeah, this is where we want Shedeur to go, the team that's the most likely to be in the top 5, the team that's the most likely to be in the top 10, it's the Las Vegas Raiders. So not saying thank you, God, was around the Raiders. What I am saying, though, is there's a lot of smoke around this guy being a Raiders quarterback next season. Coming up here on the show, who should start at quarterback for the Raiders Week 11? Hell, I kind of wish it could be Shedeur Sanders at this point. Antonio Pierce failed to name a starting quarterback. After I tell you about our sponsor here at Gametime, I'm going to tell you who I would start at quarterback for the Silver and Black. If you don't already know, Gametime is the #1 place where you guys should be getting your tickets to concerts, theaters, Raiders games. If you're planning on going to a new city or a city that you've been to before, I definitely think that you should download the Gametime app right now. Create an account, use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply again. Create an account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, that's CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download Gametime today. What time is it? It's game time. I love Gametime because when I go out to Vegas, there's so many different things to do. Maybe you want to go to an Adele concert. Maybe you want to go see, I don't know, Tom Segura. Chuggs and I love Tom Segura. Maybe you want to go watch the Vegas Golden Knights. Maybe you just want to go do something else besides watch the Raiders because, quite frankly, I can't blame you for doing that. But because there's so much to do in Vegas, your time is very valuable. And because Vegas right now is extremely expensive, when you download the Gametime app, you can wait an hour before you go to something. You can get a ticket, and you can assure yourself that you're going to be getting a good price. Hell, if I'm going to a Raiders game anymore, I'm not booking a ticket before I go to Vegas. I would fly out to Vegas, which is going to be maybe a little bit more expensive. Hotels, maybe a little bit more expensive. And then I'm going to go to the tailgate. I'm going to wait for the ticket prices to drop because I guarantee you this, there's not going to be a single Raiders home game that's going to get sold out ever this season. It's not going to happen. And if you want to assure that, all right, I'm going to be able to go to the game, I'm going to be able to get a good price, download the Gametime app, create an account, use code CHATSPORTS. That link's going to be available to you all down in the comments, down in the description of today's show. That's what I would do if I planned on going to a Raiders game. Because if you get a good price ticket, maybe you won't be so upset when the Raiders lose. Coming up, who should start for the Raiders Week 11? Should it be Desmond Ridder? Should it be Gardner Minshew? So I know there's going to be a few people who are like, Mitch, we should start Carter Bradley. Pump the brakes. I don't think that starting Carter Bradley is the right thing to do. But on Monday, Antonio Pierce talked to the media a little bit earlier than what he usually does, and it's not surprising. You're fine. It's not surprising that AP was asked, hey, who's going to be the Raiders starting quarterback going forward? Pierce is going to take 24 to 48 hours to look at who the new offensive coordinator will be. It's probably going to be Scott Turner, especially since the Raiders just hired Norv. And then, should it be Desmond? Should it be Gardner Minshew? You can pick one to start right now. I don't know what Antonio Pierce is going to do. And I'm not going to sit up here and act like I do know what AP is going to do. All I can do a lot of times on the show is what I would do. And I'm going to give my personal recommendation. So if you could start Gardner Minshew, type GM. If you could start Desmond Ridder, type DR. Let me know down below because for me, I believe this. It's time to start Desmond Ridder. This is for Just Win, babies. Believe it, baby. And I'm going to tell you why that it's Desmond Ridder time. And I'll be real. I don't have a lot of confidence in Desmond Ridder. I don't think that anybody watching this show right now can confidently look at me and go, season is saved with Desmond Ridder. If anything, it's more of, I just don't believe in Gardner Minshew. And there's a part of me that wonders, can Gardner be better with Scott Turner? Can Gardner be better without Luke Getsy? Because you're seeing the worst version of Gardner Minshew with Getsy. But here's the truth. When Gardner Minshew steps out there on the field right now, I have never seen somebody with less confidence in himself. And honestly, I don't know how anybody that is a Raiders player right now can have any confidence in Gardner Minshew simply because he doesn't believe in himself. This is the point of the season where we need confidence. As a football team, as a coaching staff, you need to ooze confidence even if you don't believe it. And when Minshew's in that huddle right now, there's no confidence there. I don't know if Desmond's going to be able to bring more confidence, but I know this. Desmond's desperate. This is probably his last opportunity to get a shot in the NFL to start. And when desperate times, sometimes you get players that show up and play outside of their mind. I'll also say why it's Ridder time is this. Ridder offers more with his legs. And if the Raiders' offensive line is as banged up as what I think it could potentially be week 11, then we need a quarterback that can show some escapability. We were hoping that we'd see a little bit more, I think, out of Minshew's escapability, but we haven't seen it this season. I mean, think about the amount of times where the pocket collapses just a little bit, and Minshew almost does his best Derek Carr impression, and then he just crumbles and he goes right down. Ridder is a little bit more of an athlete. Yes, he needs to be able to control the fumbling. I mean, he already had a fumble this past week, but with his legs, I think that that's going to be able to open up the running game with Alexander Madison because Jackson Powers-Johnson, I believe, is going to be the starting center from here on out. That's going to help out the running game a little bit. But more realistically, the biggest reason is the Raiders need a fresh start. I'm not going to try to speak on behalf of the entire nation here, but I really do think that the Raiders need a fresh start. Do the Raiders have a better chance of winning with Desmond Ridder than they do Gardner Minshew? I actually don't know if it makes any difference. And some people might say, no, Mitch, we need the tank. I think that the Raiders are still not going to be that good of a football team, even if Desmond starts, even if Gardner Minshew starts. The other reason, though, why I believe that it's Ridder time is, if not now, then when would it even happen? You're in your bye week. And I know that Antonio Pierce said that he's probably going to give his players an entire week off, which I don't think is a smart thing to do considering where this team is, considering AP's job's on the line, considering that we just fired 3 coaches. But if you're not going to start Desmond Ridder when you fire an OC, bring in a new offensive guy in Norv Turner, going to name Scott Turner an OC, when you actually look at the way Turner has ran his past offenses, I do think that somebody like Desmond is actually a better fit than somebody like Gardner Minshew. Now, if you told me it was Gardner Minshew that played for the Colts last season, I'll take Gardner Minshew on the Colts last season. But that's not it. To me, you got to at least see what Desmond can do if you're Antonio Pierce, because if you keep rolling with Gardner, I don't think that you're going to have a job. And to at least say that you've tried all the options possible, I think that that's what AP's got to do. And then here's the other reason. Aiden O'Connell's not going to be back until week 13. When Aiden went down, he suffered a thumb injury against the Rams. They put him on IR, which means he's out at least 4 games. The injury was a 4 to 6 week injury, but when you're put on short-term IR, it's 4 games that you're out. So the first one was the Chiefs, then it was the Bengals. Now we have a bye week, then week 11, and then end up looking at week 12 are the 2 other games that he's going to be out, which then puts Aiden back on track to come back ready to go Black Friday football game against the Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead, which, hey, if we won last season, maybe we can win again, right? My point is, though, I want Aiden O'Connell to be the Raiders starting quarterback once he returns. Unless Desmond Ridder wins his next 2 starts, I think a lot of Raiders fans are a little bit more confident in AOC, and they want to be able to show this team that we're not totally giving up. We're in a very difficult situation right now as a Raider fan because I want them to have a better draft pick. But I also want the Raiders to be able to figure out a way to show that we got to be able to prove that either AP's the guy or AP's not the guy. And the way that you're going to be able to figure out if AP's the guy or not is you got to start switching some things around. If Antonio Pierce was really bad with Luke Getsy and Gardner Minshew, let's see what Antonio Pierce and this team looks like with Desmond Ridder and Scott Turner. Let's see what Antonio Pierce looks like with Aiden O'Connell and Scott Turner. The more and more different situations we look at, I think paints a better picture of figuring out what type of coach Antonio Pierce is, because if we do end up getting a quarterback next season, we got to make sure that we have a good head coach and we have a good play caller, because both of those things are extremely important for the future success of the Las Vegas Raiders. Oh, man, who should start at quarterback week 11 for the Raiders? Chuggs, do you agree? Oh, wow, wrong answers only. I mean, if that's the case, then Carter Bradley. Gardner Minshew.
Rich Gannon.
Rich Gannon's a very unhappy camper right now.
Carson Palmer.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Matt Flynn.
I mean, is this just going to turn into the name the most random past Raiders quarterback you can?
Matt Schaub.
Terrell Pryor.
Jimmy Garoppolo. David Carr.
Ooh, David Carr. I'll tell you this right now. I would love to cover a show with David Carr. I know David Carr hates me more than Derek. That I know.
Oh, he's a huge family guy.
David Carr's this.
Diamond?
He's an upside-down triangle.
He's a diamond in the sky.
No doubt about it. Some random NFL news that's happening right here. I see the Browns are releasing former Raider defensive tackle Quentin Jefferson.
And I actually have all the trades that have happened so far in the NFL, starting with this trade, and I can just roll through those on the bottom of the screen for you.
I like it a lot. Also, minor update here from Ian Rappaport. He says, while nothing has been agreed to or finalized, talks centered around Marshawn Lattimore have picked up over the last few hours. The Chiefs have been in it. The Commanders have made a hard push. And there are at least 2 other teams looking to get Marshawn Lattimore. I mean, I'm amazed all the time of how many teams just allow the Chiefs to just do what they do. Which,
I mean, they already got D-Hop.
Yeah. Brutal.
They already got D-Hop.
Which Hopkins, look, that catch he made last night, that throw that Mahomes made, which I'm not going to lie, did anybody else roll their eyes a little bit when, and I'm not saying that Mahomes didn't get hurt, but has there ever been a quarterback in recent history that I feel like looks like he suffers a big-time major injury, and then he's just totally okay?
Dude, Josh Allen, when he played the Texans, looked like an awful concussion and came back in like 2 seconds later.
Like, I almost wonder if Mahomes at times, like when he gets injured, acts like it's a lot worse than what it actually is, and then he's like, I'm good. Like, I'm totally fine. It's happened 3 or 4 times.
These are some great names. Jimmy Clausen, Dante Culpepper.
Oh, God. Jimmy Clausen. Jimmy Clausen stinks, dude. The other random name, Matt Flynn was bad.
I think I saw somebody say Jason Campbell in there.
Connor Cook. Y'all remember that? Connor Cook started the playoff game for the Raiders. Yikes.
Yeah.
I don't think Mahomes is a drama queen. I just think that when something like that happens, Mahomes is going to act a little bit more hurt, and then he goes out there and he still does his thing. Though, even if Mahomes had one leg, I don't think anybody would take it easy on Patrick Mahomes. Jim Plunkett, that's a hell of a name.
The trades that have happened today.
Yep.
Which, I don't know, this one's in wrong. The Lions sent a 5th-round pick to the Browns for Zadarius Smith. I don't know why it says the 5th-round pick there. But the Lions get Zadarius Smith. The Bengals are getting Khalil Herbert.
Well, the Lions sent a 5th to the Browns.
Yes.
Correct.
But I don't know why that was the highlighted.
I think it's just because we have a Brown show.
Yeah.
I honestly think that's the only reason.
Yeah. Khalil Herbert
went to the Bengals. That was kind of an interesting one.
He was a guy that was heavily rumored to the Raiders a ton because of Luke Getsy, but I guess with the firing of Luke Getsy, the ties didn't really matter anymore with Khalil Herbert, even though I think that's a steal. What, they sent a 7th-round pick?
Yep.
I think that's a steal.
I mean, I actually thought that Khalil Herbert could be a running back that the Raiders potentially look at. Also, this one's coming in from Schefter. Despite speculation, the Seahawks will not be trading DK Metcalf, which I think was kind of to be expected.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of trade rumors around wide receivers today just because of all the teams that are looking for wide receiver help. There will be a lot of attention around Jacoby. I don't know if the Raiders end up making a deal sending Jacoby away just because it does sound like that this team is still trying to win football games. Jason Campbell from Greg Wilton. That's a hell of a name right there. Trey Lance, Raiders quarterback of the future? No.
No.
Now it's not going to happen. I mean, maybe when Rich Scangarilla was there, but not anymore.
And see, like with the trade of Khalil Herbert, I wonder, why didn't the Cowboys not get in on that? They don't have a good running back room. A 7th for Khalil Herbert?
Yeah.
I feel like that's easy money.
I agree.
We do have some super chats to roll through.
I like it a lot.
And a reminder, I don't know if we got any takers for the duck race.
We do have a few people that decided to get in. So Isaac Hernandez, you're in, which twice. I love it. I see Finesse Lounge, you in. Ed Robbins, you in. Noah Santana, you in. Willie Pfister, in. DJ Brew, you in.
And all of you get 2 ducks.
And Philip Bogert, you in. So right now it would be a $20 Venmo to win $160 here on the show.
Also, you don't have to tell me who said what, but any shots that need to be taken.
That's true. I didn't even think about that. Let me see.
You don't have to say who sent what.
I'm looking. Red got one.
Red, okay.
I got this one. Red got one.
We're tied up.
Oh, man. I don't want sticky fingers. Red did get one. I see Finesse Lounge is in. Nope. So far, only one, and that was a red. So right now, 1-1 in the red to blue shots department, which I don't know how this one's going to end up going today. I'm a little bit curious to see how it goes. But so far, we have taken one red shot, and we have taken one blue shot.
$20 super chat or Venmo, and just let us know red or blue.
What was that
Which
red
shot?
flavor?
Strawberry.
It's good. It's I don't love vodka. I mean, I think that's the one good part about Jell-O shots, though, where it's like if you don't use a lot, like it'll hit you a little bit, but it takes a little bit. Jordan Schultz, the Saints have been seeking a day 2 draft pick in exchange for Marshawn Lattimore, and the belief is New Orleans should be able to get that today. Wow, multiple AFC teams are interested, plus the Commanders are interested. I mean, if the Washington Commanders can get Marshawn Lattimore, now I will say this, he is a little bit banged up right now, which maybe lowers his trade value overall, but definitely something to watch out for. Anthony Black, Ian. Mr. Black, Ian. Wow. This is a big one. It's a rather, we got a rather big one here, Chuggs. I'm gonna send you a quick message, and all they want is, hang on. Well, let me make sure of this. Yep. Well, one side has taken a bit of a lead. Now, here's the problem, right? Fair enough. Fair enough.
Now, does he want us to show it or just do the shots?
I mean, I am under the impression if I get something today and you give me the color, I'm going to just do this, but the question here relays, I don't know what to do.
What? Well, every 20 is a shot, so we got to take
Correct.
10.
That's a lot. Ryan Campbell! Bang! Well,
so 10 shots of
the red. We might need some more red. He said, I want all of it on red. All right. Fair enough. Which,
I'm going to need to go get some more.
yeah, go get a few more red guys in there. Which now means red has 11-1 lead. 11-1 lead for red. What I'm worried about is, like, I don't really taste. You can taste the vodka a little bit. Honestly, you did a really good job making these. Where you taste it a little bit, not too much. It's going to hit us. I feel like Jell-O shots hit me always like 3 hours after I do it. You know what I mean? Like, when you guys take Jell-O shots, or when you take a Jell-O shot, I feel like you don't feel it until it's like 2 hours, 3 hours down the road, and then you're just like, well, I did have 40 Jell-O shots today. Maybe that makes some sense. Oh, man. Depressed Raider fan says 7 more. Technically, 6 more. Chuggs did 2. I did 2. Right now, the MVP of today's show, man, Ryan Campbell. What's up, Soup Daddy? The Soup Daddy himself, Ryan Campbell. I will say this. If you guys do end up banging and you don't want us to put it up on screen, just tell me. Like, I'm not going to get upset about it. Believe me when I tell you that. We got a few more reds, Chuggs.
I only took 1, so I need to take 4 more.
Oh, you only took 1? All right, so whoever said 7 was right. I said that they were wrong. All right. Finger or tongue? What do you guys usually go with? I have a feeling my mouth is going to be very red today. I got 1 more. Wow, your tongue action that's hot. You want to do that up near the camera? That'll get some people going. That was sexy. I'm not going to lie. I apologize to everybody in advance that just had to watch that. I'm sure there's a few people that need to go use the restroom real quick. Oh, man. Christmas came early or what from hot? Yeah, you could say that. 11-1 lead. Uno Mas for Mr. Chuggs. That one's wet. That's barely Jell-O. Yeah, that one you could that's probably not very good. Do you taste it more when it's like that? I know what consistency it is, and I'm not going to say it. Let's just say that. It kind of looked like mucus. I'm not going to lie. Too early for drinks for me. I agree, Rebel. That's why we're doing Jell-O shots today. Mitch, if the Raiders lose 2 more games, it'd be what, 2-9, do you shut down Crosby? No. I mean, even if the Raiders are 2-14 in that last game, they're not going to shut down Crosby because Crosby's not going to want to be shut down. Like, the reason why I want the Raiders to bring back a guy like Robert Spillane is because, wait, there's a trade, and it just happened. Marshawn Lattimore to the Commanders. Done deal. What a big-time trade. Wow, Marshawn Lattimore heading to the Washington Commanders. I don't know what the trade details are yet, but Lattimore right now is a little bit banged up. And yes, it is officially official. Marshawn Lattimore going to the Commanders. So it was literally just reported that there was some interest around Lattimore. Multiple teams were showing some interest. They were looking for a day 2 pick. I don't know what it is. Yeah, as soon as we get the trade details on it, though, I'll be able to break it all down for you guys. But wow, I mean, hell of a move there for Washington. Good for the Commanders.
Good for them.
Honestly, good for the Commanders. Like, that's been a really rough franchise over the past few seasons. And right now they're, what, 7-2? You got to consider that they're the favorite in the NFC East.
Yeah.
Now they go out, they get a top corner in Marshawn. He is banged up. I don't know when he's expected to be back. But man, oh man, what a hell of a move right there. I like the fit with Dan Quinn from Vincenzo. I agree. Once we get the trade details, we'll let you know what they are, and then we can debate of who ended up winning that trade.
Trizzy reaction is he has his head down right now on his desk. He said it needed to be done.
Okay.
I think he just referred to the book Old Yeller.
What do you mean? Old Yeller.
Needed to be done.
Needed to happen, I guess. Kind of an interesting deal, though. Do you think that's the biggest trade we see today?
Might be.
You guys think that that's the biggest trade that we see today? Do you think Dak Prescott going to be traded next year? I'll be real. I think it depends who their next head coach is. I don't think that there's any way in hell Mike McCarthy is going to be the Cowboys' next head coach. And I've said before that I think maybe Ben Johnson would go to the Cowboys because it's the most intriguing job. But also, if you were Ben Johnson, would you want to go to Dallas considering how much of a shit show Jerry Jones is right now?
Yeah.
Like if you're Ben Johnson, you want to have full control over that team. And he will not have full control over that team.
I just got a Venmo for 2 blues.
2 blue skis.
They just said 2 blues.
2 blue skis. Take it down. So that now makes it 11-3 is the score.
You have I can take one of the blues.
Okay.
I don't have to take them all.
Well, I didn't know if it was like only for you.
I have the count 11-3, right?
I don't know if I like the blue as much.
Yeah.
I mean the Jell-O, honestly. The red is better. Oh, man.
11-3, $20 Venmo or Super Chat. Let us know what Jell-O shot you want us to take.
Red or the blue ski? How about this? To make it easier for me to track, let's go 10. Because I'm getting people that are sending 20s for the duck race, and I have to click in every time. And Venmo sometimes isn't loading correctly. So let's cut it in half.
10?
10.
Okay.
Just so I can track it better. And it's just, it has to be that way. It's the only way that I can do it. Because I'm already seeing right now it's hard to keep track of. 10 for the Jell-O. Jordan. But if somebody sends in a hundo, I'm not doing. If somebody sends in a hundo, I'm just going to do the Jell-O shot, no hands.
We'll do a couple, and then we'll just count it on the counter.
Sounds good. Because we don't have enough for all that. AP won't get fired. Let it go. I bet you 100 he will be our head coach next year from Jordan Lumpkin. I'll bet you $100 right now. Somebody take a screenshot of this. Jordan, I want you to add me on Venmo or else this deal's not going to count. Add me as a friend on Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. I will bet you $100 right now that Antonio Pierce is not the Raiders head coach next season. I will take that bet. So Jordan, add me as a friend on Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. And then when the season ends and AP's fired, I'll request my 100. If AP sticks around, I will send you $100. I'm saving this one because as far as I'm concerned, I'm putting that 100 in my pocket. Let's go to Maddie. Do you think if we are competitive over the next 8 games but don't win any games, that AP is safe in his job? UK Raider fan here. Well, bonjour. Thanks for watching over there. I don't think that if you go 0-8 but are competitive, you keep your job. Like, this isn't a soccer team where you get orange slices in the middle of a game and mom and dad hug you. If you're competitive for 8 games and you don't win any of those 8 games, you're still a shitty football team. The only way, in my opinion, that Antonio Pierce is back on the Raiders this season, or I guess next season, is if they win 4 games. And I'm not saying that you got to win more than that. I'm saying for AP to be back based on the information that has been given to me, which is why I am more than happy to take that $100 bet, they got to win 4 games. Now, maybe you beat the Saints, maybe you beat the Jags, maybe you run into another game here or there, but to be competitive and not win any games, is that actually even being competitive? Sir Chai, what's up, man? Raiders need to help beat the Chiefs by trading the fire sale. I guess I don't understand what you're saying here. Like,
oh, he's saying Raiders need to help beat the Chiefs by trading to other AFC teams to help them get better.
I mean, if the Raiders aren't going to make the playoffs, and quite frankly, I don't give a shit if the Chiefs win another Super Bowl. Like, to me, it doesn't do anything for me if they win a Super Bowl. If they don't, all I care about is if the Raiders win a Super Bowl or not. I know it sucks to say like Kansas City, and if it's in the Super Bowl, I'm not going to root for Kansas City, obviously. But, like, I'm not going to go out of my way to help other teams just so the Chiefs don't win. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, I don't want the Chiefs to win, but I'm not going to do something that hurts the Raiders just so the Chiefs don't win a Super Bowl. Like, that I'm not going to do. I care about the Raiders being better and the Raiders only. That's what I care about. Real talk. That's what I care about. We do finally have the trade details in here for Marshawn Lattimore, and it is a 3rd-round pick. So who do you guys think won that trade? The Saints get a 3rd. The Commanders get Marshawn Lattimore.
For an injured cornerback, I'm going to say the Saints actually won that because at this point, they're the same as the Raiders, right? 2-7 or 2-6 because they had a bye week?
Who?
The Saints.
They're 2-7, I believe.
Yeah. They're basically saying, we want to build for the future, and I think getting a 3rd for him with how injured he's been, I think that's a win for the Saints.
Yeah, they're 2-7 and have lost 7 straight games.
Yeah.
Have lost 7 straight. The only team that has lost more than that, the Raiders have lost 5 in a row. The Giants have lost 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Man, oh, man. I think both sides win it. I can make an argument that both sides end up winning that trade. I think it's a fair trade, but I agree. I'm surprised that the Saints got a 3rd. I was thinking for an injured corner it was going to be closer to a 4th. Let's go to Nick. What's up, man? Side note, Derek Carr became the first quarterback to lose to 31 teams. I just think it's funny for anyone chanting to bring Carr back. Yeah, I mean, this has probably been a stat that I'm going to say we've been sharing for probably, 6 months at this point, right? Like, as soon as the Raiders' schedule came out, we were talking about, that's a little bit too far, probably maybe 5 months, I guess, at this point. I don't know who recently put out this stat because I feel like we've been getting asked this or told this more recently. But yes, Derek Carr can become the first quarterback in NFL history to lose to all 32 teams if the Raiders beat the Saints this year.
This coaching staff would have been amazing in 2005. Which
he's not wrong. Tom Coughlin, Marvin Lewis, Norv Turner, Joe Philbin.
This coaching staff's winning a chip.
Bring back John Gruden, am I right? I mean, holy shit. 2005 coaching staff, this one hits hard. Noah, what's up, brother?
AP staying is okay if he has zero influence on the offense. I believe he has been a part of the reasons why we've been pushing the run game in the worst times. Tough.
I hear you. Also, Jeremy, I need to send you something here.
That's tough. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but also it's like he's your head coach, so he has to have some influence on the offense, right? Right?
Who?
AP. If he's the head coach, that means he has to be overseeing the entire operation. And if he has no influence whatsoever on the offense, is he really the head coach?
I mean, I agree with Chuggs here. Like, he's got to have some influence, right? That's like saying the CEO or COO of a company is not going to have influence on a certain department because that's not his specialty. He's the CEO, he's the COO. Like, you got to do that. I will say this, though. Antonio Pierce is going to have some say on what the offense does because he was the one that hired Luke Getsy. And if you don't believe me, you can go ask any other Raiders beat reporter. But Antonio Pierce had full autonomy to hire the entire coaching staff on the offensive side of the football. So I think because they've already given him that resource, and if I'm Mark Davis, if I'm the Raiders, you got to make AP have all the coaching decisions again on the offensive side of the football because you don't want to be put in the exact same situation this year. And I hate saying that because I know that everybody wants to tank or, wow, this trade's a lot more in depth than what I thought. Here's the full trade around Marshawn Lattimore, and then I'll get back to this here in a second. The Saints get a third, a fourth, and a sixth-round pick.
Yeah, Saints won that trade.
Washington gets Marshawn Lattimore.
And like a fifth or something?
And a fifth-round pick.
Yeah.
The Saints win that trade.
I think the Saints won that trade. Now, Washington, you could say for a little bit wins the trade because they're trying to win this season with Jaden Daniels.
Yep.
Kind of like what the Texans did last year with C.J. Stroud, and they feel like the NFC East, the Cowboys are bad, Giants are bad. If they can beat the Eagles, which they play them twice coming up at the end of the year, they can win the division this year.
I hear you. Also, though, back to Noah real quick. The reason why you want Antonio Pierce to prove that he can do it is because if you do actually want to bring him back next season, and there's a chance, like I'm not saying that it's impossible, but there is a chance that AP gets brought back. What you want to know, though, is can he build a good offensive staff? And it's tough to build a staff in a week. I get it. It's a bye week. But also, he hired Luke Getsy less than a week after, failing to get Cliff Kingsbury. I want to see that Antonio Pierce can be a good head coach. And part of the job of being a head coach is when you're in a bye week, when you're in certain situations like the Raiders are currently in right now, I want a head coach that shows me that he can get the most out of his team, that can make the right decisions, and show that we're going to come out of this bye a better team.
I see people arguing in the comments. Let us know. Who won the trade? Type S for Saints, C for Commanders. Who won the trade?
It's close, man.
I think it's still the Saints. Let me know. Who won the trade? Saints or Commanders? S for Saints, C for Commanders.
Yeah, after looking at that, I will say if I'm just looking at the trade and the trade alone, I will say that the Saints ended up winning.
I think the Saints won the trade.
We won a trade finally.
However, though, I think the Commanders probably look at that and go, I'm okay overpaying because we're trying to win right now.
Yeah. Ed, breaking news from Ian Rapp no more. Brad Johnson traded to the Raiders for conditional third-round pick.
Also, a Blueski.
2.
Yeah, we ended up switching it up, Ed, just because it was harder for me to track. So that makes it what? 11 to
5.
This one's getting close.
11 to 5. $10 Jell-O shots, just like at the College Baseball World Series.
It's just how we got the idea. Where if you guys have never seen the College World Series, every year, whatever 8 teams get in, they always do like a Jell-O shot competition. And right now it's 11 red to 5 blue. Somebody said, go get Derek Carr. No. Guys, you don't want Derek Carr, right? No way.
Steve L.
Bang! And Steve said, Mitch, put me on red. Which now this lead is getting a little bit bigger. All right, you know what? I'm going to pull a Jeremy Chuggs special here.
Oh, yeah.
That was great. Ugh. You can really tell when it hits the back of your throat how much alcohol you put in that. That one was hot. That one was a spicy one. That was a spicy
I might be
meatball.
walking into a joke myself with this one because I think a lot of people might say the team that I cover here at Chat Sports, besides the Raiders. But I want to know from you really quick. I'm going to go get us some more shots. The most overrated in the team, the most overrated team in the NFL through 9 weeks is
the
blank.
New York Jets, the Dallas Cowboys. Those are my answers. I don't think the Texans are overrated. I really don't. Yeah, they had a bad game this past week against the Jets. I get it. But they are also very banged up as well. I would say Jets and Cowboys. And I only say that because, now maybe it's because those are the two teams that we hear about the most, right? I would say if you looked at national media coverage, I would say Cowboys are the most covered team. The Jets are probably the next most covered team. Probably the Chiefs as well, but, they're 8-0. As far as I'm concerned, they deserve it. I would say that those are the most overrated teams. Somebody said the Pittsburgh Steelers from All Nation 69-75. Maybe the Vikings from Rusty Nail. I don't hate that one. The Dolphins are 2-6, so I don't see how they can be overrated. Eagles from Amador Gonzalez is an intriguing one. They're 6-2. Cincinnati at 4-5. The Broncos from K-Rock. I like that one. I don't think the Broncos are a very good football team, and yet they're 5-4? Oh, man. These Jell-O shots are going to be a bad idea in about an hour or two. I can already tell. It's going to be a bad idea in an hour or two. Ooh, boy. Chuggs is about to bring in just a shit ton of Jell-O shots. I appreciate that, good sir. I appreciate that, good sir. Yes, Red does have a 21-5 lead right now. It's kind of wild, man. Kind of wild. At some point, we will. We will have to. I know. They might. They might. The most overrated team in the NFL, I do think, might be the Cowboys. I said Cowboys or Jets, two most overrated teams in the NFL. Some people are saying Texans. Maybe. Chance! What would both of you consider a good day for the trade deadline? What's the bottom line for the best pick we can get for players we trade? I would say best case scenario for the Raiders today, if you're able to figure out a team that's willing to give you a 7th-round pick for Gardner Minshew, that's something that I would do because I don't think there's any way in hell Gardner's going to be back next season, which means you're just going to have to end up eating a lot of money at the end of the year because I don't think anybody trades for him even next season. Probably going to have to cut him. If the Raiders can get something for Andre James, probably just going to be a 7th-round pick as well because as far as I'm concerned, his days starting for the Raiders are over. It's JPJ's time at center. The player that I think gets the most in return is Jacoby Myers because of how many teams are interested in a wide receiver. But, I really don't know if the Raiders end up making a deal because 2-7 teams should sell. Though, this is a Raiders team right now that is trying to win so they can keep their jobs. I'm not saying that they're going to go over and above and beyond to try to bring in players because I don't think that that's going to happen. I think it's you got to stand pat, and that's probably what they're going to do to try to win. But if it was up to me, I would try to sell some players, even guys that I like a lot that are going to be free agents in 2025. You could even potentially bring back some of those dudes. Are you going to bring back Nate Hobbs? Are you going to bring back Divine Diablo, Robert Spillane, Marcus Epps, Malcolm Kuntz? We've brought up these names all the time. Adam Butler. If you're not planning on bringing some of those dudes back next season and they're going to hit the free agent market, there will be teams that at least offer you something for some of the names that I just threw out there and at least mentioned. Michael Mayer. I hope we get news on how soon Michael Mayer is going to be back. I saw somebody just say, what about Mayer? Nobody's going to trade for Mayer, I would say, because nobody knows exactly what that situation is. Dylan, I think Getsy taught AP how to use his headset. Are you saying because he didn't use it at all? Antonio Pierce, I know, shows some frustrations at times, and he is still learning how to be a head coach. But again, though, he's not somebody who does anything for X's and O's on offense or on the defensive side of the football. So if he's got his head set up, maybe it's not the end of the world there. If you don't know what today's deals are here on the Raiders Report, it is this. If you want us to do a shot of red or blue, you let us know. $10 Super Chat or $10 Venmo. And we're going to do an either red shot or a blue shot. Right now, Red's got a 21-5 lead. If you want to get in for a chance to win a little bit of money, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Right now, you would go home with $170. No, not that I see. All the names that I have are in the duck race, which the names that are in the duck race are Isaac Hernandez, Finesse Lounge, Ed Robbins, Noah Santana, Willie Pfister, DJ Brew, Philip Bogert, and then since all y'all got in multiple times, and then Anthony Black is in there as well. So it's 20 to win, $170 right now. If you do bang and you're somebody that wants to compete for our bang competition, all the bangs today are doubled. So Jamari and Steve Bell are tied right now with 6. Ryan Campbell's got 4 this month. Common, 3. Abjin, Suavemente, Matt Fluhey all have 1. Chuggs, I know that you just sat down and you're going to get some food in your belly. I'm going to let you eat, but I do have to pee probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I don't know if you pee when you eat Jell-O, how does it come out? Can you imagine if it came out like Jell-O? That would be the most horrifying thing in the world. What am I going to eat today? I don't know if I'm going to eat anything today. You got some tacos. We are live for the NFL trade deadline, and we're going to stay live for 2 hours and 42 minutes. But these are the type of shows that I need y'all to be able to ask some good questions, some hashtag Raiders, get the super chats a-flowing. Ed says it would be slime. Purple goo. True. It would be purple goo. Has anybody ever been on Nickelodeon? I had the opportunity to get slimed on when I was a kid, and I didn't do it. I was too afraid of the slime.
What?
My dad, to this day, gets so mad at me for that story. I don't remember, quite frankly. I just remember there's pictures of me at Nickelodeon. My dad tells me that we got asked to do it. Wow, big-time trade. Mike Williams to the Steelers. Done deal. Mike Williams, Steelers, officially official. The Pittsburgh Steelers have been looking to add a receiver for quite some time. There was names like Brandon Ayuk, Devontae Adams. As soon as the Raiders traded away Adams to the Jets, Rodgers said some things about Williams, and this has been a deal that's probably been in the works for quite some time in terms of the Jets trying to move on from Mike. But what a deal here. Mike Williams going to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it's a 5th-round pick. So Pittsburgh is sending a 5th to the Jets. The Jets are sending Mike Williams. I don't love that deal for the Steelers. Mike Williams doesn't really move the needle for me all that much. A 5th-rounder seems pretty good. I almost feel like the Steelers overpaid giving up a 5th to get him because now you could look at the injuries that some of the Jets have had, and maybe they don't want to trust Malachi Corley, but you're essentially giving up your 3rd receiver, somebody who was pretty obvious that you were going to try to trade away, and you get a 5th-round pick in return for him. I think that that's a win for the Jets. Maybe I'm wrong. Who do you guys think won that trade? The Jets or the Steelers? The deal just went down. The Jets are sending Mike Williams. The Steelers are sending a 5th-round pick. John says get slimed on. Pause. Very true. That might be the biggest pause. The mystery man says the Steelers. Jets won from Brutal Youngin. Armando Gonzalez said elk stew and making antelope jerky. I'm kind of with Chuggs. I don't know if I believe that. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard of. What are you eating right now? I'm eating elk stew. I'm going to make some antelope jerky later on today. I've never heard anybody say that, let alone in the same sentence. Really? People do that? That's crazy. Zoo Hunter says, I'm going to pop in some Uno's pizza in the oven. What is Uno's? There's a certain pizza that I'm thinking of right now. When I was a kid. Is it Uno's Pizza? Yes. Dude, this sounds gas right now. I would crush an Uno's Pizza right now. Absolutely crush it. What up, Al? Al Nation for the Godfather. Al Davis. Hashtag Bloomsburg. Are you saying you're from Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania? Shout out to the 570. Where are y'all from? What's your area code? I'm from the 570. And we actually, Chat Sports, we just hired another Northeastern Pennsylvania guy yesterday. We just added a few guys to the team. You'll probably see them. I don't know when exactly, but we did just add a few guys to our roster here. Pretty wild trade, man. I see the 559 Fresno. What's up, Fresno? From Ricardo. 717, which I love the name 717, is from 717. Math and Makeup, Kentucky. Robert Alvarez going to go the 915. Blue Richards, shout out to the 323. Where are you guys watching from right now? Jeremy Chuggs and I are live for the NFL trade deadline. I don't know if the Raiders are going to end up making a deal. We will see what ends up happening today. But there's been a lot of other deals that have gone down. Edgar Sosa, 530, Yuba City. I don't know how many times I've told this story to some people that watch the show, but the job that I had before I started working here at Chat Sports was I worked in New England for a company called C4 Analytics. I'm not going to lie, hated the job. But we did a lot of stuff for car companies. And I used to work for the car dealership doing helping them out with online marketing and stuff like that for Yuba City Honda. That was one of my clients. And I've never been to Yuba City. I know it's around the Sacramento area, but anytime I hear Yuba City, I just think of Yuba City Honda. Every time. What up, Shep? I live in Boise as a huge Raiders fan. What do you think of drafting Shedeur then trading back into the late first for Getsy? I think Genty's going to go way earlier in the first round than what people realize. And I know that running backs typically don't get drafted high, but special running backs do. Look at Saquon Barkley. Look at Ezekiel Elliott. Look at a Christian McCaffrey. To me, I think Getsy is, not saying he's going to be a top 10 pick, but I think he has the chance to be a top 10 pick. And quite frankly, if you're the Raiders, you're not going to trade back into round one when you still have so many other holes, so many other needs. You're not going to trade back into round one for a running back. If he ends up falling to the Raiders in the second round, then you can consider it. But to me, I'm looking at QB.
Yeah.
I'm looking at offensive line. We're going to need another receiver. It's just probably not going to happen.
Raider Nation, as much as the hype around Getsy is, I think most people would be very upset if the Raiders took a running back in round one this year.
I would be pissed. I'm telling you right now, I would be furious. Because, Jacobs is a good running back. And we saw when you don't have pieces around and you just try to add a running back, it doesn't make any sense.
I've also been looking at some draft prep, watching some, other content creators that do draft, talk draft experts whatsoever. Mm-hmm. Supposedly, this is going to be the best running back draft in the past 10 years.
Interesting.
You have Getsy. You have that kid from Iowa. I believe his name is it's Caleb something.
I have not looked at many running
Gordon.
backs.
You have the kid from Penn State. There's a guy from UCF that's apparently really good. There's a ton of really good running backs in this draft.
And I think that the NFL has shown you before that you can find good running back talent late in the draft because, again, it's more important to build the pieces around and then go get a running
Caleb
back.
Johnson, I'm being told, is his name. From Iowa.
I feel like if you go out and get Getsy, and I've said this before, it reminds me of the meme.
Both the Ohio State guys?
Judkins is good.
Yeah.
I think Judkins is one of the better running backs in the country. But, it reminds me, I don't know if it's a meme or if it's a picture, but if you go out and you get Getsy, okay? You go out, you get Getsy, that's like putting a Bugatti in a trailer park, where he is a unbelievable running back. And sure, you can have that Bugatti, but, I'm trying to build a home. I'm trying to build the best overall situation where I'd rather have a house. In order to get a house, that's the quarterback. And then if we have a nice car, which, you maybe get in the 4th or 5th round, I think that that's a better way to build your team instead of, let's just go get a running back and then figure it out from there, because if you don't have an offensive line, I don't care how good he is. He's not going to be able to do anything. What up, Miguel? Draft Cam Ward, trade back into the first for Travis Hunter. I think Travis Hunter is going to be a top 15 pick, top 10 pick. Like, you're not going to be able to draft Cam Ward, because if you draft Cam Ward, you're number 1 overall. I would say the only way that drafting Cam Ward and then also potentially getting a player this high like Travis Hunter is if the Raiders had the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
And whoever's picking 2 says, I'm going to give you an additional first-round pick.
Yeah.
And then we're going to swap 1 and 2.
I do think the Raiders should draft more skill positions after they get, a quarterback probably in the first round.
Mario's saying, shouldn't this be all based around who the offensive coordinator is? I mean, you're going to hire an OC before the draft.
But, I mean, I didn't even
and
think
good OCs build around their talent.
Andre's saying even more running backs. The guy from UNC, Dylan Sampson from Tennessee, supposedly pretty good. Going to be a good prospect this year. You're going to have a lot of options to build around whatever quarterback you draft in this year's draft.
I agree. I mean, it's got to be quarterback, and then we'll figure it out from there. And I'll be real, I haven't done a lot of research on running backs, so you're naming a lot of these guys. Like, I've heard of them. I wouldn't be able to do a show or break them all down. Quarterbacks is the biggest need right now for the Raiders. That's where I put all my attention. Where are you guys watching from right now? I'm going to go take a quick pee. I promise I'll be right freaking back. Miguel, if you want to type red or blue down in the comments section, that'll tell us what shot Jeremy and I have to take. So red or blue from Miguel.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. That is correct. You don't have to. But if you want to, you can play along with the game here.
And also, I got another Venmo if you want to pass me the shot. Yeah, the thing of shots.
The whole thing.
Well, just in case while you're gone. I don't know if you.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I don't want to make you rush back unless there's some breaking news.
Gotcha.
All right, Mitch is going to take a quick break. He's going to be right back. Here we go. And I just got 5 more for the Blues. So we got a close race. Miguel says red. Let's go. So we've got our counter. Pull it away a little bit. I'm just going to take 1 for each. Here we go. There we go. 1 for red. Oh, wow. Okay. Woo! There's our counter. The trades that have happened so far today, which also, let me know. We asked you the most overrated. Now, what's the most underrated team in the NFL right now? The trades that have happened today, the Browns are sending Zadarius Smith to the Lions for a 5th-round pick. Sorry, I didn't mean to. No spoilers. No spoilers. The Bengals, they get Khalil Herbert from the Chicago Bears. We also have the Cowboys making a move for a wide receiver. A 4th-round pick for Jonathan Mingo. A little bit surprising there. A little bit of an overpay, in my opinion, since Mike Williams went for a 5th. Marshawn Lattimore traded to the Commanders for a 3rd and a 4th. And then the most recent trade happening, Mike Williams for a 5th-round pick. So, let me know. The most underrated team in the NFL is the Falcons. That might be a good name. I like the Falcons as a name right there. The Cardinals, the Bengals, the Buccaneers. Let's see. The Bears, the Bills. I think Cardinals and Falcons are 2 good answers. I think the Falcons are really underrated. I think the Bucs as well. I mean, the Bucs took the Chiefs to overtime last night, so pretty good. Commanders from Jonathan. Raiders from Albert. Blake says Cardinals. Falcons definitely from Surf Life. Vikings from Grigsley. Chargers from Lance. Steelers from Austin. I hate to say Chargers, but Chargers from Jordan. Bucks, Rams are playing some good football right now from Lube. Eagles from Ray. Bucks for sure from Amador. Let me know most underrated team in the NFL. As we here at the Raiders Report, we're bringing you some live coverage from the NFL trade deadline. One of the sponsors of today's show is PrizePicks. Get started today with America's #1 daily fantasy sports app out there. If you're like, hey, I want to play daily fantasy sports and I want it made easy, well, PrizePicks, they're the place to be. All you got to do is choose 2 or more players, choose more or less on their projected stat types, and place your entry. It really is that simple. So get started today with PrizePicks. They have great deals like today, Taco Tuesday, where they have discounts on projections up to 25% to give you even more bang for your buck. Turn your sports knowledge into some cold, hard cash and get started with PrizePicks today. Basketball, hockey, any sport, MMA, any sport that you're looking at, PrizePicks has you covered. Get started today with America's #1 daily fantasy sports app in PrizePicks. Get started. Jose says every team but the Raiders. Seems like that right now. Seems like that right now. As we have 2.5 hours until the trade deadline, we are bringing you nonstop coverage until the clock hits 0, until those pumpkins are turned from chariots back into pumpkins when the clock strikes midnight. Ark, what is Pookie Wookie? I don't know. Man. I do not know. I would trade for Anthony Richardson. Really? I can't agree with that. He's been bad. He's been real bad. I don't know. Let me know. Name a player you want the Raiders to trade for. Go down in the comment section. Let me know a player you want the Raiders to trade for. I've watched Anthony Richardson twice this season. Dude cannot throw the football. So if you're trading for Anthony Richardson, he's not somebody that's going to immediately come in and be good for you. He's pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. If you're looking at it for upside and maybe they give him away for a 6th or 7th and you want to maybe develop him, I suppose. But I'm telling you right now, Anthony Richardson is cheeks. He's got a long way to go. AR-15 until the draft. I'm telling you guys, he's not good. He is not good. I would not. I would rather trade for Justin Fields than Anthony Richardson. Justin Fields is actually a competent quarterback. He makes a little bit of sense. I don't know if the Steelers are willing to give him up. Russell Wilson's played decently. Justin Fields is going to be a free agent after this season. Maybe they let him go, but also, if you're trading for Justin Fields, I mean, where does that put you in trying to get a quarterback this offseason? If you're trading for Justin Fields, that's saying you want Justin Fields to be the quarterback for this team moving forward past this year. Because more than likely, you'll win a couple games and kind of be out of that realm of getting a top quarterback in this year's draft. You'll have to trade up. Bijan, yeah, Taj Maj. No way the Falcons are trading Bijan Robinson. I'm sorry. There's no way that's happening right now, this season. There's no way they trade Bijan Robinson. I don't see him getting moved on from. No way. We do have a super chat coming in from Suavemente. Mitch, I know we're talking Raiders, but I heard the Dodgers are trying to get Soto. What are your thoughts on that? Also, you guys have a Dodgers channel. We do not have a Dodgers channel. I've been told by the Yankee fans in the office that Juan Soto should re-sign with the Yankees. I don't know if that's going to happen. Definitely going to be a hot commodity in MLB free agency. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'm not a huge MLB guy. I'm not a huge baseball fan, so I wouldn't be able to tell you who's the most likely to land Juan Soto. I mean, if the Dodgers, the payroll would be insane if the Dodgers signed Juan Soto. But I guess in baseball, there's no cap, so anything can, or soft cap. I don't know how.
No cap.
No cap. As the kids are saying, no cap.
No cap. All right, so I did lie. Not only did I pee, I had to grab just a bite of pizza.
Pizza.
A little old pizza, but needed something in my stomach. Yeah, I know this. Like, I agree with Chuggs, and it actually amazes me sometimes where I love sports. I love watching baseball. I love watching the playoffs. Like, I don't watch regular season baseball. I just don't have the time to do that. / wouldn't want to do it even if I had the time to do it. I really only know about the NFL and the Raiders, and outside of that, outside of any other sport, I don't know. Like, if you're going to talk basketball with me, probably not your guy. You want to talk baseball with me, probably not your guy. Juan Soto. No idea. I really don't. Noah, though, I know that you're a big-time Dodgers fan, man.
I mean,
do we have any Dodgers fans here?
That would be like, say your team wins the Super Bowl last season and you add DeAndre Hopkins.
I think Soto's much better than DeAndre Hopkins. I think Juan Soto would be like, in NFL terms,
it's like if they added Max Crosby.
I think that's fair.
If the Chiefs added Max Crosby.
Soto Dodgers. What do we think? We got a baseball guy here, Jack. Go for it. I don't know. I have no answer.
So it's hello Raider Nation. So the Dodgers will always be linked because they have money and they have the LA market.
Okay.
They'll always be linked to the big free agents.
Sure.
However, with the contracts that they have on the books right now, I don't really see it being that feasible. Also, I really do, like, if I were to give my prediction right now, it's between the two New York teams. I think it's the Mets or the Yankees. And my prediction is I think
That's embarrassing. I didn't know that.
My prediction is I think he's going to be a Met because what's going to happen
is I like it.
What's going to happen is Juan Soto has no loyalty to a team.
Okay.
He literally said right after the World Series that the door is open to any team for free agency. He has no loyalty to the Yankees. So what's going to end up happening is it's going to come down to a bidding war, and Steve Cohen is going to bid more for the Mets. So does he take maybe a tiny discount to stay on the Yankees? That could happen. But I think if it comes down to just a straight-up bidding war, it will be the Mets. That's my prediction.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Do you want to take a Jello shot?
I gotta stay with it.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, so there you go. Soto to the Giants. Somebody said no. I mean, I like the Mets prediction. I'm not gonna lie.
The Giants need a quarterback. They don't need an outfielder.
Also true. Also true. All right, man. We got 2 hours and 20 minutes to go here until the NFL trade deadline is done. Which, if any other big-time news happens, we'll be able to keep you guys up to date. Also, you'll see, like, on the bottom of the screen once in a while, up here, like, we'll kind of, like, cycle through some of the trades that ended up happening today. If you have any questions about some of the trades that happened, just let us know. We'll break it all down. Shep, I live in Boise as a huge Raider fan. What do you think about drafting Shedeur?
Oh, wait. I think
we already read that one.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're good. What about
He sent in another one. That's
Shep,
what I meant.
look, I know it's not a video game.
There we go.
But why not trade you're saying 3
6-round picks.
6-round picks for Justin Fields, Anthony Richardson, and Bryce Young. Respectfully, let them battle it out and then draft Travis Hunter.
I think the only way you do this...
I tell you what, you're creative. I'll give you that.
I think the only way you do this is if the Raiders get a deal with VH1 and make a show called Making the Team or something,
I like it.
And those 3 guys are followed around, and they have to live in the same house.
Yeah, I'm in.
Dude, do you know the ratings that would get?
And Antonio Pierce at the end has to do overnights with all 3 of them,
and then
meet their families.
And then have to give a rose to whoever's going to be the quarterback for next season.
I love it. I think we should let's lock it in. That sounds like a hit TV show.
Making the team.
Making the team.
They all have to live in the same room or in the same place like Big Brother.
And then they have to take out whoever the new OC is on dates. Just make sure that they have a nice time.
So what scheme do you like to run?
I'll say this. Are you a ground and pound or are you an air it out type of coach? I'll also say that you're not going to get all 3 of these guys for 6th-round picks. Like
the real QBs of Las Vegas.
Dude, that's unbelievable.
Big luck. That's hilarious.
The real QBs of Las Vegas. That's unbelievable. I would watch that show.
Justin
I'll tell you
Fields
this right
like,
now.
You how?
I would watch that show right now. You're not going to get a 6th-round pick for Justin Fields. It's going to cost you more than that. Like, I think if you're the Steelers, you would want more, and I think that he would actually get more. Richardson might be the only one that you might be able to get for a 6th because they've made it very well known that it's Joe Flacco from here on out. And, I mean, I think you could tell that Richardson's just not very good of a quarterback. And then Bryce Young was the number 1 overall pick, and because he was the number 1 overall pick, there would be a team that'd be willing to give up more than a 6 for Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at a Josh Rosen, a Sam Darnold, some of these other quarterbacks, hell, even Baker, I mean, some of those guys went for 2nds and 6th. So, like, it would cost more. I'll tell you this, though. It's a creative idea. I got to give you your flowers there. The shot counter today, if you do not know, not only is it the NFL trade deadline, I've heard that red and blue makes purple.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, we've taken 22 red shots and 13 blue shots. If you want us to take a red shot or a blue shot, $10 Super Chat or $10 Venmo. You just got to put in there what color you want us to take down. I don't think there's anything going on today. Is there?
I think it's just the NFL trade deadline.
I think it's just the NFL trade deadline. Yeah,
we have a ton of shots.
I can't think of another thing that's possibly going on today.
But if you do want to get in the duck race, I don't know if anybody else has gotten in. You can get in the duck race. You can tell us what color as well. That'll be 2 shots. Every 10 is another shot for whatever color that you want us to take a shot of.
If you just want to get in the duck race and the duck race alone to win some money, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365.
Yeah.
Right now it's $20 to win, $170.
Snow Hunter, that does mean purple puke.
True.
Didn't the Vikings have their edge rushers, the purple puke eaters or something like that?
The purple people eaters.
Oh.
The purple puke eaters would be intimidating, though.
Jay Raider.
I mean, if you just saw a bunch of
funny.
people, Jay Raider. Yep. You're not wrong, Jay Raider. You're not wrong. Beep boop, beep boop.
Do we have anybody else in for the duck race?
Honestly, nobody else has entered the duck race, which the last name that I got in is Anthony Black. I got Philip Bogert, DJ Brewer, Wesley Temple, Noah, Ed, Finesse, and Isaac. Those are the people that ended up getting in the duck race. So how about this, Chuggs? Let's answer some questions here. I want to get into some hashtag Raiders, and if you want to get on the show, hashtag Raiders, or you can skip the line, and you can do that with a super chat. John, what could the Raiders realistically get for Mad Max? I mean, the reason why a Max Crosby trade is never going to happen is because, one, what the Raiders would want. And I promise you this right now, based on the people that I've talked to, the Raiders would want at least 3 first-round picks and 2 Pro Bowl caliber type of players. And that's because of what Max means to the Las Vegas Raiders. It's also what Max means to Mark Davis. Also, Max knows that if he's a member of the Raiders for his entirety of his career, that he's going to set himself up outside of football, which, does Max want to win? Of course he does. But Max wants to be a Raider because he also knows that after football, it's going to benefit him a lot more. The problem, though, is there's not a single NFL team that's going to give you exactly what I just said. I would say if you called the Lions, because the Lions are probably the team now, they already made a trade today, so it's not going to happen for Za'Darius Smith. But let's say the Raiders called the Detroit Lions and go, hey, you can have Max Crosby. What's your first offer? I think the Lions would offer a first-round pick and then maybe a fourth-round pick for a guy like Crosby. And I know when I say that out loud that everybody's watching the show right now is going, oh, that's not enough, that's not enough. I agree that I don't think it's enough either because that first-round pick for Detroit, especially if Max goes there, you're looking at a pick in the late 20s, potentially 30s, right? And that's why a trade's never going to happen because, I mean, that'd be like you going, I have $50,000, I want to buy a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
Sure. Right? Like, I got $10,000, I want to buy a brand new 2025 car. Great. So do I. It's just, you're so far apart on the price and the asking, it's never going to come to an agreement, which is why it's just not going to happen.
The Cowboys memes today have been fantastic.
Nice. I mean, that's the truth. Grizz, is Shedeur as good as Jaden Daniels? I don't think so. I think Shedeur is a very accurate quarterback, and he's gotten better. Like, one of my knocks on Shedeur was, and you got to think about it from last season, right? The Colorado Buffaloes were 4-8. And we're talking about a kid going potentially number 1 overall. Talking about a quarterback going in the first round. Like, there's not another quarterback. If his name wasn't Shedeur Sanders, we wouldn't talk about him the way that we do. Now, I will admit, he's been much better this season. He looks like a really good quarterback, and he looks like a QB that I do think deserves to go in the first round. But as good as Jaden Daniels, no. I think for a lot of people know how high I am on Jaden. I'll say Cam Ward can be just as good as Jaden Daniels. But that's because that's the way I've thought about Cam Ward for a long time. It's also going to come down to destination, landing spot for a lot of these young guys. I'll admit I did not think that Jaden would be as good as what he is right now. I didn't think he'd be as good as what the offense looks with Cliff. But am I going to say Shedeur is going to be as good as Jaden? No, that's a little bit of a stretch there for me. Mario, what's up, man? Who do you still keep on defense for next year? Any defensive prospects for next year's draft? For me right now, you got to think about the players that are about to be free agents. The players that are about to be free agents, and I've said this, I feel like a million times, Malcolm Kuntz, Robert Spillane, Divine Diablo, you got Adam Butler, you got Nate Hobbs, Malcolm Kuntz. If it was up to me, I would try to bring back Robert Spillane just because there's not many guys that have that Max Crosby mentality. And if the Raiders are going to try to build this thing the right way, I do think that you need as many of those type of players as you possibly can have in your locker room. You should try to figure out a way to bring Nate Hobbs, though we'll see what the injury is. And Nate Hobbs has struggled with injuries his entire career, so I don't think that if you're going to offer him a big extension, I don't think that you should give him all that much because he's got to prove that he can stay healthy. But Trevon Merrick is a player that I would try to bring back because you lost Marcus Epps. He's a good free safety, only 25 years old. I would try to bring back Adam Butler, but I don't know if the Raiders are going to bring back Butler. Like, if you can bring back Butler and keep him with Christian Wilkins, I think that that's a good overall duo. Can't get right. What's up, man? Ivan, I just turned you guys on. Giggity. Is that the only hire we have? Yes, so far the only hire that the Raiders have made today is they went out and they got Norv Turner. He's going to be a consultant because his son, Scott, it's not officially official yet, but he will be the new play caller.
Oh, Nepo babies, Nepo dad, Norv Turner?
I mean, maybe. He's been out of the NFL since 2019.
I don't know if
he does have a good relationship, though, with Mark.
It's starting to make me wonder if the Raiders are running a football team or a retirement home. You've got Norv Turner, Marvin Lewis, Tom Cough, puts the cough in Coughlin, all just hobbling around the Raiders practice facility.
Joe Philbin.
The amount of cream of wheat and tapioca pudding that's at the Raiders facility right now is astronomical.
It's outlandish.
Jacob, if Bryce Young gets on a bit of a, I don't even know what that means.
I'm going to look it up.
Trimbalone. He will be a top 10 QB. That boy, what's a Trimbalone?
Trenbolone, you spelled it wrong. It's Tren. Is that an O or an A? It's Bolone.
Oh, yeah, he put an A.
Trenbolone is an anabolic steroid of the Nandrolone Group, which itself was never marketed. Trenbolone, all right, it almost sounds, wow, okay. It almost sounds like it is a steroid that you would give like, maybe I'm wrong on this, but almost like a steroid you would give like a horse.
So like in the movie Dodgeball.
Well, that's a beaver tranquilizer.
A beaver tranquilizer.
I swear to God on my grandfather's grave, I went to high school with a kid who he was a farmer and he took calf steroids, so steroids that you would give a baby cow. And I'm not going to lie, I know he's not watching the show, I'm not going to mention him by name, it destroyed his heart. It made his heart grow too big because this might surprise you. A person is a lot smaller than a cow.
Yeah.
Though he did get really strong for a whole year, and then he couldn't play football anymore.
Yeah.
That's a true story. I swear to God.
Will Pat Graham be here next year? I don't know. He's probably done with everything going on this season. I mean, I bet you the Raiders serve dinner at 4 o'clock.
Serving dinner at 4 o'clock, and you can get it as a solid or you can get it in a smoothie.
Yeah, the number one restaurant that Raiders coaches go to is 100% Luby's.
I was going to say Cracker Barrel. I actually don't even know what you just said.
You don't know what Luby's is?
No.
Is that only a South thing? Luby's? South Midwest?
Luby's.
Dude, the Luann special at Luby's goes hard.
Luby's.
Luby's.
There's not a better. Is that a last name or that was the best name that they could come up with?
No, that's a restaurant. My grandma used to take me to Luby's all the time.
Luby's.
Luby's.
How do you spell it?
Luby. Apostrophe S.
Luby's? Dude, there's got to be a better name.
Will Patrick Graham be here next year?
I think it comes down to who the head coach is, where if the Raiders hire a guy like Ben Johnson, he's probably going to bring in his whole new staff, defense, offense, quite frankly, and I would trust it, to be able to do that. If the Raiders keep Antonio Pierce, I think that they end up keeping Patrick Graham. If the Raiders hire a guy like Mike Vrabel, which I would say is probably the most likely candidate to be the Raiders head coach next season, if you were to ask me who do I think is more likely to be the Raiders head coach next season, Mike Vrabel or Antonio Pierce, I think I would say Mike Vrabel based off what I've received. It might also come down to, does Patrick Graham want to stay? Like, does Patrick Graham get a better job opportunity? I mean, this was a guy that was getting head coaching looks last season, and I don't know if he's going to get a head coaching look again this offseason, but there will be teams that would come calling. But at the same time, if I'm Patrick Graham, I don't want my season or my reputation to end with this football team because of how many injuries they've had. I know Patrick Graham can be a good coach.
Yeah. And
I know that with a healthy defense, with a good defense, PG can be solid. The other thing that's hurting Patrick Graham in the numbers right now are how bad this offense is.
I bet you Marshall. You know what Luby's is, right?
Luby's. I've never heard of Luby's.
Is it only like a southern?
That's what I don't know.
Luby's.
There's only, I think, a couple
Is it better than Cracker Barrel?
Not even the same type of restaurant. This is like cafeteria, lunch line food that you go with your grandma. And
Yes.
You hop on, you get great Jello.
Oh, the Jello at the end was great.
I'm gonna have to try this out. Luby's.
Dude.
If you walk in there and you don't have somebody over the age of 50,
People probably look at you weird.
okay. We gotta go then.
Also,
We gotta go.
mac and cheese from Luby's. I don't know if it's just my memory, dude. The Luby's mac and cheese always hit. Always hit. Okay, Michael, if PG is gone next year, do you call Saleh for DC?
Could be somebody that you pick up the phone and give a holler to. Me personally, I think Saleh, and if I'm Robert Saleh, I probably just stay with the Green Bay Packers because the New York Jets are going to pay Saleh. It's something crazy, but they're paying him for the next 2 to 3 years, okay? And if I'm Saleh, if you could get paid like a head coach and not really do all that much, would you consider doing it? Now, you could also say, well, if you can also get paid as a defensive coordinator, maybe he takes that opportunity. The reason why that I say that I think that he stays with the Green Bay Packers is not only is he working for free right now in Green Bay, but he's also working with his best friend. Like, literally the best man in his wedding was, who's the Packers head coach name? Jesus goodness. Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur and Saleh
You're out, LaFleur.
were like groomsmen, best men in each other's wedding. Like, you get paid like a head coach, you just hang out in Green Bay. I think if he were to go to a team, it would have to be a good destination. And I don't know if the Raiders are a good destination. Maybe Saleh wants to go back to San Francisco. I think like he would take that job before taking a job with the Las Vegas
Go back
Raiders.
to his roots.
Sure. Yeah.
I think the 3 top teams to look at for Saleh would be the Packers, the Niners, and the Texans, just because of the ties.
Of the ties. We got a few people getting in the duck race here. We got Eric Wertman. Shout out to the 570. You in? I see Steve L. You in? And then Justin Gilbert is in. 20 to win.
Any shots?
No shots.
No shots.
I've seen people, they're a little bit hesitant on the red and blue shots, which it's all good. You don't. Today's a weird day. DeMonkey, who should we get for wide receiver 1 next season? Oh, man. Well, random, but the Cowboys just released cornerback Andrew Booth, who they traded for last season.
Yeah.
That was what, Clemson corner? Andrew Booth?
Yep.
Clemson corner. He just got released by the Dallas Cowboys right here, which means they were probably trying to trade him. They didn't get anything in return, so they just decided to move on. The number 1 receiver next year for the Raiders, it's a great question. I think it comes down to who you get at quarterback and who your offensive coordinator is.
Robert, yes, if you send in 40, you do get 2 entries to the duck race.
Correct. Like if for example, if the Raiders find a very air-it-out, pass-happy type of offensive coordinator, like that's going to change what type of receiver that I want them to get, right? Like I think Jacoby is a really good receiver, but if I had to air it out and I need a speedster, I'm not going to go out and get Jacoby Myers. It doesn't really quite fit the offense. Now, Myers is a great number 2, and he's hopefully is the number 2 next season, but you already have a wide receiver 1. He just plays tight end for you. His name is Brock Bowers. What's up, Dorian? Appreciate the question, my man.
You think going into next year, he'll be the top target, though?
Probably. The only other receiver that I know that the Raiders like a lot, if the Raiders keep Antonio Pierce, I'm going to say T. Higgins. T. Higgins has been a name that's been brought up to me multiple times by very important decision makers, and T. Higgins is somebody that's on the Raiders' radar. Now, it's not going to happen this year because we're not trying to win right now, but T. Higgins is not going to get paid by Cincinnati. Not going to happen. They got to pay Jamar Chase, which means Higgins is going to hit the open market next season or next offseason. The Raiders are a team that like T. Higgins. They like his mentality. They like his physicality. They like his skill set. I don't know what you're going to have to pay him. Like, what do you think Higgins gets? 26, 27 a year?
It's kind of tough because he's kind of had, for this season, I know he was inactive this past game.
Yep.
But I don't know if him waiting has helped or hurt his stock. And
I'm kind of with you.
I don't know. It's also weird, and it's so funny because it has no effect on T. Higgins at all.
Yep.
But I feel like in the NFL, when guys get paid and teams look at them and they're not performing up to that level, then people are very hesitant. Like, I feel like with running backs,
sure,
it was Gurley got the big contract and Zeke got a contract, and they both flamed out. So every team was like, we're not going to pay running backs. We're not going to pay them. This past offseason, a bunch of wide receivers got paid. Tyreek Hill got paid. Devontae got paid. A.J. Brown got paid.
Ayuk
got paid. And all those guys have gotten injured / haven't performed up to their CeeDee Lamb got paid, and they haven't really performed to that contract. So I wonder if teams are going to be like, whoa, we don't need to pay wide receivers that much.
The market goes into it. Who's looking, who's buying. All that stuff's important.
I feel like the only position that's kind of immune to is quarterback, because no matter what, you need a quarterback.
Yeah.
But all other positions, I feel like it ebbs and flows with however the top guys are doing and performing on their contracts, the rest will kind of follow up into the suit. Or if they don't perform, the market will kind of go down.
Yeah. I think also if you're the Raiders here, and yes, they do have a lot of money to be able to spend, no doubt about it. But also, you got to get your quarterback. And again, it depends who your QB is. So this question is a little bit of a difficult one to answer. But, there's also a lot of really good talent in this year's draft, I think, from the wide receiver position. So could you just draft a receiver, okay, not pay him a lot of money, draft a good receiver, let's say in the 3rd round, because now you have 2 third-round picks. You use the Devontae Adams pick, go get a receiver. Because then if you pair a 3rd-round receiver that you expect can be solid, and you pair that with Jacoby and Brock Bowers, I still think that that's like a good trio of receivers that you could use on top of maybe they use Trey Tucker a little bit more. That's somebody I think that's going to try to get involved in the offense. But, like, to go out and spend big money, I would rather, if you're going to go out and spend $27 million per year on a player, which I think that's kind of where T. Higgins sits, like, I would rather you use a lot of that money and build an offensive line. Like, help us go get a left tackle. Help us go get another interior lineman. Help us go get and try to replace some of these players on defense, because we're going to be down and out a lot, and I mean a lot.
Yeah.
If we don't bring back some of our players. Also, yeah, I mean, I would say Vic Tafer just said that the Raiders called about Mike Williams, but that was back during the Devontae Adams trade, so nothing really new there on that front. We do have less than 2 hours until the NFL trade deadline is over and done with. Robert McEachern, hopefully I pronounced that right. Robert, you in? And he's got 2 of them. Robert is in 20 right now to win $220.
Any shots?
No shots. No shots. What up, Darian? Who should we bring back next year, and for how much do they deserve if we can't bring in Ben Johnson? Who are some OC candidates for next quarterback? Love y'all. I have a list of names.
I might have it.
Yeah, so you might have it moved over.
Already moved.
I think it. So you're saying OC candidates for next season. Again, it's going to come down to who the head coach is. If you keep Antonio Pierce, I have a list of names that I think the Raiders could potentially look at in terms of bringing those guys in to be OCs. I did also do a video, which probably came out last week, about some of the top head coaching candidates that I think that the Raiders could look at. Some of the top head coaches were Mike Vrabel, Ben Johnson.
I think I do have that.
The other name that I would want is Zach Robinson. I think Robinson is a very intriguing player for me. And very intriguing coach for me.
Here we go. Here are your top 5.
So here's where the just fix the title, I guess, on it. The top head coaches. Now, this was based on the information I received. It's also based on what I want. I know you're asking about OC, so I'll talk about this. If you could bring in that list 10 of the OCs, that'd be great. Now, the reason why you're looking at what you're looking at, again, this is a blend of what I want / what I think that the Raiders would end up doing. The reason why Bill Belichick is being shown right now is because he's got ties to Tom Brady. He does have a good relationship with Mark Davis, and there is a chance that Belichick could be coaching the Raiders next season if he wanted to. Like, the job offer, if AP's not going to come back, will be on the table. Now, I like Bobby Slovic, and I like Zach Robinson. Zach Robinson is personally the guy that I like a little bit more. He comes from the Sean McVay tree, young offensive-minded guy. I think he's done a really good job with Atlanta. He's done a really solid job with Kirk Cousins in that offense, doing a good job of, like, using his pieces correctly. Bijan Robinson's done well this season. Kyle Pitts has done well. Drake London. And I even think Kirk Cousins played some of the best football, that he's played in this season, or that he's played in his career. I have Mike Vrabel at number 2 because I would say the most likely candidate to be hired next season for the Raiders is Mike Vrabel, based on his relationship with Tom Brady and based on his connections with this team. And then the guy that I want the most is Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson is the number 1 candidate out there. And whoever has the most money, whoever has the best draft picks, whoever has the best job opening, Ben Johnson will go to. And I'm hoping that ends up being the Las Vegas Raiders, because I'll tell you this, if the Raiders get Ben Johnson, I legitimately think that if we get a top quarterback like a Cam Ward, like a Shedeur Sanders, we turn into a team very close to a team like the Washington Commanders, because that's how big of a difference a guy like that can make. If you want to look at some other OC candidates for 2025, here are some other names that I'll throw out there. Now, this is based on more or less like if the Raiders decide to keep Pierce and you're going to bring in an OC and you're going to give control. These are just some of the names that I would throw out there where I would say Clay Kubiak would be a big-time name to look at. Tanner Estrand, the pass game coordinator for Detroit. Joe Bleemeyer has been somebody that's been on the Raiders' radar for a little bit. I don't think Brian Dable is going to end up being on this list. I made this list probably about 6 weeks ago at this point because I knew Getsy was going to get fired. And it does sound like the Giants could potentially stick with Dable. But somebody like, Nate Schulhouse, the offensive assistant for the Rams, Maybe Aubrey Pleasant, the pass game coordinator for the Rams. Gerard Johnson, the quarterback coach for the Texans. It will really, really come down to who the Raiders think that they can get at QB, because you got to pair a good OC with the right quarterback. And we saw it this season, and it was also proved, I think, with Cliff Kingsbury and somebody like Jaden Daniels. Super Chat time, which I believe this one is coming in from Raiders for Life. What do you think about Mike McCarthy as OC / assistant head coach behind AP for next season? I was just going to say this. I don't know if there would be a combination that I think I would dislike more. Mike McCarthy, he's right now in a little bit of a rough situation. I'm not going to lie to y'all. And I think he's got to deal with Jerry Jones. But at the same time, I don't want a head coach like Mike McCarthy to work with Antonio Pierce. I think it's just going to be too many cooks in the kitchen. One of the biggest reasons why I want to clear house and want to move on from AP is because he hasn't shown me that he can manage games well. He hasn't shown me that the Raiders have improved in any way, stretch of the imagination. And I need somebody that can take charge, and I need somebody that shows that, all right, this team's going to play hard for all 4 quarters and shows that they have an identity. The Raiders don't have an identity right now, and the Cowboys don't have an identity right now. And I think that falls on the shoulders of both of those guys. You could also say it falls on the shoulders of the owners a little bit as well. We got a shout out to our sponsor here, Gametime, the last-minute tickets, the lowest price guaranteed, views from your seats. Shout out to Gametime for sponsoring the Raiders Report. And if anybody plans on going to a Raiders game, if anybody plans on going to Las Vegas, then I need you to download the Gametime app, create an account, use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply again. Create an account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, that's CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download Gametime today. What time is it? It's game time. If you do download Gametime, I recommend checking out the Gametime picks. It's going to make it easier for you to save money and get the perfect seat for you no matter what event that you're planning on going to. I also love the all-in pricing. Anytime I use Gametime and I look at ticket prices, I look at the all-in pricing to make sure that I am getting a great deal. If you were to go to a grocery store, you buy a gallon of milk for $6 or $3, and you go to checkout and it's $6, you'd be like, what the heck changed? That happens with other ticketing apps out there. It's not going to happen with Gametime if you use the all-in price. So download the Gametime app, create an account, redeem code CHATSPORTS. Obviously, terms apply. Download the Gametime app, create an account, redeem code CHATSPORTS at CHATSPORTS. That link's going to be available to y'all down in the comments, down in the description of today's show. Let's go to Lance. Is there an upside to getting Shedeur, and assuming Dion comes along in some capacity, maybe our DC, the judge is his hero? Dion's not coming to the Raiders. Quite frankly, I think the only way Dion leaves college football right now is if the Dallas Cowboys make him the head coach.
And then Shedeur would be their quarterback.
Correct. Like, if Dion goes to a team, Shedeur's not going to play for another team. I will say that, do I think Dion can be a good coach in the NFL? Realistically, no, I don't think so. I think Dion's whole shtick is like, I can help you get to the league. I think he's better for coaching younger kids because the way he handles his business, I don't know if it would go over well with some NFL pros.
I'm not saying he's even the same level or in the same stratosphere, but it kind of reminds me of like the Nick Saban of like, college was great because his whole thing was, I get you ready to go to the league. Once you're in the league, that doesn't work because you're like, I'm getting paid more than you are.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong.
And Lance, let us know.
Red or blue?
Red or blue?
Red or blue, Mr. Lance. Which, what's the lead? It's what? Reds up 22-13. 22-13, Reds up. Kind of wild. Which, we got a few more. We have a lot more. How many shots do you think you made today?
About 100.
That's crazy. That's pretty wild. 100 shots. I know. I got here at probably about 8 in the morning, and I get here, and Chuggs has just got all this Jell-O. He looked like a mad scientist out there. Pouring it into different. The hardest part was putting the lids on.
Oh, dude.
Stacking them in the fridge. That was a pain.
The lid. Lid. But no, yeah. Let us know, Lance.
Mr. Lance.
Or don't. It's up to you.
Bacillo.
Search high. Come on, Texans. Please traffic Colton Miller or Andre James. I think you meant trade.
I think you mean trade. At least I hope. Because I hate that I'm even laughing at that, but They're like, all right, all we want is Colton Miller and Andre James, and he's just going to work. They're just going to work outside.
Beep, beep, beep.
Trafficking
beep.
down. We're just bringing them in, taking them out.
I did see a funny video of somebody getting out of traffic like after a football game, and they wore just like a vest that they got from like Walmart, and they were like holding up traffic to let their buddies through, and then once their buddies got into the lane, they hopped in the car, and all you hear in the background is hell no.
Which I mean I've done that before, not at a game.
Oh, okay. Lance being a man of the people, he said one for each.
Which one do you want?
I'm
not gonna look.
I'll give you this one.
All right. I'm not gonna lie. I do like the red ones more.
I know you do. We all know you do.
The flavor's better.
Uh-huh.
What's the blue? Blueberry?
I think it is blueberry. Blueberry. So that means each one gets one more, so it's now 23-14. Hey, a true independent. That's what. Did you see my shirt today?
Purple?
Yeah.
Or a little bit of red, a little bit of blue. It's almost as good as Teach. Teach wore a freaking suit today.
This is my shirt today, Mitch.
Tommy Bahama.
You see it?
Right wing, left wing, independent. All right, that's funny. That's a good shirt. That's a good shirt.
Do you want to do the duck race at 1:30?
All right, yeah, I'm in. And if you guys want, we'll do another duck race after that. Though maybe we'll do a big pot duck race. Or we'll do a 10.
Ah, delicious.
The Patriots have made it known that KJ Osborne is available.
Blue Richard says a little bit of blue is always a good thing.
Yikes.
A little bit of Monica in my life. A little bit of Santana on that now. Noah Santana. Who would you say are the pillars on the Raiders right now?
I mean, Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins, Brock Bowers, Jackson Powers Johnson. When I think of pillars, I think of 4.
AJ Cole.
Great player. Probably, I mean, he might be an all-pro again. If you told me I could only build around 4 players on the Raiders right now, around only 4 players, I would build around the 4 players that I just mentioned. Somebody goes, what about Robert Spillane? I love Robert Spillane. I do. But I would take Christian Wilkins, Max Crosby over Spillane. And then I would still want 2 people on the offensive side of the football. And I think Bowers and JPJ have shown this season that they're legit.
Hasbulla says Jacorian Bennett, question mark?
I think Jacorian's done a hell of a job this season. Phenomenal player. I mean, if I could just pick every single player that I just want to bring back, then sure, Jacorian, Robert Spillane, like it's going to be a laundry list of names.
Would that make him a pillar?
I mean, what's a pillar? A pillar to me is 4.
I think a pillar is something that holds you up.
Sure, but I mean, like, how many pillars do you get?
I didn't go to school to be an architect.
I think it's 4 pillars. That's the foundation of a house.
Whenever I was in elementary school, we had the 5 pillars that we had to go by, which was responsibility. And I think they were all R's.
Dodge, dip, dive, duck, and
No,
dodge.
they were all R's. It was like respect, responsibility. Oh, no, they weren't R's because one of them was trustworthy.
It's got an R in it.
There were 5 pillars.
Obviously, Chuggs really stuck proud to these pillars.
Yeah.
I think they all began with an R. Trustworthy. That's awesome. That's actually hilarious. I'm not going to lie.
Dylan, can you break down why Ben Johnson, besides just play calling, everyone said McDaniels was hired for his play calling, not comparing the two, just want to know. Good question.
It's a great question. I'll say this. Why Ben Johnson? Ben Johnson has shown for the past two years, I'd say, with the Detroit Lions, 3 years technically, but like the last 2 years really, that he's young, creative, and every week seems like comes up with a perfect scheme. Like they've done it the right job as well, where the way that I want the Raiders to build their team, it's kind of the same way that I want, it's the same way that the Lions built their team. you build from the inside out. You win in the trenches. First, you got to win in the trenches. Got to win in the offensive line. Got to win on the defensive line. The Lions do that better than just about anybody. I mean, the stats prove, like, teams that play the Lions and then they play a different team the following week, not a single team has won the following week after playing the Lions. Like, they beat the shit out of you. And I do think that goes with having a head coach like Dan Campbell. And I know a lot of people are like, well, Mitch, if we stick with AP, he can be a Dan Campbell. The Lions at least made steps forward in the right direction. The Raiders have not shown me that they've gotten any better. In fact, I feel like that they've only gotten worse under Antonio Pierce. The other problem, though, is like Ben Johnson is coming up with new creative, fun plays that the NFL has never seen before. Josh McDaniels had a fun and exciting offense with Tom Brady, but only with Tom Brady, and was bad with basically almost everybody else. There was at times where I thought Mac Jones looked decent back in 2021 with McDaniels, but like McDaniels can be an offensive coordinator in the NFL. I don't think that. Like I think that he can be. And it's tough to be a coordinator and then become a head coach because it's just a totally different, responsibility. It's like being an aunt compared to being a parent, right? There's a lot of responsibility, but it's not quite the same. The reason why I am so out on Josh McDaniels was because he wasn't a leader of men, and I knew that people weren't going to rally behind him because he had the mentality of, it's my way or the highway, I'm smarter than you, and I just knew that it's just not going to work. When it comes to Johnson, it sounds like he's a very well-respected coach. He might have a little bit of that I'm smarter than you mentality, but he's been able to prove that most of the time he is smarter than you, and he's been able to make corrections, and that's the guy that I want. That's the guy that we need, quite frankly. Caleb, taking Dad to the Arrowhead game this month. Dude, you better represent, man. That's a ballsy game to go to, I'm not going to lie. But at the same time, if you went to a Chiefs game in Arrowhead and the Raiders win, I mean, is there a better feeling when you're walking out of that stadium? The amount of trash talk that you're able to get away with, that's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Big Luck said, did someone say party?
Oh, yeah.
I've been down to party all day today, Big Luck.
We have about 100 Jell-O shots that are waiting to be taken.
I'm not going to lie. I don't know if I feel any of them yet. I'm worried that Jell-O shots, I feel like creep up on you. And then all of a sudden, wham, it hits you. Taking your dad, that's sick.
Jarrett, Jarrett, if you want us to take one, just let us know. Why don't we take Alex McGraw from the USFL last year and give him a shot? Maybe he turns into a Kurt Warner. It's hard because the USFL... It's
two totally different times. Where back then, I actually do think that there was times where the amount of scouting, the amount of reports, the amount of players that could go under the radar like a Kurt Warner and then be discovered and end up being a great player, I do think just because of technology and, just it's how it was a long time ago, things like that went under the radar. In today's day and age, I just don't think that that's possible with the amount of scouting, the amount of, resources that people have. If you're playing in the USFL, there's probably a reason you're playing in the USFL. Yeah. I would say that you look at the MVP from is it the UFL or USFL? Is Adrian Martinez?
Yeah.
He wasn't even good enough to make an NFL roster, let alone a practice squad. So, I think comparing the two, you're hoping for a little bit too much. Alex McGraw or Carter Bradley. Carter Bradley's a more talented quarterback.
Yeah.
It's just you're not going to – it's a lot easier to keep up with friends now on social media than it was 30 years ago because of technology. So players like this, it's just not going to go underneath the radar. But I appreciate the question.
Jarrett, do you want us to take a red shot or a blue shot, or do you not care?
Also, the Titans have received calls on Jeffrey Simmons, Arden Key, and Sebastian Joseph Day. I might have to reach out to Jeffrey's agent and see what's going down.
I told you he wasn't happy. Remember?
No, you were right. All right, I'll text him.
Very
could you, dude, if Jeffrey Simmons came to the Raiders, I know it's not going to happen, believe me, but that would be insanity. I'll see if I get a text back. We'll see.
All right, add one to La Red.
La Red?
La Rojo. Wait, no.
I'm just...
Is Rojo red?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rojo's red, right? Yes. Rojo's definitely red from Big Luck. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. The amount of empty bodies we got over here, it's pretty staggering. It's pretty staggering.
Search I.
Uh-oh.
Jeremy got tickets to Texans-Titans in a couple weeks. Any recommendations for eateries in Houston? Also, public transportation or drive to NRG? NRG's not – I would definitely drive or Uber there.
Okay.
Not like a ton of good transportation around there. A ton of parking there, but I've always just driven there, Search I. Eateries around there, Ninfa's Mexican food is really good for like really good Mexican food. Honestly, there's a ton of good restaurants around the Houston area. I know Keithley. I want to try this. There's this place called The Puttery where they make like a bunch of desserts and like banana pudding and stuff. That's apparently really good. But yeah, Ninfa's is delicious. I would also try Truth Barbecue or Killings Barbecue. Both really good.
I just got a text. Jeffrey Simmons will not be traded. So that's not going to happen. So I know that teams are calling about Simmons. Simmons is not getting traded.
Yeah.
So that's a done deal.
There was actually another place in Houston that I haven't been able to try yet, but where is it? I was looking at it yesterday. It's a Vietnamese barbecue spot called, what is it?
Vietnamese before a football game?
Vietnamese barbecue.
Dude.
It's called Khoi Barbecue. Khoi Barbecue.
KHOI?
Looked bomb.
Dude, some Vietnamese food. I could F up some Vietnamese food. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I've actually never been to Houston.
Your loss.
Is it?
Yeah.
Alex has a weird rivalry with Houston. I don't know if it's like a Dallas or Houston thing. Kind of reminds me of like New York and Boston.
People from Dallas are usually kind of stuck up about it of like,
sure.
Oh my God, we're so much better than honestly, Dallas to Houston.
I've lived in Dallas. Believe me, I see
Dallas to Houston is kind of like how Broncos fans are to Raiders fans. Bronco fans feel like, oh, we're much better than you. We would never do anything bad, but they're also causing a bunch of craziness outside the stadium and doing all that. They just try to act like they're goody-goody two-shoes, where the Raiders know what's up and they're more culture.
I got you. So are you saying the Raiders in this scenario are Houston?
Yes.
Gotcha.
More culture, more spice, more flavor.
Interesting.
Just saying.
More humidity?
More humidity?
Definitely a lot more humidity. Yeah, there's a few cities that I'd like to be able to visit, probably in the next, I don't know when Alex and I are going to have kids. I mean, we have like an idea. It's still many, many years down the road. Yeah. We're probably 5, 8, maybe 10 years away from having kids. But there's many cities that I'd like to be able to travel to before then.
10 years.
Yeah, that one's not my choice. I'm closer to the 5. She's closer to the 10.
I was gonna say you're gonna be you're gonna be in a walker walking down the aisle.
I'm gonna be a Walker Bueller, just heading down the aisle.
But I do say people in the South like to have babies a lot earlier than people up north. I feel like.
Oh, dude, if I was up north, I'd have 4 kids and I'd be married twice by now, probably.
Really?
Dude, the amount of people in my high school that I know that have. Again, I'm from like middle of nowhere, central Pennsylvania, Amish country.
Jeremy Cole says best I can do is 7.
Like the amount of my like friends that I went to high school with that I'm not kidding, you have kids that are like 5, 6, 7 years old.
Who's the next person in the office to have a baby?
Ooh. I mean, that doesn't already have one?
They could have one.
Next person in the office to have a kid.
Going Petey.
No.
Petey's ready to be a dad.
Petey'd be a good dad. I got to look around here.
Petey's like, get that cheese pizza out of your hand. Or pepperoni family.
I'm going to go next person.
Trace.
No. I'm going to go with Joey.
Joey?
I mean, he's married.
Yeah. Allie?
I mean, Maybe. I don't know.
Marsh? Unexpectedly?
I mean, Marsh might already have one or two. There might be a little Marshall Green in Mexico somewhere. Zahn is spamming Marsh right now.
Is this my son? His name is Marsh Verde.
Marsh Verde. Holy shit. Oh my God, dude. I'm just going to guess. Is Verde green? Okay. That's unbelievable. Holy cow.
Joseph.
Oh, Norv Turner, I'm embarrassed for us. Mark Davis sucks. I would say that, again, it's not Norv Turner's not coming in to call plays. Norv Turner is essentially just coming in to be an assistant to help out a little bit.
He's a babysitter for his son because he's never been an OC before.
I'm not really surprised that the Raiders decided to do this move because, again, when they fired Getsy late Sunday night, basically in the morning of Monday, I said that Scott Turner's going to be the new offensive coordinator. Now, Antonio Pierce says that he hasn't officially named somebody yet. He said that yesterday that they would think about it, for 24 to 48 hours and then figure it out. Actions speak louder than words, though. The hiring of Norv Turner, I think, just points to the fact that Scott's going to end up taking over the play calling duties. But I think this is just one of those where the Raiders have shown you before that they value older coaches and what they have to say. From Marvin Lewis, Joe Philbin, Tom Coughlin. So now they're going to bring in a Norv Turner, somebody who has been a head coach before for the Raiders, didn't do a great job, 9-23 back in 2004, 2005. Was also a member, a coach for the San Diego Chargers. It was right before Telesco. I want to say the final year Norv Turner was with the Chargers was 2012. I might have to look that up. But and then Telesco took over in 2013. But I think it's more of just Scott Turner might just want to work with his dad. And they're going to try to put their heads together, giggity, and see if they can come out with a good offense going. And I think the other part of that is they want to figure out for this season. Because Norv's not going to be back next season. You got an 8-game sample size. Let's figure it out right now.
Raider Muerte, if Chuggs has a baby, it's definitely going to kill that bottle in a couple seconds.
Oh, bro.
I just give it milk.
I mean, you literally can't breastfeed.
Yeah. Turn a D into a B.
Real quick.
Noah.
Wow. That's a sight. I mean, that poor nipple. Say you add Shedeur and Cam to last year's draft. Where do they get picked only considering college accolades? So you're saying we're looking at all the quarterbacks last year. So from Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix, Bo Nix. Let's only look at the first-round quarterbacks or else this is just going to get really complicated. And then you're going to add Cam Ward based on what he's done this season and Shedeur Sanders based on what he's done this season, correct? If that's the case, I would say it'd be Caleb would still go 1, Jaden would go number 2, Cam Ward I think would go 3, Drake May I believe would go 4, number 5 would be Michael Penix Jr., 6, Shedeur Sanders, 7, Bo Nix. Though Penix and Shedeur, I think you could look at, depending on who you want, I guess, I think Michael Penix Jr. is a better quarterback than Shedeur Sanders as a prospect coming out of college. That's my opinion. Uh-oh. Big move here for the Vikings. They're signing free agent kicker John Parker Romo.
No way.
Yeah, I swear. A former undrafted free agent with the Saints. Romo was with Minnesota this offseason, and now he's going to make his regular season debut. Romo to Minnesota.
Is this one of the quietest trade deadlines that we've had?
I don't know if it's the quietest. I think the big problem is some of the big trades already happened. If Devontae Adams got traded today, we'd be like, oh my God, this trade deadline's wild. I think we've seen more trades this year leading up to the deadline, at least some of the bigger ones, than what we've seen maybe in some years past.
Yeah.
Zadarius Smith's a good player. He ended up getting dealt. Marshawn Lattimore got dealt. Mike Williams got dealt. There's been some trades, but Devontae Adams is the big one.
I guess it's just no trades that we care about.
Sure.
Rebel, trade Mitch's sarcasm for Marsh's angry emotions.
Oh, I don't want that.
Whenever I feel like people outside or who watch Chat Sports think about Chat Sports,
What's up, John?
I think they think of Marsh as the red guy from In and Out, or not Inside Out. You know that Disney movie?
Yep.
Like, that's Marsh.
I think, honestly, Marsh just reminds me of most New York people that I've met.
I'm walking in!
Like, when you meet somebody who's like a true New Yorker, their patience level and the short fuse, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like, the moment my dad crosses the border to go into New York, he instantly, it's like on edge.
David Zahn
Instantly
says,
on edge.
David Zahn says, Angry Marsh is a beautiful thing to behold.
I mean, I know this for a fact. I know people watch the shows like when the Giants are playing bad or the Knicks, I'll tune in. I laugh my ass off. Like, there's so many times where I don't like to say hate watching, but I get a crack out of like my friends that are going through it during a game. Like, I bet you there's people like when the Raiders are losing. I know for a fact that when the Raiders are losing and they're getting their shit pushed in, people tune into the Raiders Report to watch me lose my mind. I get it. I would do the exact same thing. I also know that people, when something good happens, are like, I want to go celebrate with Mitch and Chuggs. I mean, it's a two-way street. But to be honest, I'm not really somebody that gets all that angry all that often. Another big-time trade. The Packers are sending veteran linebacker Preston Smith to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Wow.
Another trade for the Steelers. Preston Smith heading to Pittsburgh. As soon as we get the details, I will let you know, but I mean, that's another pretty big move right there.
True Raider podcast. What's with Rappaport saying the Raiders are hiring one of the NFL's most respected offensive minds, bringing in Norv Turner? Am I missing something? I think he's just trying to, highlight the story a little bit of saying, maybe it's a little bit of a stretch saying one of the most respected offensive minds.
I think it's because he's been in the NFL for so long where, like, Norv Turner is I don't want to say household name, but I would say for most people, right? Most people that know the NFL, that follow the NFL, when you hear Norv Turner, you know who that name is. And I do think that a lot of times coaches can be well-respected, well-liked when you've been coaching for as long as what Turner has. So he started as a grad assistant at Oregon back in 1975.
Wow.
That's a long time ago, right? And then he started working in the NFL as a wide receiver coach with the Rams from 1985, and he's got right now, multiple different stints as an OC, as a head coach with multiple different teams out there. So I do think that he's respected in that regard.
You were still inside Richie at that point.
I mean,
swimming.
I was many years away. Many years away.
Before we get into the duck race, which last chance to get in, got to tell you about one of our sponsors of today's show. That is PrizePicks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app out there. Which players are going off? Which players aren't? Well, you can make some cold, hard cash if you can get your sports knowledge on there. All you got to do, pick 2 or more players from any sport, choose more or less on their projected stat types, and place your entry. Basketball, football, hockey, all available over on PrizePicks.
You can now win up to 100 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. Download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Sign up today. Get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks now offers Venmo for quick and easy deposits and withdrawals into your account this sports season. PrizePicks is the best way to win real money action this football season. Which players are going off, which ones aren't. Make your picks in less than 60 seconds to turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on PrizePicks. Download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. Run
your game.
All right, y'all. It's time to get in the duck race here.
And since we have so much, and I can't lie, I thought people were going to want more Jell-O shots today. I have a special deal, and it's going to be a mix.
Yeah, boy.
$200 Venmo, I'm doing a Jell-O boot.
How?
I'm going to just whop. I'm going to mix them up. It's going to be a purple boot. $200 Venmo, and I'm doing a Jello boot.
But how?
I'm
You're just gonna put him in a boot.
Yes.
So you're gonna empty out. How many is that?
I don't know. We'll see.
That's got to be worse than the queso boot, dude. Are you sure? That's insane. I don't even know how you're gonna. I don't know how you're gonna do it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't understand how that's even possible. You'd have to find ones that are like still.
I'm gonna do one of the alley boots, so it won't be the 3 beer ones. It'll be the smaller ones.
I'm like, I actually don't know if we have enough Jello. Like, that's craziness.
We'll make it happen.
A Jello boot would be wild. All right, we got a few people getting in here this race real quick. I see. It looks like Julio Zapata, you in. I see Anthony Green, in. John Polito, in. Stephen Underwood, in. My dad, you in.
Which shot does he want us
and
to
then
take?
Kenny Hoffman, Dad, you don't have to answer that. You in. I don't know if I want my dad to answer it.
Any colors with those?
Justine Gonzalez, in.
Any colors with any of those Venmos?
See, here's, 20s to get into duck race. I'm just seeing ducks. People are just ducking around here. We're just ducking around. Oh, man. Actually, that's cap. One of them was a red. That's cap. A Mayo boot for Mizon. I actually don't think I could do it. I'm not kidding you. I don't think I could do it. Though, I did get the chip. That's going to happen on Thursday.
Oh, my goodness.
The chip's going to happen on Thursday. And shout out to Wild 114, which the outfit I have to wear is going to be kind of a funny outfit. It's specifically made for David Zahn. That's all I'm going to say. And I'm going to have to eat the one chip challenge again. Though, they've come out with more chips. There's there's a lollipop now. There's a 666 chip. I
think one person here at
believe me, as soon as I saw it, I go, that's going to be a deal that I make.
That's a deal that Sperry's got to make.
Mm-hmm. He won't do it. Whew. There's no way he's eating that chip. Dude, it's brutal. It's so painful. I don't think people realize how painful the chip is. It's a mouth pain. But there's another pain that's just every time I eat the chip, I know in a few hours I'm literally just like, I can't believe I did this. This shit sucks.
Robert, do the Raiders make a trade also as Norv permanent?
Norv is for the team this season. So, I think the other reason why I don't mind the Norv Turner hire is because when you add an old coach like that, you're literally just giving him an 8-week test period, and you're going to pair Norv with somebody who he's probably talked more football with than anybody his entire life, his son Scott. Those two are going to be able to work together, and if it doesn't work out, then you can just move on from Norv, and it's not going to be that big of a deal because he was already retired anyway. I think the hiring of Norv is also if I was a dad at 72, Dad, hear me out here. You're watching the show right now. If Chat Sports said, Dad, we're going to hire you. We're not going to pay you a lot, but you're already retired, and if you want to come hang out with Jeremy and I and do this show every single day just to be able to do it, I think that you would do it. And I think that's kind of where Norv's at, where he's like, I'm retired right now. I'm not doing anything. And if I can help out my son potentially get, a better job in the future, I think that that's also part of it here for Norv.
Yeah.
Part of it also for the Raiders. I don't expect a lot out of the Norv Turner hire. I don't. It's more of just the name at this point. 25 red to 14 blue is kind of crazy. I'll be real. I really, really did think. Ryan, hey, Mitch, is there a special Venmo donation for Chuggs? My Venmo's at Mitchell Renz 365.
I think he's saying unless.
I mean, it would be. Chuggs said 200 for a Jello boot. Now, again, we have multiple different boots here at the studio. I don't think we have actually enough Jello to fill up a 36-ounce boot, which is the boots we usually do.
He's saying check yours.
It would be like a small. I mean, it's gonna be like. That's probably 20 Jello shots.
Also,
dude.
Noah messaged me. He's having trouble with super chats. He sent in 10. He said, heard a rumor that Luke Getsy is calling teams for a job, and reportedly the caller ID reads scam likely.
I mean, honestly, if you get a phone call today that says scam or fraud, I mean, the amount of phone calls that I've gotten today that I'm just like, I can't even answer my phone. I'm not kidding you. I woke up this morning. I bet you I had 26 text messages of, make sure you vote today. We're counting on you. Blah. I mean, it's just, I was like, when I woke up in a panic because I knew it was the NFL trade deadline. And when I had that many missed text messages, I was like, what happened while I was asleep? Like, what did the Raiders possibly do? And it's just a bunch of spam people sending me text messages. All right, Chuggs, I say we do the duck race here.
All right. You don't have any more Venmos?
I do.
Is this?
Yep. It's got to be, though, all red. Ryan Campbell! Bang! I'll tell you this right now. Go get the boot.
That's a spicy meatball.
And red now is taking a huge lead over blue.
45-14. We don't have.
Good luck to you. I don't know how you're going to do this.
We don't have the mail-in super chats coming in yet, so still have a ways to go.
Dude, that's hilarious, man. Ryan Soup Daddy Campbell. I respect it. Quite frankly, I respect it. I'm going to need two big favors from you. One, got to get the red Jello boot. Two, can you go back to the dressing room and get me number 54, Ryan Soup? Well, yes. Yep. Ryan, I'm getting that jersey. Red is just the colors on. Red's just the color. That's all I know. Red's just the color. Oh, Mr. Zahn. What's up, man? R.I.P. to Chuggs. I honestly think we should get some R.I.P.s down in the comments. I didn't think that he was going to make that type of deal. I don't know how he's going to do it. Like some of the Jello that we have, because, again, when you put, we only had it not freeze, but we only had it in the fridge now for probably, 5 to 6 hours. So some of them are, not fully solid, and it's you just get straight alcohol, and then you get a little bit of the Jello flavor. But I think by this time, all the ones that are in the fridge are going to be solidified. So my point is, I don't know how he's going to do it because it's just going to be, a bunch of random Jello chunks on top of each other. It's just Jello from Michael. I know that. I know it's just Jello. But it's still, it's a lot of Jello. Plus you mix in the other stuff with it. Yikes. Jello boot, yikes from Blue Richards. Oh, I know. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Oh, I get it now. Just had to Google it. Trade compensation here for Preston Smith. Steelers sent a 7th-round pick in exchange for Preston Smith. 7th rounder. Yikes. Good for the Steelers, though. They're being aggressive. James Head, you in. James Head. Also, the Soup Daddy, I'm going to put you in again. Which means right now, $20 Venmo to win $320 is where we stand right now. 20 to win, $320. Once Chuggs gets back, I'm going to send the list to him, and then we're going to do a duck race, and then for the final hour or so, we'll hang out and answer questions, maybe do another duck race, maybe make some other deals. I'm kind of down to get down. I want to see what Ryan has to say here, though. Get it going, Chuggs. Jello it up. I mean, we've done some crazy boots on this show before. I've done a queso boot. I've done a coffee boot. He's about to do a Jello boot. I did technically like a spicy chip boot, which was like we had a corner of the spicy boot and we poured beer on top of it. And I'm not kidding you. The chip was so spicy that the beer was spicy. Like, it wasn't good. Like, I promise you that. It was not good. This is going to go up there as one of the weirder ones. Did we do a broccoli boot? I don't think we did that. We ate a whole head of broccoli. We did the broccoli challenge. Last year, maybe 2 years ago, Chuggs and I would do like random challenges that you guys would send us. And we had to eat a whole thing of broccoli. We did a Taco Bell challenge, which that was whoever could eat the most tacos from Taco Bell. Was it the first person to finish 12 or was it in 12 minutes? I don't remember. I feel like there was like a time amount. I know we ate raw broccoli. That was way harder on your mouth or jaw. That was a jaw workout. Keep Chuggs in the background and outlaw the singing. I think Chuggs is a great singer. I really do. White Castle Challenge? What's that? What's the White Castle Challenge? Cinnamon Challenge? I know that that's not possible. That's what? A teaspoon of cinnamon? You put that in your mouth? Spicy Gummy Bear was the worst thing I've ever done. The Spicy Gummy Bear was 9 million Scoville units. And it wasn't a spicy hot. It was once it hit my stomach and I could feel my stomach churning. It was literally like I have to rip it out. It was like I had a parasite inside of me. The Mr. Cracker Challenge. I don't know what that is. Is that like 6 saltines in 60 seconds? I know what White Castle is, but you said the White Castle Challenge. What is a White Castle Challenge? Honey Challenge. I don't know that one. The Hot One Spicy Wing Challenge. You know that? You know the show. I know that one. But what, like eating the chip is hotter than anything that Hot Ones has ever put on their show. Look it up. The One Chip Challenge. Look it up. It's hotter than anything I think those people have ever put. MRE. Meals Ready to Eat. What is the MRE Cracker Challenge then? Meals Ready to Eat. Dude, this is nuts, man.
It's a lot of beaver butthole. Red 40.
Dude, I'm not going to lie to you. That looks appalling.
I think this is more Jello than what I've consumed in the past 2 years.
That's more Jello I've ever had in my life. I don't know if I've ever had that much Jello. And what's gross is it's pretty solidified in there, but it's also very liquidy. Like, dude, why is there a gap by the toe area? I think it's just how the toe is. I don't know. I didn't make the boot.
Oh, no, it's because this is like.
Oh, I
it's
see
like
what you're saying.
but this is like.
I mean, this is going to be gross. I mean, I've already had, I don't know, probably 20 of these things by now. That's got to be probably 15 of those. 20 of these. Good luck to you, man. I don't know.
We didn't make them super strong, but.
Well, yeah, no, I didn't want to make them super strong. It's just enough to taste it a little bit. According to Diana Rossini, the Bengals are searching for a defensive tackle. Watch out for Adam Butler. Watch out for John Jenkins. If the Raiders end up trading a DT today, those would be the two names to keep in mind.
Over under 35 seconds.
I have no idea what to expect. See, you're going 35 seconds. Vince Wilson, 30 burgers, 5 large fries, and 4 Diet Cokes. Is what? That's the White Castle Challenge? That sounds awful. Shep, I'll pay to watch you eat a military MRE. I have a bunch unopened at home and can mail you one. Do it on a live.
I've had them before. They're not good.
I know. Oh, man. Can I at least know what the MRE is? Because there are certain things that I just don't want to eat. Like, I don't know. Like, sometimes food I get really weird with. I say you got to do this, man. I don't know if it's going to solidify. I don't know if it's getting, like, shake it a little bit. Bro, that's gross. That's like half thawed out Jell-O. Oh my God, dude. Hearing it might be worse. I wish you guys could hear what this sounds like. It sounds like an end of a movie that you have to delete your history after. Not even a movie, a 8-minute quick film. That's what it sounds like to me. This is disturbing. Dude, I don't know if you're 35 seconds is tough. I don't think I could do that. That's so much Jell-O, dude. That's so much Jell-O. Yep. I don't know if you can chug it. Like, I'm not. It's like.
It's thick in my throat. Pause.
It sounds like it. I'm not gonna lie. This is grossing me out. I thought you were about to spit that back in the boot.
I almost did.
Your eyes are watering. Oh my God. Have you ever wondered what it looks like to eat an entire lava lamp? I just watched. Oh, dude. I just watched a man eat an entire lava lamp. That was... I don't think anybody won from that. That was a lot to handle, man. Chuggs is my hero. Can I get a Chuggs down below? I'll tell you this right now. I don't know if I can do that. Somebody just asked Mitch, you're next. I don't know if I can do that.
How much for you to do a Jell-O boot?
I don't know if I can do that.
300?
Dude.
400?
Bro.
400?
Stop.
500?
Stop.
A gong? If somebody hits the gong?
My problem is I don't know if I'll be able to do that.
You don't have to do it all in one. You can.
A Jell-O boot.
Yeah. Yeah. It goes down kind of hard. Pause.
Dude, I don't know if I can.
Yeah. The consistency is mucus-like.
It's exactly what you think it is.
They are who we thought they were.
Then you got to hear it. Dude, it's gross, man.
So Mitch, how much for you for a Jell-O boot?
Holy shit, dude. Let me think about it. Because I don't know if I'll be able to do it.
The amount of red dye 40, I think. I was gonna say that's probably 8 or 9 beavers worth.
Yikes.
If you know what I mean.
There's a lot of beaver butthole in that Jell-O.
That's how they make the red.
Actually, I don't know if that's...
The beaver excretion from the anus turns the red dye.
Is that true, or is that... That's in sherbet ice cream.
Yep.
It makes it more addictive. I don't know if it makes it red. Carmine is a little bug that they use to blend up. They turn into a powder to make red.
Yep.
If there's carmine, that's a bug. That I know.
Yeah, not a lot. It's been a quiet deadline.
Dude, I don't know.
Today's probably the most boring day of the entire calendar year, honestly. Nothing's happening today. Oh, my God.
Blue Richards, what's up? Big luck. They call him the throat goat for a reason. The throat goat.
All right, let's run this race.
Misguided Angel. Who the heck is Chuggs? You're obviously new to the show then. Welcome. This is called the Raiders Report. We do some stuff here once in a while. All right, final call to get in. We did get a few more people that got in the duck race. I see Sean Irish, you in. Gilbert Moreno, you in. Mark Gallagher is in.
Reminder, we've now taken 45 shots of the red, 14 of the blue.
That's unbelievable.
Yep.
All right, I just sent you the list. It's $20 Venmo to win $350. 20 to win $350. I will after this race, I will give my deal in order to do that because I don't know if I'll be able to do it. Like, I'm not kidding you. I don't want to say like I'm a weird, like textures for certain things do bother me. Like Cheese Whiz. The Cheese Whiz taste doesn't bother me as much as like the texture. Like the Cheese Whiz really grossed me out. I've eaten bugs on this show. We've eaten crickets. I almost think I would rather eat more crickets than to do that Jell-O boot. I'll give you a deal, though. That's what we do here.
Yep.
Somebody said Eric Ramirez in a can? What, the crickets? They came in a bag. We ordered them offline. They came in a bag.
The cheese was in a can.
Oh, yeah, the cheese was in a can. That's why like people were saying like the military food. Like I actually don't know if I'll be able to eat that. I got a weak stomach. All right, we got a camel race here as I almost rip out my cord. My gosh. Winner of this race is going home with $350. Good luck, man. Good luck to everybody out there. And here we go. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. A boot full of tripus? What is that? Like intestines? Isaac Hernandez, Justine Gonzalez, Anthony Black. All in a very interesting spot right now. I don't know who's back there. That looks like an Ed Robbins camel. DJ Brew up there at the top's in a very good spot. I want to say Anthony Green. My dad's camel is slowly starting to make its way right next to Ed Robbins. This guy, great head. I don't know who that is, though. Whose head? James' head. All right. James Moorhead. Anthony Black. I would say Gilbert Moreno right now has got the lead by just a hump. Though, now maybe it's Gilbert Moreno.
Oh, he could win by a toe.
Justin Gonzalez.
A camel toe.
Can Steve L. pull off another dub? My dad. Wait a minute. Come on, Rich. Oh, wow. Who is this? Finesse Lounge.
Finesse Lunge.
Finesse Lunge. Alvidazine. Finesse Lunge. Isaac Hernandez and Steve L. Oh, so close. 1 hour to go for the NFL trade deadline. Will the Raiders make a deal? Will they not? Only time's going to tell. Finesse Lounge, congratulations. Congrats. DeAndre Hopkins just posted a picture of Tom Brady and Randy Moss. I'm guessing that Hopkins is making the comparison that him and Mahomes is like Brady and Moss. You think that that's a fair comparison?
No.
Oh, I'm saying like that's what he's saying. Tom Brady, Randy Moss compared to Patrick Mahomes and DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, it's not even close. Also, we got some breaking news here for the Las Vegas Raiders. It is officially official. The Raiders have named Scott Turner as their interim offensive coordinator, Joe Philbin as the interim offensive line coach, and have added Norv Turner to the coaching staff as a senior advisor. So one of the things that I said on Sunday was that the Raiders are more than likely going to make Joe Philbin. If you don't believe me, go check out the video on Sunday. Go check out the video that I dropped Tuesday morning, or it might have even been Monday night. But I said that if it was up to me, I think Joe Philbin is going to be the interim offensive line coach because of his experience as being an offensive line coach in the past. And now Scott Turner, it is officially official, is the brand new play caller for the Las Vegas Raiders. So
also, Gilbert Moreno gets the butthole pick.
Gilbert Moreno gets the butthole pick.
Oh, dude.
So here's what I want to do. Chuggs, can you hold down the fort for a little bit? I'm just going to go make a quick short.
Yep.
I'm going to head out, and I'm going to tell you what the deal is. I'm going to tell you what the deal is. We got to get 5 bangs. 5 bangs for me to do that boot of Jell-O. It's the only way. If it happens, I don't care if it's on Venmo. I don't care if it's on however. 5 bangs, team effort. That's the only way I'm going to attempt to do that.
While you're gone, I totally forgot to get you the jersey if you want to go get Ryan Campbell's jersey.
And I'll go get Ryan Campbell's jersey. I'll be right back. I'm going to go break down the news that just happened here around the Raiders.
And if you sent Mitch a 20 late for the duck race, you're in for the next one. We're going to do one at the end of today's show. So $20 Venmo to get in the last duck race for today. If you sent it late, Gabriel and Frankie, you're in for the next duck race. Mitch, grab us tacos. We're hungry. That's what we had for lunch. We had tacos. Very good. From Velvet, actually. Velvet tacos, pretty good. All right, we do have some super chats to roll through here, which I'm going to throw them up on screen. Just give me one moment. There we go. Let's see. This last one. Is this? Oh, Shep. Yep. I believe we read that one. Nate, we should elevate Terrace Marshall and Sincere McCormick from the practice squad and see what they can do. I think Marshall has talent. You might as well. Oh, my God. Wow. Michael, a little bit. Not going to lie. A little bit. I think I might be peeing solid tonight. We should elevate Terrace Marshall and Sincere McCormick. I mean, you might as well, because what is there to lose? Terrace Marshall, a former early round pick, I believe out of LSU, a good prospect, played in Carolina, never really got a chance to really show what he's got. And Sincere McCormick played for UTS, I believe UTSA. Another, guy who UDFA hasn't really gotten to show his stuff. But, yeah, might, what do you have to lose? What do you have to lose with getting those guys and bring them up and seeing what you have? Nothing. Shep, I have a chili and beans. It's one of the best ones, and I think it comes with a bomb-ass brownie. I've had chicken enchiladas, Shep. I've had, what else? And it usually comes with like little snacks. Like you get like a peanut butter thing, a cracker thing, chili and beans. And I know you heat it up with, kind of like break something up and you use that to heat it. What else have I had? I think I had a spaghetti one. Yes, chef. Yeah, I mean, if you want Mitch to try it, yeah. Isaac, that was the closest I've ever gotten to winning a race. Yeah. That was a close one. That was a close one. Let's see. Cruising. I want Jackson Dart and Respo from the U or Cam. What it do, nation? Miss you guys. Been busy now with work and the family. Heading to Germany next year. Hell yeah. That's dope. Heading to Germany. Jackson Dart from Ole Miss. I don't know if he's my favorite quarterback. I'd much rather have Cam Ward, in my opinion. Respo, the wide receiver from the University of Miami, he's nice. He is nice. So I don't know where he's slotted to go in the draft this year. I know in terms of wide receivers, he might be a little bit undersized in NFL terms, but maybe a decent option. Reminder, 5 bangs and Mitch is doing a boot. 5 bangs and Mitch is doing a boot of Jell-O. A Jell-O boot here on the show. Sorry, I just did a Jell-O boot, and it's going down. It is. Let me know. As of right now, we are at kind of the midpoint of the NFL season. Predict the Super Bowl matchup for this season. Who do you think is going to be the last 2 teams standing? You had to put your money on it, which, funny enough, I actually did I got a message from one of my coworkers earlier saying, basically, I'm writing this on June 26th. Mitch will be doing Antonio Pierce replacements before week 10. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Hey, called a shot. Raiders and Niners, Lions and Bills, Lions and Ravens. I see Lions and Texans, Lions and Chiefs. I think Commanders and Bills, I think most have been for the Lions so far. Are they the team to beat in the NFC? Lions and Chiefs. I see Lions and Bills, Chiefs and Vikings. A lot of people think the team up in Detroit will be one of the final teams standing. I wonder. I mean, they made a move for Za'Darius Smith? Adding to the edge rushing there. Not Raiders versus the not Raiders from Michael Correa. Noah Santana, just an idea, kind of wild. Okay, but can we like the video? That'd be wild. It'd be such a bad idea if you went down and liked the video. It'd be such a bad idea. Falcons and Bills. Wow. That would be a Super Bowl. Jared says Chiefs and Eagles, Lions and Ravens, Lions and Bills. Wow. I mean, seems like consensus is a lot of people think the Lions are making the Super Bowl. Chiefs and Eagles. I just hope it's not the Chiefs. Anybody but the Chiefs. Give me Texans, Lions. Give me Texans, Lions. Lions and Bengals. Lions and Bills. Give me the Lions and the Texans. 2 teams that have never won it. Oh, my God. Chargers and Green Bay. That would be a wild Super Bowl. Raiders and Lions. Lions and Bills, oh my. Commanders and Bills. Buff Wash. Wait, you forgot one thing. The Joy Jets. If the Jets make it to the Super Bowl, that means the Raiders get a second-round pick. Niners and Chiefs, Vikings and Chiefs, Jets and Chargers, Lions and Bills. Trey, so did the Raiders make any trades? No, it's been a pretty slow trade deadline. The trades that we've gotten today are the Lions trading for edge rushers Za'Darius Smith. The Bengals traded for running back Khalil Herbert. The Cowboys traded for wide receiver Jonathan Mingo. The Commanders traded for Marshawn Lattimore. Probably the biggest trade of the day so far. The Commanders trading with the Saints for Marshawn Lattimore. The Steelers make a couple moves. They trade for Mike Williams, wide receiver from the Jets, and they also trade with Preston. They also trade with the Packers for Preston Smith. Besides that, been a pretty slow trade deadline. But I think Mitch said it earlier in that we got a lot of trades before the trade deadline, before today. So it might make it seem like it's a little bit slower of a deadline day, even though we've gotten a lot of trades this season.
Yep. That's true. Which, I mean, there has been, I think, like more random trades that have happened this season than what we've seen kind of like, you know, leading up to the deadline. Maybe I'm wrong in that. I don't have the numbers to be able to back that up, but back that you know what up. So I just stepped out, and again, Scott Turner, officially the new interim OC. Joe Philbin, he's going to step in as the interim offensive line coach, and then Norv Turner is going to be a senior advisor for the Las Vegas Raiders. Officially official. Oh, boy. The Super Bowl 59 matchup.
Emphasis on the senior.
Yeah. No, I don't even know if he's the oldest coach the Raiders have. Coughlin's got to be older, right?
Yeah.
Coughlin helps out from time to time. I don't know how old Marvin Lewis is. Marvin Lewis has got to be up there.
Tom Coughlin's only available for the 1 p.m. kickoffs.
How old is Tom Coughlin? Let's see. Coughlin's 78. Somebody else that I know is 78 years old. How old? No?
Who?
You know. You know. How old is Marvin Lewis? 66. All right. Not bad. Not bad. 48 minutes to go.
I got a belly full of blue dog shit.
I mean, I don't know what your stomach's going to look like later. Quite frankly.
I'm going to be peeing solid.
I'm actually curious to know if it's a P or if it's a 2. I don't know.
Porque los dos.
True.
Not every time you pee, it's a poo, but every time you poo, it's a pee.
True. You pee blue and get rid of the red. Super Bowl 59 matchup. I'm going to go Detroit Lions.
I will say it'll be the most patriotic shit that I've ever taken.
I'm going to go with the Detroit Lions up against the Baltimore Ravens.
I'm going Lions versus Texans, red versus blue.
Seems fitting for today. What's up, Gunny? What's up, fam? What did I miss? It's my birthday today, so I hope I get a present from the Raiders and they bring in some difference makers. Okay? Happy birthday to LA Crash Talk. And everybody real quick, say HBD down below. And we only do this for select people. We do it for some real ones out there. Before we do that, though, barring a significant pivot, the Giants are going to hang on to Azeez Ojulari. I will say, though, I think deadlines make deals, and I think we're about to get a lot of news that's about to come out here in the next 46 minutes or so. But you know what? I think we got to do this. Hopefully you guys join me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Wait a minute. Big time deal.
Happy birthday, dear LA Crash Dog. Happy birthday to you.
All right, I might have jumped the gun. I saw Bryce Young pop up, and I was like, holy shit, did Bryce Young just get traded? It sounds like the Panthers are going to keep him.
Ah.
Dang it. Well, no.
Wait a minute!
I got a text that was like, the Steelers did it again. And I was like, well, what was it? And all it was just a picture of Bryce Young. So, not great. RJ Paradise says, I love this show. Well, I appreciate the fact that you like this show because we wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't for all the awesome people that always continuously tune in and legitimately just like to hang out with us.
We could. It would just be really weird.
I don't think we would do this show as often if people didn't watch.
Yeah.
I mean, I get this, like, and everybody's got to start out as a content creator, and
I got a belly full of red Jello, and now you're gonna lay this shit on me.
Sooner or later, you will get viewers, though. If you're a young content creator, stick with it. I think sooner or later you will get people that watch.
Dude, I didn't know this. The Costco guys, they've been making videos for 8 years, and then they had one that popped off, and now look at them.
True.
They're on Jimmy Fallon, and we did their dance here at Chat Sports.
Gabriel Claymore, you're in. Who's that? Frank Mendez, you in?
Who?
Who are you talking about?
The Costco guys?
Yeah.
We bring the boom. That's what we do.
Oh wait, really?
They're the Costco guys.
I didn't know that. So that's just I'm not intertwined, I guess.
You're not in the Costco universe.
No, I have what's the other one? The other like big store.
Oh, Gametime, where you can get last-second tickets for the lowest price guaranteed. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, let's go with that. Shout out to our sponsor here, Gametime. $20 off your first purchase. That link's going to be available to everybody that's tuned in right now. Down in the comments, down in the description of today's show. I love being able to go to football games. I love being able to go to events. I love the memories that you're able to create, so why not save some money to go along with it? Download the Gametime app, create an account, use code ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code ChatSports. That's ChatSports. Download Gametime today. Chuggs, what time is it?
It's game time!
Now, I love Gametime because if you do plan on going to an event, you can wait, and they're smart, and they go, hey, if I can put your butt in a seat, I know that you're going to buy some food, I know that you're going to buy some drinks, and you're going to spend some money while you're there. So they're willing to give the cheapest tickets out right now. And with Gametime, with the deal that we got, you're going to be able to get $20 off. Terms do apply. If you're going to go to Gametime, the two things that I always recommend, the Gametime picks and the all-in price, in which you can kind of see up on screen. It's on the left-hand side of your screen. That's how I always look when I buy tickets. So all-in prices, the Gametime picks. If you're somebody that likes to make sure that you're getting a good deal, Gametime is for you. Again, that link's in the comments and in the description of today's show. There you go. Almost got it. Wrong way. Take Sanders and trade to future first-round picks and get Ashton Genty.
See, this is what I was saying earlier. There's so many good running backs. Why trade up for a running back? I know Ashton Genty is the popular name, but I'm telling you, there's like 8 or 9 running backs in this year's draft that are going to be really good.
Somebody just said, Mitch, can you explain why the Raiders are behind the Panthers in terms of draft? Because the Raiders lost. It goes down to strength of schedule. So when it all is all said and done, if you have the exact same record, it goes to strength of schedule. And right now the Raiders are behind the Browns. They're behind the Panthers, the Saints, the Jags, and the Patriots, all due to strength of schedule. And obviously, like, that can change.
Mitch, sounds like you will have a child at the age where you are quality for the Raiders coaching staff.
Qualify.
That's what I said.
I'm 31 years old right now. 31 right now. I'm still kind of in my hustle phase. Like, we're still trying to build something pretty special here at Chat Sports. And I know deep down if I have a kid, I won't be able to do as much as I want to be able to do. We got a trade here. The Rams are sending Tre'Davious White to the Ravens. That's a huge deal.
The Rams.
The Rams
are trading with the Ravens.
Well, that's what I did. I just combined the names. I saw both. The two names that always make my heart stop are the Rams and the Ravens for obvious reasons, because I'm always like, what are the Raiders about to do? But a lot of the trades that have happened today have not really helped out Chat Sports teams.
Yeah.
The Steelers have benefited. I mean, this is a big trade here for Baltimore, though. You get 2-time Pro Bowler Trey White. He's going to the Baltimore Ravens, a team that they need all the help that they can get right now in that secondary.
Facts.
Uh-oh. You're leaving me.
Oh, no, I just needed to take it off for a second. My head was getting a little hot.
Oh, I thought you were about to go do a deed. So it is a 2027 7th-round pick to the Ravens for a 2026 7th-round pick. So they just swapped 7s. And one gets Trey White and a 7th-round pick in 2027 to the Ravens for a 7th-round pick in 2026. Good for Baltimore. I mean, this is where, like, if you're a team that's buying right now, it's also why, like, I know some people are like, oh, we should just sell. That's like Andre James going for a 7th-round pick in next year's draft.
Yeah.
Like, that is low to the floor.
Roberto Escobar!
Should the Raiders trade Mayer in the offseason? I think it depends what exactly is going on with Michael Mayer. And
Dude, we still haven't seen him.
I think the Raiders got to figure out a way to be able to use him a little bit better, because if you're not confident that you're going to be able to get a receiver like Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer, Jacoby Myers, like that's at least good enough of an option. Then maybe add somebody in the draft. You have Trey Tucker. That sounds a lot more appealing than if you have to go out and spend big at the wide receiver position. Like, I do think Michael Mayer is a talented player. I don't know exactly what's happening with Mayer. I don't have the details on it. It really sounds like nobody really knows the details on it. So until we know what exactly is happening with Mayer, I don't think it's fair to say that we're going to cut him, we're going to trade him. I think we just got to say we'll wait to see until we get more information. But it is expected, at least, that there's a chance that he's going to be back for Week 11. Like, the Raiders are anticipating that he's back for Week 11.
Yeah.
Don't know if it happens, but they're at least anticipating that.
Golden Gopher!
What's up, Mr. Gopher? Appreciate you sending in that super at Finesse Lounge. Fellas, if we do get Shedeur, how likely is it that Coach Prime is coming right behind him?
Pause.
I'll say that's a huge pause. I'm going to say less than 20%. It might be pitched, the idea. I just don't think Deion's going to be good in the NFL. I really, really don't.
Finesse, let us know what shot you want us to take.
Red shot or blue shot for Mr. Finesse Lounge?
Lounging in finesse.
Though, I got to give Golden Gopher some credit. He did figure it out on a second one here. Any of the smaller school quarterbacks interest you? I don't know if it's so much a smaller school guy, but the kid from Indiana, Rourke, I've found myself watching him a little bit more often.
Ryan, the deal is 5 bangs, and Mitch is going to do a Jello boot.
Yeah, Christ.
5 bangs for a Jello boot.
I just don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. I have to try, obviously.
Nando says, what's your favorite chicken joint? Your favorite chicken place?
My favorite chicken place? I'll say it depends.
Can I say that place we went to in North Carolina?
I mean, that might be the answer.
That place was
that's some of the best chicken I've ever had. What was that place called? Jerk? It was something jerk.
What's the jerk?
What's the jerk?
Or something like that.
Yeah, that was really good. If I'm going like chain, if I'm going to get like chicken tenders, I want Cane's because I like cane sauce. If I want a chicken sandwich, it's Chick-fil-A or Popeyes. I'd probably go that realm.
Which one do you like better? Popeyes or Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich?
Probably Chick-fil-A. It's probably the one I get more of. I do feel like if I'm like after a Thursday night bender, Popeyes hits a little bit better just because it's, that type of food.
You told me on the app, like on apps and stuff, always look for the deals. Popeyes has done a buy one, get one free chicken sandwich.
That's all they have. They always have a buy one, get one free.
Dave's Hot Chicken's pretty good.
I'm not going to lie. We've been getting also
Korean fried chicken,
but what's Wingstop?
Wingstop.
Wingstop's pretty good too. I'm not going to lie.
But no, 5 bangs and Mitch is going to do a Jello boot. I see John Borelli. I see Ryan Campbell scheming in the chat right now.
Yikes. Frankie Mendez. I saw some people say, Mitch, you missed me on the last duck race. You just got him in a little bit too late. So right now, Frank Mendez and then Gabriel Claymore, you're going to be in for the next duck race that we do. Does that sound good? I hope so. Also, I'm looking at the numbers right now. Because all the bangs are doubled today, right now our November bang leader is Ryan Campbell with 8. Jamari Murray's got 6. Steve L's got 6. Commons got 3. Fluhey, Noah, and Avjin all have 1. If my math is mathing correctly, which it is, we got 1,300 people here watching. I'll make you guys a deal, okay? I'll make you a deal. If we can get to 1,000 likes, I'm doing a red and a blue. And this is a big one. This is probably the biggest one we have.
Finesse just said he wants 2 reds for you.
Dose Reds.
From Finesse. And that brings the Red lead. It's 47-14. An absolute just throttling right now. Oh, some great tongue work.
Oh, yeah.
Eric.
You don't outkick your coverage with bad tongue work.
Draft. Yeah. You should see what Petey can do.
Oh, dude, I've seen what Petey can do.
Oh, yeah.
Petey's a magician.
They're going to call me the Magic Man. Now you see me. Now you don't.
Now you don't. What's that from? Talladega Nights?
Yeah.
Okay. I figured. I just wanted to make sure. Now you see me. Now you don't.
Well, you got to call me El Diablo. El Pollo Diablo. What does that mean? Devil chicken.
Devil chicken. That's actually my favorite chicken place. That place right there.
Eric Velasquez, draft McMillan in the first, then Fafita in the second, only if Ward or Sanders are already taken. I'll be man enough to admit that I was wrong. I don't think Fafita is going to be a good prospect.
He's fun to watch.
He's fun to watch, but he's like
Dorian Thompson-Robinson to me.
He's like a less good Johnny Manziel, where he's like running around trying to make plays. Is a big gunslinger guy, but I just puts the ball in harm's way too often.
Yes, Gilbert, it is officially official. Scott Turner is the interim offensive play caller. That one happened probably about 10, 15 minutes ago. I just made a video on it. You can go check it out. Red Jello LFG for Finesse Lounge. See, I'm not a big Quinn Ewers guy. You think Quinn Ewers comes out this year? You think he enters the NFL draft? There's some people that want him to go back. I'm telling you that right now. I don't know if I would.
Yeah.
But I don't think Quinn gets drafted in round 1.
Yeah.
I really don't. I think Quinn Ewers goes round 2. Day 2.
Michael Hyde, over under Raiders report want Turner fired by week 7 of next season. What's your bet, Mitch?
0%.
Yeah, because
he won't be. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
The only way that Scott Turner is the Raiders' offensive play caller next season is if the Raiders finish out here over their next 8 games, I'd say 6-2. You'd have to beat the Chiefs. You'd have to beat the Broncos. You'd have to beat the Chargers. You're allowed to drop 1 or 2 games there. But the only way that this is going to happen is if I'd say the Raiders go 6-2 to finish out the season. Antonio Pierce is back and they keep Scott Turner. I hate to break it to you. Don't get me wrong. The Raiders finishing out the season 6-2 sounds absolutely electric. I know that I'd have a lot of fun celebrating some wins, and sure, maybe some of the wins don't mean anything, but I have a lot more fun on game days when the Raiders win compared to when the Raiders lose. But this isn't going to happen, man. It's not going to happen. I see Allie Marie, you in. Robert McEachern, you in. And then Ryan Campbell also in. $20 Venmo to win right now $40. But you know what? I'm going to add $100 to it.
Let's go.
I'm going to add $100 to the duck race here. So right now it is 20 to win $140. Chuggs. This is oh wait, I sent it to. It's going to be an interesting day. So, man, going to be one interesting day.
Noah Santana.
Mitch, how would you feel if we draft Carson Beck, and what round would we get him if we do? Carson Beck's going to be a round 1 quarterback. And I'd say he's probably going to go somewhere. I think he probably ends up going in the top 10. If Beck plays really well during the college football playoffs and proves that he can be a reliable quarterback, I think that his stock might go up a little bit. But overall, though, I don't love Carson Beck as a prospect. He's good. He would be better than any quarterback we have on our team right now. But also, like, you've seen Beck kind of get exposed a little bit without Brock Bowers, without Ladd McConkey, without them really having a dominant running game. I would feel a little bit uneasy about it. Sean Morgan, you, sir, are in. LA Crash Dog is in. And you know who also is in? Ryan Campbell! Ryan Campbell! Oh, dude.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it.
it's taking a harsh turn here for the Blues.
Do you, by any chance, I guess I'll just go fill up the boot.
I can do it
I
for
was
you.
saying, I don't know how you did it before. I need that, I guess.
If you don't mind me fingering all your Jello.
I don't, quite frankly. There's nobody I'd rather finger my Jello than you.
Thank you.
I don't know how I'm going to do this. I'm actually nervous about this. I'm not going to lie to you. I've never thrown up on this show live. There's a chance. It's the consistency, dude. Half and half. Uh-oh, that means you got to switch up the score. Got to switch up the score. Maybe. Yes. Well, oh, wait. In the chat? I don't know. Young Eli says, I'll drink the boot for Mitch. Dude, I don't know. I have no idea. Ryan Campbell, I actually don't know if that's the same one. Ryan, whatever, did you change your picture? Just message me. Just message me. He wants half and half. He wants half and half. Yeah, it's definitely one side of the fair here. I don't know how this is going to happen. Nando just voted for the Raiders today. Nice. Nice. I actually almost wonder, I wouldn't do this because maybe. I don't know who that is. I've never heard of that person, but I almost wonder if we said, all right, how many people would actually write in for the could you do a write-in ballot? If we got as many Raider fans together and you just vote for Jeremy Chuggs for president, how many do you think we would get? I don't know. I don't even know what that means, Jonathan. So what's up with mayor though? I have absolutely no idea, dude. I have no idea. I don't think anybody knows what's going on with Michael Mayer. And that might be the biggest problem, where we have no information at all about what's happening with him. We know that he's dealing with a situation, but it's been a situation where he's been away from the team since, week 3 at this point? For players to be away from their team for that long of period of time and to not get any info on it. I've been doing this thing for a long time. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this for the Raiders or for almost any NFL team. For a guy to just be absent from the team for almost 2 months, and it's just we have no idea. Now, he is on the non-injury list, and he is eligible to come back week 11. So we'll see if he's back. I think the Raiders expect him to come back. I'll tell you this right now, though. If Michael Mayer ended up getting traded today, I would be a little bit disappointed in all the reports that came out, because I would say that we've been lied to then. I don't want to throw that out in the atmosphere, but it's just my honest opinion. Again, he's got 25 minutes to get dealt. I don't see that happening. It's just facts. if you can't play for 2 months and then he ended up getting traded today, I would say that somebody along the way was not being 100% truthful. I'm looking right now at the people that are getting in. Justine Gonzalez, you in twice. I see Raider Josh, you in. And then Nick Perez, hopefully I pronounced that right. You're in, which right now I'm looking, it would be a $20 Venmo. You would win $200 on this show. 20 to win, 200, but I put an extra 100 in the pot, so you have better odds to win a little bit more. 20 to win, 200. I'm telling you this right now. Also, reminder, if we get to 1,000 likes, I got to put 2 more shots on top of this. I don't know how I'm going to do this Jell-O. I'm not going to eat Jell-O probably for the rest of my life. What's up, Vinny Thomas? Why aren't we making any moves from Stick? I think the reason why the Raiders aren't making any moves is because usually 2-7 teams don't buy. Usually 2-7 teams sell. And because the Raiders know, and Antonio Pierce knows that his job is on the line, you're not going to trade away all your assets because you still want to be able to have a job next season. So I think because it's that double-edged sword this year right now for the Raiders, that's why no moves are going down. There's still plenty of time. I mean, deadlines make deals. There's still 23 minutes to go. You could see a trade go down. I think the other reason why a trade might not happen is because of all the injuries and because of all the unknowns for the Raiders. Like Andres Pete went down with an injury. Colton Miller had an injury. Andre James has an injury. Nate Hobbs has an injury. There's a lot of players right now for the Raiders that are just banged up. And that's just the cold hard fact. They're banged up here. Can we get Sanders from RF? Sure. In fact, I think the most likely quarterback option for the Raiders next season is actually Shedeur Sanders. Philip Boger, you in. I see the Weldinator. Hopefully I pronounced that right. That's a new name. The Weldinator. You're in. Though I almost wonder if you changed your name. Because you have the same picture as somebody else, just with a different name. I'm actually going to have to click in this. Okay, you changed your name. Fair enough. Just wanted to make sure. And then Jaime Whitford, you're in. 20 to win. Uh-oh, I just saw a tweet come in. It was like, apparently the 49ers are trying to get a defensive tackle. The 2 defensive tackles that teams are showing interest in for the Raiders are John Jenkins and Adam Butler. That's disturbing. Are you kidding me right now? Dude, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. I'm not kidding you. Five minutes. What did Chuggs do his in? I'll try to beat Chuggs this time. Also, I don't know what is on the bottom of this guy. That just made its way down. What's really cool is you can see all like the levels. It looks like a tree. Like a tree ring. You know what I mean? This is going to be a disaster, dude. All right, here's what I want y'all to do. I'm doing this because of the Soup Daddy, Ryan Campbell. If you want a shout out here on today's show, I want y'all to spam Ryan Campbell down below. He's the MVP of today's show. He is the MVP of the month of, right now, November. And Ryan, I need to make sure, because I'm not 100% sure. Ryan, let me know down in the comments, do you have a Raiders Report hat yet? If that answer is no, I will send you a Raiders Report hat. If you just want another one, I'm going to send you another one from Jeremy and I. And we can sign underneath the bill. If you don't want us to sign it, don't believe me, we don't have to. Let's get some Ryan Campbell's going. He says, I already got a hat. Well, I'm going to send you something. Hell, I might send you a boot of Jell-O, just wrapped up. You can try it yourself. All right, Chuggs.
Ryan says, give it to someone. Okay. A little spur of the moment hat giveaway?
I'm in.
How about this?
I say you got to join the duck race to get it because it just makes it so much easier for us to be able to track.
Last place of this duck race gets a hat.
Because I don't want to have to hunt somebody down to get a shipping address, and I don't want Ryan Campbell to give something away and then nobody claims it. So you got to get in the duck race in order to get the hat.
Last place gets the hat?
I'm fine with that. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. All right, I got to do this before. If the Raiders trade for somebody and I'm drinking this Jell-O, we're in trouble. We're legitimately in trouble.
Here we go. Down the hatch. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Oh, man.
Mitch, how would you feel if we draft Carson Beck? And what round? Oh, you did? Nando, I just voted for the Raiders today. Good for you, man. Good for you. Oh, yeah. Locho, good luck with the boot, Pookie Wookie. Body mechanics, sports therapy. So what's up with Mayer, though? I think we also answered that one. Noah, Mitch, how much to add a drizzle of ranch on the boot?
Oh, man. I felt like that. Sorry, I was AP in it. I felt like there's like a game that people play where they put water in their mouth and they slap each other with a tortilla.
We have tortillas.
Imagine that with Jell-O. What could go wrong? That wouldn't be messy at all.
Oh, we have the new guys here. It's good. Gray Keys. Breaking news, our Raiders just signed Ryan. I don't know who that is. I don't get the joke. You're almost to the blue Jell-O. You've gone. You've paced yourself pretty well. You've gone pretty conservative through the first half of the Jell-O. Now we're on the bottom part.
Oh, man.
Now we're at the bottom part. There we go. But Gray Keys, let us know. $10. Do you want us to take another blue shot or a red shot? Mitch is already taking a blue one right now. Reminder, 17 minutes left in the NFL trade deadline. I don't know if any more big moves are happening. Eric says, F it, trade Minshew and get
terrible.
Fields. Make it fun. Almost there. Glub, glub. Glub, glub, glub. I don't think you can trade Minshew. And Ryan says, I changed the profile pick, yes, and do half and half. Which, we're getting there.
I'm telling you this right now. This is really difficult.
Almost done. It's like a booger kid. I think Minshew would love a Jell-O boot. It's like that booger consistency.
It's, you know what it kind of reminds me of?
And it's weird. We've gained 100 people while you've been drinking this boot. Oh, yeah.
Somebody said do one more.
Our boss did say that he'd be down to do a Jell-O boot. He did say he'd be down if we get 5 more bangs.
See, I'm worried, though, he'd make it look too easy. Like, he's the one, he was the dude eating those, like, gross jelly beans. It's like liver and onions, and he's like, it's casual Sunday.
I had no idea where you were going with that at first.
Oh. Fair. Fair. I did say we're also 20 likes away from 2 more Jello shots, which you might have to do those. I don't know if I can do more Jello today, quite frankly.
Ryan, give the hat to 8th place. It would make fun for better race content and also a very funny race. Okay.
8th place?
8th place?
All right, I'm in.
Am I missing the joke?
I don't know. 8th place?
Dude, that was a heavy burp.
That was gross. That was one of the worst burps I think I've ever had.
5 more bangs. Our boss is going to come in and slurp down some Jello right through his gullet.
Yikes. The Steelers are waiving Rodney Williams. I don't even know who the hell that is.
Oh, Ryan says it's his favorite number. 8. R.I.P. to Kobe.
Okay. R.I.P. to one of the GOATs, man. Would you rather take Kobe or LeBron on your team? What would you do? I think this audience is going to go 8. I think I would go LeBron, but I think this chat is going to go Kobe. I just know this chat. Yep. I see a lot of Kobe's
Nothing
down
against
below.
Kobe.
Here you go.
Thank you.
We are 1 like away, and I don't know. We're going to do another one. End Zone says Jordan. I mean, Jordan's the right answer, but if it's just between those two, Kobe or Curry, that's a good one. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I can feel how much Jello's in my stomach.
It sits.
It is. Like, there is a pool of Jello in my stomach right now. It's unbelievable, quite frankly.
I got a belly full of red Jello. At least you got the split, though. Mine was full-on strawberry Jello.
I don't like the blue, though. I think the red one tastes better. Dude, I'm not eating Jello ever again. I'm telling you that right now. You're not going to catch me eating Jello here ever again.
5 more bangs, and our boss is doing a Jello boot.
Oh, dude.
5 more bangs, and our boss is doing a Jello boot. Who's going to make that happen?
I see Kane Ramirez is in. I see Marcus Palmer is in. Finesse Lounge is also in. Twice. Sorry, Finesse. 20 to win, $270 here for a duck race. We got 12 minutes of the NFL trade deadline. I will say this. It is important to mention that as soon as this clock strikes 0, we are going to do a mailbag today.
Yeah. So use hashtag Raiders or Super Chat your questions.
Yep.
When the clock strikes 0, we will start a mailbag. We will have to leave the ball, and the pumpkin will not be a chariot anymore.
How much for me to eat Jello for the rest of the year? Like what? Like every game day? I don't know. I'll think about a Jello deal. I just can't even think of Jello right now. Like every time I burp,
Jello.
Oh, dude, it's saying hello. Jello.
Jello, Jello. I don't know why.
Thanks for the Goat Raider content, my dudes. Can't get right. I appreciate that, dude. I really do.
I want to see our boss do the Jello boot. I might send in a bang.
No, I think we got a few more people getting in the duck race.
Come on, can we band together to get our boss to do a Jello boot?
I think he would do it a lot easier. All right, how about this? I'll ask him. 2 bangs. Would 2 bangs for a Jello boot work?
He's countering with 3.
All right, it's 3. 3. If somebody,
who's gonna throw the first alley-oop?
dude, I'm telling you that right now. I don't know.
Who's gonna throw up the first alley-oop?
It's not, dude. I'm telling you this right now. It's not easy. That's not a lot. Like, that's not easy to do. Raider Prime, I see you, Steven Montanez. When we doing the duck race, got to see if I'm going to be in a meeting or not. Steven Montanez, I would say.
In about 30 minutes after we do the. Oh my God! After we do the mailbag.
Correct.
9:45. 9 minutes 45 seconds until the end of the NFL trade deadline.
Dude, I can't wait. I can't wait for this Thursday.
Our boss has got Jell-O up to his neck. He's ready to slurp it. We just need 3 bangs. Who's going to go out there and set up the first alley-oop?
Sometimes it just takes one. Autumn Wind Raider, we get anyone, just got off of work. No.
Nope.
The only thing that the Raiders have done today is the Raiders announced that Scott Turner is the new play caller for the Las Vegas Raiders. Brett is the boss, Ed. Also, hang on, I got to burp, dude. Also, the Raiders named Joe Philbin the interim offensive line coach. And then the Raiders also hired Norv Turner as a senior assistant kind of consultant for his son Scott Turner in terms of offensive play calling.
Allie might be down for a couple Jell-O shots. Huh? You are? Oh. Now I'm confused.
Well, I don't think that she can eat Jell-O because of... Well, I don't know. Like,
what were you about to say?
oh, she has like that one, same thing that Marsh has.
Oh.
Well, I don't know if she wants me to say that.
Ed Robbins! Bang!
I'm going to throw up. Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me?
Ed! Here we go. It says, get slurping, Brett.
Oh, my goodness, dude.
That's quite the message.
Get slurping, Brett.
All right.
Ed, do you want it to be blue or red Jell-O or a mix of both?
Blue, red, purple.
Ed, do you want blue, red, or a mix?
I'm telling you this right now. It's not easy.
How did you do it?
I did all red.
Just open your mouth or your throat.
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys watching the Chiefs game here, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I thought NFL Network would have a trade deadline coverage. They did,
Nah.
and then they were just like, no.
That is...
Are these like liquidy?
Yeah, they're all in the fridge, so you're going to have to
Ed,
How many?
maybe just clean that out a little bit
How many did you put in?
until it fills.
I just did it until it fills up.
it's
Ed, do you
it's
want?
probably like 30 of them.
Ed, do you want red, blue, or mix?
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, it's a lot of them.
Is this sugar-free Jell-O or how much diabetes am I getting with this?
Some-
Sugar free. I did not know that. Oh, he said mix. So half blue, half red.
All right. I'll be back.
Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Dude, I'll tell you this right now. What? They're not bad. When you do a boot of them, not as good. Yeah. No, like the one that Brett's got out there. Not like that. If somebody wanted me to do a boot of that, I'm not kidding you, that's 2 gong rips. That would make me throw up. That would make me throw up. Autumn Wind Raider. Dude, Ed Robbins, man. I'm not kidding you.
It's not your fault. It is your fault. It's 110% your fault.
I can't believe. I mean, I can believe because Ed is one of the OGs around here. One of the most respected names in the Chat Sports studios. Everybody's spamming Ed's the GOAT. Yeah, I'll tell you this right now. That's freaking wild, dude.
As soon as we said Ed Robbins, Allie's head turned around kind of like an owl.
She's in the zone, dude.
She's in the zone.
She really regrets sitting next to Studio A.
Yeah, I think she hates it because every time we go live, I look out there and I say, Allie.
See, I look out and I usually talk about people who I can see in my vision.
Free.
And Allie's right there. I bring up Petey's name quite often because Petey's in my peripheral. Coop too, because I actually have a perfect sight of Coop.
Yeah. Here comes Salame.
I don't like how you whispered that.
There's many reasons to not like it. Ed, say what's up, man.
Ed has given me a nickname, and it's Allie Baby Boot Barefoot.
Oh.
Because I don't do full boots. So I know whenever I see Ed in my streams, I need to get a baby boot as soon as possible.
Are you allergic to Jell-O?
That is up for discussion.
Oh, we don't know.
It is today. I am
Oh.
today. It's a 1-day allergy, and there's no cure.
Oh no.
Unfortunately.
Harry, you're a wizard. Potter. I think there's only one person who can drink to this. There's only one person that can drink to this super chat.
It's got to be the person that's got Harry Potter tattooed on him.
I think he, right?
We have somebody who's got Harry Potter tattooed on him. I mean, it's got to happen.
Read.
So Reed was on our Thursday night football stream, last week, right? Literally Halloween.
You're a wizard.
Harry Potter.
Can we see the tattoo? I'm not shitting you. Look at this.
That's not his leg either. All right, I need you got a Jell-O shot in you?
You might, a hundo, you might need to take down a couple. Harry, do you want?
No, I can do one.
Harry, do you want Reed to take down a blue or a red Jell-O shot?
Ooh, it's very true. Very, very true. Just popped up out of nowhere. Because he's a wizard, Harry. Harry Potter.
You can go take a Jell-O shot. He said 100.
Come on up.
Here, let me get y'all.
It's vodka. Do you mind?
The only thing that would make me happier is Everclear or bleach.
Everclear bleach. That's a crazy thing to say. Here you go. L'chaim.
Harry Potter says he wanted red Jell-O shot.
Well, Harry Potter's got a red. I'll do a red one as well. You're a wizard, Harry.
Yeah, Trey said he only would do the blue one.
Chuggs, there's a hair in my Jell-O.
Huh?
There's a hair in my Jell-O.
Oh, that's on me.
I don't know if it'll. Dude, my body feels like a giant Jell-O right now. I kind of do. I'm not kidding you. I think I've had, all in all, I've had a lot of Jell-O today. The boot I just did is starting to hit me like dude, it's like it hit me like a truck.
Ryan, this is a question I think for Trace.
It's
He says,
hitting me
Chuggs,
like
how much for a Trace boot of Jell-O?
What are we going for? How much have they been going for?
Chuggs
Brett-
did his for 2.
Brett just did one for 300.
Twist my arm. Twist my arm. I don't know.
45 seconds left.
Oh, hold on. I got to get off screen for the trade deadline.
Oh, that's true. The trade deadline's today, in case you were wondering.
That's the only important thing happening.
Yeah, there's nothing else going on in the world today
Trace,
besides the NFL trade
how
deadline.
much for
Harry
Potter? You're a wizard. You're a wizard. You're a wizard.
10.
You're a wizard.
We got 11.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, wait!
The fax machine, let it roll in. The fax machine, let it roll in.
Yeah, there is one.
There's a trade?
Someone needs to step in for you.
What is the trade?
Texans are trading Khalil Davis to the Niners for 2026 7.
You shitting me?
Harry Potter. And the Raiders do absolutely nothing, but a trade did just happen. The Texans traded defensive tackle Khalil Davis of the 49ers for a 7th-round pick in 2026. Holy cow.
Trace, Ryan keeps on asking how much for a mixed Jello boot for you. 300.
Well, I mean, Harry just sent in a 1.
Okay.
Trey said
Get another one.
Trey said a $200 Venmo and he'll do it.
If somebody sends in a $100 Venmo to match that, I'll do it. We already got 100. I just need a second.
All right, Trace wants 1 bang, and he's doing 1.
A bang on Venmo.
A bang on top of Harry Potter's bang, and Trace is going to do 1 as well. Oh, man. I will say, this is kind of expected. I really didn't expect the Raiders to do anything today. I really didn't.
OG Bloodstain with the question that we all want to know. Do the Raiders actually want the number 1 overall pick? The second pick has been better the past couple seasons. He's not wrong.
He's not wrong. However, though, I don't think the Raiders want the 1st or 2nd pick. I think the Raiders legitimately want to try to win. They're not going to try to tank. They're not going to try to lose. You don't fire 3 coaches if you're trying to lose football games. Like, they're going to try to get this thing figured out. I just don't really think that it's going to happen. I really don't. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I have to fart, and I'm worried if I do, it's going to be Jell-O. I don't know. I've never farted with this much Jell-O in my system. Has anybody?
I think a bubble comes out.
Does it? Just that would be wild. It just comes out as little gummy bears. No?
All
just
right.
little gummy bears.
Whatever we have left.
I think whatever we got left.
All right. Here is our boss, Brett.
Mr. Brett,
Here.
I don't know how you're going to do this. I mean, again, I get grossed out with, like, textures and...
What just happened? Oh my God! Trace just knocked over the trash can that had all of the cups of the
Oh,
Jell-O in it.
Jesus. I heard something, and
Yeah,
it sounded bad out there.
So there were a good number of these little cups in a trash can, all open, of course. And Trace just.
Ryan said to check
Oh, there we go. All right, Trace is on his way. All right,
You got it.
I got it. Okay, I got this. I just had to get a couple going though. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did.
But
Alright.
what's with all the innuendo when it comes to Jell-O shots though?
It's the slurp.
The slurpiness? You said you didn't like the sound of it.
I don't like the sound, the texture. I actually don't like Jell-O. Like Jell-O, I don't want to say it grosses me out, but that much Jell-O grosses me out.
It's a lot of Jell-O.
No way Mitch could be in this delivery.
Did
I'll be fine.
you see things that you can't unsee? Let's put it that way.
I'll be fine with that.
This is a walk in the park.
Did you take it all at once, or did you have to take like?
I took sips.
Okay, all right.
He's doing it for America.
It's grossing me out watching you eat it. Dude, I don't. That's like
Get over
it's-
here so you can hear the.
it's the
so you can hear
sound,
the sound,
dude.
Get right up and take the headset off so you can really hear it. Brutal.
See again.
All right, I almost.
I feel like Brett's doing this too easily.
That's why it was okay to come down from 5.
Dude, this is wild. Gatling Gun says, "Get on that, Mitch." I don't know if I could do another one.
Almost done. No. There's a lot of Jello no matter what. I'm almost done.
I don't know, man.
Working on it, Michael. One more? Okay, John, I got you.
Yep. Too much. Oh my God, dude. Ryan Campbell! Bang! Oh my goodness. The most Jello ever consumed. Oh my God, this is disgusting. I can't comprehend what I've seen
Looks
today.
like a little baby. Oh, I'm gonna eat you, baby. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back ribs. Chili's baby back ribs.
So Harry Potter throws up the alley-oop. Ryan Campbell flushes it down. Trace has now got to come up here, and he's got to do his Jello boot, which it's starting to hit me like a ton of bricks, dude. It's hitting me like a ton of bricks.
I'm a baby.
Trace boot coming up next. Mitch, 500 bang for a blue Jello boot just for you.
I would say yes.
I'll be honest with you. If it happened, I would try it. I don't know if I'll be able to finish it, though. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, and I feel bad saying that because somebody would send in that much money, and I don't know if I'll fit. Like, I'm worried I'll throw up.
So yes, he's down.
Dude, I don't know if I'm going to be able to, man. Fluhy, legit, I'm farting gummy bears right now, bro.
Chili's baby back ribs.
We got 3 gummy bears and a few trolleys back here. It's a nightmare. Are you surprised the Raiders did nothing? Give me a yes. Give me a no. I'm going to say no. I'm not. Like, and we went live today for the deadline more just for like the sake of let's do it. Like, let's talk about some of the trades that end up happening. But overall, though, like, I'm not really surprised. 2-7 football teams don't usually buy. 2-7 football teams usually sell. 2-7 football teams don't usually try to win games, but this 2-7 football team is going to try to win football games. So, like, no, I'm not really surprised. They're going to try to figure it out with what they got on this squad, but I'm kind of happy that they didn't do anything too crazy because this still tells me that, you know, we're smart enough to realize, like, bigger picture down the road. And I almost wonder if, like, AP wanted to trade for somebody and if I got a burp here. And if, like, Mark Davis Telesco is just like, nope, not going to happen. Just, you know, officially just shutting it down. Just not going to happen. Nick, did you see that the Raiders named Scott the interim OC and Joe Philbin as the intern offensive line coach? I did, Nick. See, I will say this. I like when people like bring this stuff up because there are things that, you know, we miss from time to time. But I made a video on that probably, I don't know, an hour and a half ago at this point. I don't even remember. But I don't mean this like as a knock on anybody. But genuinely, like Chuggs and I don't miss Raiders news. Where like there might be stuff that happens once in a while that I might not make a video on. And it's like a minor thing of like, Tyreek McAllister signs with the Raiders practice squad. If you're watching the show live, we'll talk about it, but not every single move I always make content on. When it's like a bigger move, and I would say like renaming your interim coach is something that we will cover. But yeah, I think we got it down. I don't know if it's the vodka or if it's the Jello going to my head, but it's
Mitch,
going.
Is somebody going to send a 500?
I have absolutely no idea. I don't know if I want it to happen.
Chili's baby back ribs.
You guys are giving me chills.
I'm going to eat that baby.
Hey, you can keep your Jello boot.
You can keep your Jello. I want to keep that baby.
Dude, it's so gross. There's so much just nonsense going on in there.
That's just so appetizing.
It's not too bad your first two. Your last few sips.
Did we get it, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. Cheers to you guys.
Yeah, it was Harry Potter followed up by Ryan Campbell.
Okay.
I
heard y'all earlier say something about this.
Oh, God.
It is disgusting, bro. All right, hold on.
Dude, I'm going to throw up.
I'm gonna throw up.
Trace is inhaling.
Trace, you remember that video of the dog that you sent me at the shelter?
Oh, God.
That's gonna be you.
Dude. I'm actually worried of what's going to come out. I
There
have
was a
no
dog
idea.
that ate like a whole box of Orbeez.
Oh, shit. I have seen that.
That's gonna be Trace.
Yeah, I'm telling you what. What's crazy is
Oh, your guy's here, Triz. I forgot to tell you, Borelli.
Borelli.
Hi, Jan.
Bro, you are in. I'll tell you what, he's done it the quickest.
Yeah. Maddie's a lucky woman.
Dude.
Oh my God, it's spewing out of his mouth.
Bro, you got to keep that in. That's actually incredible.
I wish we had more.
No, you don't. You don't wish that.
Tongue check.
Your mustache is 8 different colors. Nice.
Raiders!
Got me feeling nicey.
I mean, I'll tell you this. He inhaled that, dude.
You just gotta start. You just gotta keep going. You can't think about it.
Tip of the tongue, tip of the tongue, tip of the tongue.
Dude, I'm not going to lie. I got
wish we had more Jello. I'd do another one.
I got a few trolleys crawling around. They're just inching around in me.
I had some sour night crawlers going crazy.
Dude, I'll tell you this right now.
All right.
If Alex and I do it tonight, it might be a Sour Patch Kid. It might just come out like that. First they're sour, and then they're sweet. I mean, that's just unbelievable.
I feel like with Alex, you're more likely to get one of those like chamoy candies.
That's unbelievable. No, I do like chamoy. Chamoy hits. Yeah, you put some chamoy on like some mango, some like watermelon or some shit like that. That's unbelievable. That would be so good.
All right, we're gonna do a mailbag, and then we're gonna do our last duck race.
And then I think we gotta skedaddle. It's getting rough in
I think
these
we got to
streets.
skid and daddle.
Yeah, it's I'm telling you this right now. Wild, wild, wild. Today's been an interesting day, no doubt about it. He should eat a real worm. I have eaten a real worm. It's been a while since I've done it, but I have eaten a real worm before.
Chili's, baby back ribs.
All right, y'all. Mailbag time here, and I hope I don't have to make an emergency exit during this mailbag. Hashtag Raiders or Super Chat in order to skip the line to get your questions answered here on today's show.
Chili's.
Oh, man. I don't know how this got stuck in your head, this Chili's baby back shit. I don't know if it's the Jell-O.
I'm gonna eat that baby.
I don't know if it's the vodka. I don't know what exactly he's hitting, but it's all starting to circulate.
We
at
gotta
the
we gotta
exact
watch
same
Austin
time.
Powers.
I haven't seen Austin Powers in a minute or two. It's been a long, long time. All right, coming up, mailbag time. Hashtag Raider Super Chat, skip the line. I'm going to do my best to answer all y'all's questions, and if I have to run out of the studio, you guys know why. So, coming up, let's go mailbag. It's mailbag time here on the Raiders Report. We are filming this show live on Tuesday during the NFL trade deadline. It has come. It has passed. If you want to see your questions or comments on a future mailbag show, you got to be subscribed. make sure you got those notifications turned on and make sure that you're using hashtag Raiders or Super Chat to skip the line. First one's coming in here from Joshua. What's up, Joshua? Do you think Philbin will be a good O-line coach? I know Philbin has offensive line coaching experience in the past, has been in the NFL for quite some time, is a well-respected offensive mind. Here's the thing, though. I don't think our offensive line can be anything worse than what it has been. We got a few injuries that we have to be able to keep tabs on, but I think at the end of the day, this is a move where Antonio Pierce trusts Philbin, and because of Philbin's past experience, you're hoping that it's better. And the one reason why I do think that it's going to be better is the simple fact of they're going to start Jackson Powers Johnson at center. Simple fix. JPJ at center instead of Andre James, and you're going to get good results. Let's go to FF Oriole. What do you think is a better outlook for the Raiders to try and win and get that 1% to the playoffs with the current team, or tank for the draft? The better outlook for the current team right now is to try to win games, because if they don't win games, then this coaching staff's going to be gone, and you're going to have a lot different looking of a team. But, the honest answer here is the Raiders not winning any football games, getting a high draft pick, and having the chance to get a franchise quarterback, maybe like a Cam Ward, maybe like a Shedeur Sanders. But then the other really important part of this tank is if you have the number 1 pick or if you have the number 2 pick, you have a chance to get Ben Johnson. And if you have a chance to get Ben Johnson, you have a chance to totally change your entire franchise. Let's go to Nick. Did you see the Raiders name Scott the interim and Joe as the interim offensive line coach? I did. Anytime Raiders news happens, I promise you this, we'll keep you up to date. It's why you should be subscribed. I made a video probably about an hour and a half ago on this topic. Now, when you guys see this on a later date, just know that I did make a video on it. But when the Raiders hired Norv Turner, it was then almost as obvious can be that Scott's going to be the interim. He's got 3 years of offensive coordinator experience. Hopefully it's better than what Getsy was. I don't know how it can get much worse. Oscar, I'll be surprised if we win 4 games after Sunday. So you're saying we got 8 games remaining. You'd be surprised if we win 4 more games? I agree with that. I would be surprised if the Raiders won 4 games this season. So that means out of the next 8 games, they're going to win 2 more. I don't see that happening. If they run into 1 win, sure, that can happen. Running into more than that, though, I would be shocked. I'm not going to lie to you. I'd be shocked because, yes, we moved on from Getsy, but we still have an Antonio Pierce problem at head coach. Blake Thomas, what's up, man? If AP isn't back, who do you think is the most likely to be the Raiders coach next season? I've answered this one a few times live today on the show, but I'm going to go with my gut feeling. And right now, all the Jello is telling me to go with Mike Vrabel. It's because Tom Brady's relationship with Vrabel, with Mark Davis' relationship with Vrabel, the Raiders want to add a coach that, they feel like is a good overall head coach and can, do a lot of the things that Vrabel's going to be able to do. I do think Vrabel got the short end of the stick this past coaching cycle, but if I was a betting man, I would say Vrabel, and then you end up bringing in a brand new OC, though I want Ben Johnson. If you can't get Ben Johnson, then I think it's going to be Mike Vrabel. If you're out on those 2 guys, the next coach that I would look at is Zach Robinson, who's currently the offensive coordinator right now for the Atlanta Falcons. How about this? So I want you guys to let me know, if not AP, who is going to be the Raiders coach next season? This is going to be the pinned comment here on today's show. While you're going to hit with the YouTube ad break, I want you to scroll on down and give me your answer. Let's go to the Soup Daddy, today's MVP, the man of all the Jello, Ryan Campbell. Do you think Cam Ward is better than Sanders? Who would you want as OC, and who do you want as wide receiver 1? I do think Cam Ward is better than Shedeur Sanders. I think Cam Ward is the top quarterback prospect, and I've thought that he's the top quarterback prospect for months at this point. I mean, again, you can go back and look at my videos I did in March. I was all on Cam Ward. I feel like I've done a good job in my, we'll call it career, being able to evaluate quarterback talent. I think it's what I'm most strong at, and I think when you go back and look at a lot of the videos that I've done, my track record proves that. I do like Cam Ward better. I would want Cam Ward and Ben Johnson. I think that's a hell of a pairing. And then if your number 1 receiver is with those guys, I'll say you could still just say Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers, one of those 2 guys got to step up. We'll see what we got in Michael Mayer, but watch out for T. Higgins. T. Higgins has been a name that's been brought up to me a few times, and I know I've thrown that name out there. I'll say T. Higgins is a sneaky, sneaky guy. Let's go to Noah. Mitch, how would you feel if we draft Carson Beck and what round would you get him in if we do? He's going to go in the first round. However, I'm not really crazy about Carson Beck. I don't think he's that great of a quarterback prospect. I think you're seeing this season he's getting exposed a little bit without some of the top talent that Georgia has kind of done, circulating around him. Also, they're getting more tape on him, and the more and more people are starting to scheme, he's just not as good. He's going to go in round 1. So, he's not going to be a QB that falls in round 2, maybe somebody like a Quinn Ewers. So, if you want Beck, you're going to have to take him in round 1. I'll be curious to see if he's a top 10 pick. If he is a top 10 pick, I think it's just because teams need a quarterback, but I don't think he's a top 10 prospect. If you're looking for Raiders content all day, every day, 365, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you got those notifications on. And if you are a real one, let me know with a real one comment down below. OG, what's up, bro? Do the Raiders want the number 1 pick? Recent drafts, the 2 pick has been better. I think every NFL team wants the number 1 pick because every NFL team is going to believe in their staff, and overall their team to be able to make the right decision. But, if I was the Raiders and I had the number 1 overall pick, again, I would take Cam Ward. I wouldn't think twice about it. But if let's say you're picking 1 and there's a team at number 2, and I think the Raiders do want Shedeur more than they want Cam Ward, if I was Las Vegas, then I would trade with whoever's number 2, get an extra first-round pick, and then just end up getting your quarterback in Shedeur. Eric, draft McMillan in the first, then draft Fafita in the second, only if Ward or Sanders are already taken. McMillan's a hell of a talent, no doubt about it. Fafita, though, was a quarterback that I know we talked about a little bit in the offseason because he's a fun and entertaining athlete. I kind of look at him as like a Dorian Thompson-Robinson, really fun college quarterback, but it's not going to be good enough to be able to get it done in the NFL. And this is a QB that I've watched more of this season because I remember Chuggs bringing him up in the offseason. So because of that, I did my best to do my homework. Robert, should the Raiders trade Mayer in the offseason? I have absolutely no idea, and I hate saying that around a player that's currently on the team, but I don't really think it's fair for me to say, yes, we should trade away Mayer when we don't even know what exactly is going on. The Raiders are anticipating that he's going to be back in Week 11. He's been away from the team since Week 3, and he's been on the non-injury list. I don't know what exactly has happened with Mayer, and I don't want to speculate again, but if he's 100% healthy and he sat out this long, then I think that he probably will be traded. If he sat out this long and he's got some medical or he's got some personal thing going on, then I don't think that's fair for us to sit up here and say we should trade him. Wrong way. Take Sanders and trade future first-round picks and get Ashton Genty. I don't think that this is a very smart thing to do. I don't think that you trade first-round picks for running back prospects because you could have the best running back in the NFL, but if you don't surround him with a lot of talent, if you don't surround him with a good team, he's just not nearly as good. And that's just the way that it is. I mean, think about Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry last season, he got banged up a little bit, but he was also on the Tennessee Titans and not nearly as close to being as good as what he is this season. Think about Josh Jacobs on the Raiders team last season. He couldn't do anything because we didn't have a lot of talent around him. We need to figure out our quarterback, offensive line, and then your final piece to the puzzle is running back. Unfortunately for the Raiders, we just need so many pieces, so Genty's not going to happen, man. We got more questions coming up here in just a moment, but our show sponsor is PrizePicks, and if you're a Raiders fan that needs something to root for, then I'm telling you right now, PrizePicks is for you. Download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. You can now win up to 100 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. PrizePicks now offers Venmo for quick and easy deposits and withdrawals into your account this sports season. If you're playing PrizePicks and you're like, Mitch, all right, give me an example of more or less. Lamar Jackson, 50.5 rushing yards against the Cincinnati Bengals. This is the game that's going down on Thursday night. If you don't already know, make sure you pull up for all of our Thursday night streams. I got to dress up as somebody who watches this show all the time. That's all I'm going to say. It's going to be fun. But more or less, if you're like, oh, Lamar's going to have more, you pick more. If you think he's going to have less, you go with less. And it's really, honestly, that simple. PrizePicks is the best way to get real money this football season. Which players are going off, which ones aren't. Make your picks in as little as 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on PrizePicks. Download the app today. Use code CLNS, get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, run your game. Let's go to cruising. I want Jackson, Dart, and Respo from the U or Cam. What a do, nation. Miss you guys. Been busy. now with work and the family headed to Germany next year. Oh, crap. Alex is actually heading to Germany in like a few weeks. She's going over there for a Christmas work trip. I think Jackson Dart's a fun quarterback. Again, college QB to me. I don't love him in the NFL. Maybe I got to watch a little bit more because there's been a few other people that are like, Jackson Dart's legit. The other quarterback I got to watch more of is Musburger, whatever the hell his name is, from LSU. I got to watch him. I do like Nussmeier. I like Respo. He's a fun receiver, and I've watched a lot of him because I've watched a lot of Cam Ward. But, like, that's somebody who's probably going to be a wide receiver 3 in the NFL. Let's go to body mechanics sports therapy. Any chance Gruden might come back? I sure hope not. And I think that a lot of people probably know how I'm going to react to this question here. I literally do not know how any person that is a Raiders fan can possibly want John Gruden back on this team. And I'm just going to keep saying it because I keep getting asked the question. The Raiders need to rebuild in the draft. If you trust John Gruden to rebuild in the draft, then I have some unbelievable beachfront property in Wyoming. Let's go to the biggest clown. What's your plan for the Raiders going into the draft? Tank or try and win more games? Even though we won't win much, does AP come back with this performance? To me, the Raiders got to win 4 games out of their next 8 to bring back AP. And even that, like, if you win 4 games, but your team just still, like, doesn't look good, if I'm silver and black, I'm going to make a decision, and I'm okay moving on from them. But if I told you you win 4 out of your next 8, I think a lot of Raider fans would be like, holy shit, like, that's really impressive. You should bring them back. My plan for the Raiders would be you go out there and you try to win football games. I don't think that anything is made when you tank, when you give up. I think it's bad karma. But I think even if the Raiders go out and try to win games, they're not good enough. And AP has yet to show me that he's good enough of a head coach for us to win. So I would say you keep going out there, you're doing your thing, and then at the end of the year, you get a new head coach, you get a new offensive coordinator, you get a quarterback, you build your offensive line, and so on and so forth. Let's go to the black hole. When Aiden returns, will he be the Raiders' starting quarterback? I believe so. Aiden went down with a broken thumb, or fractured thumb, I guess, back when the Raiders played the Rams in Week 7, and he got put on IR. The diagnosis was he was going to be out 4 to 6 weeks, but when you get put on IR, you're out 4 games at minimum. So because of that, he's eligible to come back in Week 13, and if he's eligible to come back, I'm going to imagine he's the starter. The only way that he's not starting when he returns is if the Raiders beat the Dolphins and if they beat the Denver Broncos and are 2-0. Or I guess maybe if you lose to the Dolphins and then the Raiders go back to Minshew or go to Desmond Ridder and then that QB gets a win in Week 12. I'd say that's the only way that Aiden's not the starter when he comes back. Let's go to Max. What's up, man? If Desmond Ridder looks capable, it is worth using our top pick on Travis Hunter. There's never going to be a situation where Desmond Ridder looks good enough to say that that's our quarterback next season. I would say the only way that you could tell me that we'd be confident in our quarterback room with Desmond Ridder, Raiders got to win 6 out of the next 8. You got to win 6 out of the next 8, and, like, it has to be all 8 good games. No stinkers, no clunkers. You got to win 6 out of your next 8, and Desmond Ridder has to be a reason why you're winning games. Believe me, I need something to root for, too. I need something to be hopeful in. That's just not going to happen. Let's go to Jerry Rader. What record do we have to have for AP to be back next year? You got to win 4 out of your next 8. I mean, I think that that's just the magic number, because even if you win 3 out of the next 8, I'm still going to go, we won 5 games this season, and we didn't look very good. You know what I mean? Like, this team needs to play better. They need to find an identity. They need to start tackling better. They need to, limit the pre-snap penalties. The Raiders need to show us that they are taking strides forward and being better. And we had a question where it was like, what if the Raiders show that they're getting better, but they lose all 8 games? Then you didn't get any better. You got to win in the NFL. How many games do the Raiders need to win for Antonio Pierce to be back in 2025? So right now the Raiders are 2-7. What does their record need to be for Antonio Pierce to be back? I'm saying out of these next 8 games, because you fired your coaches and because the Raiders expect them to be good, Mark Davis expects the Raiders to win. Based on the information that I know and based on the information I have, the magic number's 4. And if we don't get there, it's going to be a new head coach, which means I'm putting an extra $100 in my pocket. Thanks for the bet earlier. Jonathan, Raiders should draft Ricky White. Jacoby would be a great mentor for him. UNLV wide receiver. I'll have to do a little bit more homework on him. I'll be real. I don't know a lot about Ricky White. I don't know a lot about a lot of wide receiver prospects. I only know quarterbacks, and then once January comes around, I start taking a little bit more of a deep dive into free agency, start taking a little bit more of a deep dive in some of these draft prospects. Big luck. Trade Minshew for a Luby's gift card. That's right. Unfortunately, the trade deadline is coming past. I would have traded Gardner Minshew for a Luby's gift card. Hell, I would have traded him for a loogie at this point. He's going to be on the team for the remainder of the year. I don't know if he'll be back next season. If I had to imagine, the Raiders are probably going to have to cut him next offseason because nobody's going to trade for him. Maybe the Colts do, depending on their quarterback situation. But tough sledding here for Minshew. Miguel, what's up, bro? If Cam and Sanders are off the draft board, who should we get and in what round? If those two quarterbacks are off the board, I don't know if there's another quarterback that I like to take in the first round. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, I don't know if I like Carson Beck enough. I don't know if I like Cam Ewers enough. I guess I would say Jalen Milroe, but even Milroe has been really sliding down my board. If the Raiders ended up getting Milroe and we had a Ben Johnson, but, like, Ben Johnson's not coming to the Raiders to coach Milroe. If Todd Monken, I mean, maybe if he came over here to the Raiders, but even that one, if those two QBs are off the board, you better, I mean, if those two QBs are off the board again for the Raiders, you better hope that they have a better quarterback plan before that because it's not going to be pretty and I'm not going to be a happy camper. If the Raiders go into the draft without a quarterback, they absolutely, positively got to figure out a way to go get their guy. Can Brock Bowers make the Pro Bowl this year? Yeah, I think he will make the Pro Bowl this year, quite frankly. Like, now, again, he's still got to be able to put up some good numbers, and he's been putting up good numbers. I think his numbers are about to get a little bit better. His usage might be a little bit less because Getsy historically has really done a good job of getting tight ends involved, which, of course, like he's gotten Brock Bowers involved. Could have even gotten him involved a little bit more, but right now, I mean, who would be a better option than Brock Bowers as a Pro Bowler for the AFC? I'm not really sure. Reminder, y'all, we're going to do a special live show this Sunday. Now, it's going to be me and Jeremy Chuggs. We're going to start at 12:30 Eastern Time, and I know that the Raiders don't play this week. Totally get it. However, though, I still want to be able to root for the number one pick. And if the Raiders start winning more football games, then I won't do number one pick coverage. But the Raiders right now are picking number 6 if the draft were to be today. When we do our show this Sunday, we legitimately could be in a spot to be at the number 2 overall pick spot. I mean, we could even be higher depending if the Titans win or lose or not. But based on the games that I'm going to be covering, the Panthers and Giants, they play at 9:30 a.m. All these times are Eastern times, by the way. They play early at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. So I won't be live for that game, but I will be live for Bears versus Patriots, Jags versus Vikings, and Saints versus Falcons. The teams that are pictured are obviously the teams that we're going to be rooting for because if the Patriots win, if the Jags win, and if the Saints win, well then luckily the Raiders get to move up that draft pick a little bit. Like, real talk, we're going to be rooting for the Panthers, not the Giants. But if the Panthers, Patriots, Jags, and Saints all win those games, Raiders are up to the number 2 pick in the NFL draft. If the Titans end up losing as well,
sorry,
or if the Browns,
I forgot the Panthers and Giants both suck.
Correct. Both teams are really bad. But then you also got a team like the Browns who are ahead of us, and I don't know if they play this week. I haven't looked at the Browns schedule. But we could be potentially up there at the top 2 picks. And if we have a top 2 pick, then we can get Cam Ward, then we get Shedeur Sanders. So if you're not doing anything on Sunday and you're in the same boat as me of if we're not going to win this season, let's get a high draft pick. Tune in. We're going to be covering all 3 of these games right here. Before I get out of here, reminder, follow me on IG, follow me on Twitter. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. I don't think I'm ever going to eat any more Jell-O for the rest of my life because I'm filled up from the flow up to the toe up. What is it? Toe up to the flow up. As you can tell, Jell-O is starting to hit my system in many, many ways. Reminder, again, subscribe, noties. I'll see you guys Thursday. Going to have a lot of fun. And then I'll also see you guys on Sunday for a little bit of a different Raiders Report show. Our shot counter, 99 to 56, is crazy. Crazy. Also, random NBA news, but Joel Embiid has been suspended for 3 games because he got into an altercation.
Yeah, there was a lot of a lot of back and forth on whether it was a push, a punch, a shove. The adjective in which Joel Embiid encountered this media member has been highly debated in the office. Marsh is an NBA hoop head. He might be able to tell us, what did Embiid do? Was it a shove? Oh, I don't know if you're allowed to do that.
That might be 4 games.
That might be 4 games. I don't know. It's the NBA, so that might be 2. What was it? Was it a punch? Was it a shove?
I have no idea. I just saw he got suspended.
I've heard multiple things.
No, Joel Embiid's kind of being a little
I think he threw batteries at him in Philly fashion.
Get out of here, bro.
All I know is the Rockets are better than the Knicks.
I have no idea.
Back to the NBA Finals, and even today.
I can't stand Joel Embiid. I'm not going to lie. He's being a little B. He's being a little B.
But a reminder, everybody, make sure you're subscribed, and make sure, I know it's craziness. Everybody love everybody.
ELE. Dude, that
You feel
Jello.
it?
No, I feel fine, but like, you know when
I'm
do you
hurting.
drink like regular soda ever, or do you drink diet soda? What do you drink?
I'll dabble in both.
Okay. Well, I mostly drink Coke Zero, so like diet soda. But if I ever drink a real Coke, and you can feel that sugar just going up and down your body like real quick. That's how I feel.
My body it feels weird. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like it's.
This might be a good time to tell y'all I put something else in the Jello shots. What you're feeling going up and down your body?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Ugh.
I mean, maybe. I might need one of them.
Yeah.
Ryan says, soft as Charmin. My stomach is.
Oh, he's saying Embiid is soft as Charmin.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that. Like, and here's the problem: when
Coop
you're
might
paid
know.
that much money,
What-
your job is to be an entertainer too. And even if he has done a lot for the city,
We've heard a lot of
hasn't won
different
anything.
opinions on what the adjective Embiid did
here.
to the reporter. Was it
I gotta go pee real quick.
We're almost done.
Well, then we got to do this right now. Like, I have to go.
Assault. It was assault.
Is that bad? No.
Give it a little
Little shoulder shrug. Little shoulder shove.
Nothing Luka wouldn't do.
Dude is never healthy. Dude is never healthy. Well, we got to do a duck race.
Oh yeah.
Yep. We have a whole duck race. Chuggs was about to end the stream.
I honestly thought it was over. All right, last chance.
Last chance to get in. Reminder, whoever comes in 8th place, you're getting a Raiders Report hat. Whoever comes in 1st place, as it stands right now, you're going home with $210. Oh, that's a lie. $310.
Wow.
$310.
Great.
Grape? Oh, dude. I thought we were about to get
Jorge
another.
says the reporter flopped.
You think? I mean, I will say, if you get hit by somebody who's that big, it's not going to take a lot for you to move. Right? If Joel Embiid ran into you, you would know instantly. Instantly. Guys, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that other Jello boot. Again, if it happens, I will try, but I really, really do not know. Anthony Green says, hold up. Mr. Green, I'll wait for you.
Hold up, wait a minute. I thought y'all was finished.
All right, how about this? Let me send you the list of names. I'm going to send you the list. All right. This is going to be a hell of a race here. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'm kind of disappointed that nothing, like, I can't say nothing happened around the Raiders. Add Anthony Green in there. He's in. Anthony Green. So now it's 20 to win, $320. I added an extra hundo, so that's why the odds are a little bit better. No doubt about it. The next time you'll see Chuggs and I live will be on Thursday. Thursday night football action, which
TNF.
I got to wear a funny outfit. It's a good game, too. Bengals-Ravens. It's a really good football game. I can't wait, quite frankly. I also, good news, I beat my dad in fantasy. He was talking a lot of trash because he had like a 40-point lead on me. Huge comeback.
Who was a big proponent of you coming back?
Travis Kelce helped me out yesterday. Cooper Kupp helped me out. And then I think I had the Vikings defense also is like what I needed in order to come back. One more player, too. I just can't think of who it is.
Last check before we run it.
Aaron Jones. Last check, final refresh. I don't have any more. Winner's going to go home with $320.
8th place gets a hat.
Gets a Raiders Report hat. 3, 2, 1. I don't know what this race is. That's honestly what's in my stomach. That little guy right there. That's what I feel in my stomach. Just going like this, man. I'm telling you what. I wish I could explain to you what nonsense is going on in my body right now. Until you drink that much Jell-O, I don't know if you can fully comprehend it. I don't know. Just Win Baby says this is a crapshoot. Yep, more than one ways. How the Jell-O shots feeling from Zoe Hunter?
They're feeling great.
I'm hurting, dude. I'm not. I'm not like drunk, and I don't know if it's just because it was like all like the Jell-O. I'm definitely feeling a type of way, but my body is hurting right now.
That looks like one of our new employees.
Dude, Ken Davis right now is shocked that they're right here. Crash Dog, who is this? Gabriel. What has happened? Are they getting sick? I'll tell you what, it doesn't look like they're getting sick. Almost looks like Moose's short that he made. You know what I'm talking about.
You know what I'm talking about.
Who came in 8th place, Chuggs?
Justin Gonzalez.
Justin Gonzalez, 8th place. Justin, I need you to send me your shipping address.
And I did just see that I missed one of Noah's super chats. And Jake, you can't get a Hoya.
Gabriel.
Chocolate-covered gummy bears coming up or down.
I'll tell you this. There's a lot of gummy bear action.
Anthony said who was last? Anthony Green was last.
Mr. Green.
What can Green do for you?
Hey, Gabriel, if you're still watching, bro, I see your photo. Can you please confirm that you just received $320 from me? Could you please confirm that you just received $320? Gray says I came in 9th. Damn, brutal. Anthony, you get the best prize of all. I'll send it to you as soon as I get off here. Which, I'm not going to lie, right now, it's not great. It's not great. It's going to look like a push pop.
Sean, you were in the race. You got 13th behind Noah.
13th.
But I believe you used his government name.
Yep.
Not Sean Irish.
Killa, she was in. She was in. She was, She was, Yeah. I don't know what place she finished in, but she was in. Yep, Allie Marie. In there. Yeah, yeah. Get in there. Anthony Black. I mean, if you sent it in, was Anthony Black's name in, Chuggs? Though, Anthony, I don't have you down as getting in.
Yeah, I don't see Anthony Black.
Anthony
This
Black.
was the second race, so if you did it way earlier.
Correct. This is the second race that we did. Yeah, the names that I have were Gabriel Claymore, Frank Mendez, Allie Marie, Robert McEachern, Ryan Campbell, Sean Morgan, Crash Dog, Justin Gons had 2, Raider Josh, Nick Perez, Philip Boger, The Welleter, Jaime Whitford, Kane Ramirez, Marcus Palmer, Finesse Lounge twice, Ken Davis, Mark Gallagher, John Polito, Noah Santana. Those were the names that I had in.
And I do think Anthony was in the first race. I don't know if you got in for the second one.
He was in the first race, but not in the second one.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, Mitch and Chubbs, love the show, especially the dedication to Raider Nation. You know what? Sometimes somebody's got to bring it around here. I know if you guys keep bringing that dedication and love, we're going to keep bringing that dedication and love.
Still bringing it.
Still bringing it. We'll see you guys on Thursday. Thursday night football action. Going to get a little bit wet and wild, and I got to eat the spicy chip from me, from Chuggs, from all the gummy bears and Jell-O shit in my stomach. I'll see you guys later.